Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
American Comics, the original Spider-Man, starting by Wielding Thunder. Part 1. The first time Peter Parker saw Thanos, he almost thought he hadn't fully died yet. The sky was torn apart. New York looked like it had been crushed by a giant beast, steel bars poked out from the ruins, flames climbed up the broken skyscrapers, and the air was thick with dust, the stench of blood, and the smell of burnt metal. In the distance, purple-black clouds hung extremely low. Lightning rolled within the clouds like a monster ready to pounce at any moment. And at the end of the ruins, a tall, purple figure was walking toward him step by step. Gold armor. Cold eyes. On the left hand, a golden glove inlaid with gems emitted a suffocating light. Thanos. The moment the name popped into Peter Parker's mind, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down. He was wearing a tattered red and blue suit. The Spider-Man emblem on his chest was torn, half of his mask was missing, and the exposed skin was covered in blood. Even more absurdly, he was holding a hammer in his right hand. Short handle, square head, with ancient patterns engraved on the silver-gray body of the Mjolnir. Lightning coiled around the surface of the Mjolnir like a living thing, burrowing into his flesh along his arm. Peter Parker's throat went dry. Mjolnir. Me. Spider-Man. Thanos. Putting these things together, it didn't look like a normal start for anyone. The next second, a cold voice rang out deep in his mind. Fate Shadow Battlefield activated. Survive for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, officially connect to the current world line. Peter Parker almost cursed out loud. 3 minutes. The opponent is Thanos. Let alone 3 minutes, 3 seconds would be enough for him to be beaten into a pulp. Thanos had already approached. He looked down at Peter Parker, his eyes as calm as if he were looking at a dying bug. Heroes of Earth are always like this. Weak. Stubborn. Yet they do not know how to be in awe. He raised his left hand. A gem on the Infinity Gauntlet lit up with a faint glow. Peter Parker's brain exploded with warning. Not pain. Danger. Extreme danger. In that instant, before his brain could even react, his body had already moved on its own. He ejected to the side. Not a jump like a normal person, but like a spider pushed to the limit, suddenly springing up from the ground. A purple beam grazed his shoulder and blasted past. A whole stretch of ruins behind him was instantly ground into powder. Peter Parker was in midair, subconsciously raising his left hand. Whoosh! A spider web shot out, sticking to a broken steel beam in the distance. His body was violently pulled away by the spider web, narrowly avoiding the second attack. The wind scraped past his ears, painful like a knife. Only one thought remained in Peter Parker's mind. It really is Spider-Man. It really is Spider-Man. But Thanos didn't give him a chance to adapt. The massive body rushed over. Even though his size was like a mountain, his speed was absurdly fast. Peter Parker had just landed on a broken wall when his spider sense exploded again. He ducked sharply. Thanos's fist blasted past the top of his head. Boom. The broken wall shattered into stone dust filling the sky. Peter Parker was blown away by the air pressure, tumbling in midair. He gritted his teeth and forcefully swung the Mjolnir. The Mjolnir dragged lightning as it smashed toward Thanos's chest. Thanos raised his arm to block. Clang. The sound of metal collision made Peter Parker's eardrums ring. He felt like he had been hit by a train, his entire arm went numb instantly, and his body flew backward, smashing heavily into a scrapped car. The car body caved in. His bones made a teeth-grinding dull sound. Pain. Too painful. This wasn't a dream. Nor was it an illusion. Peter Parker's mouth was full of the taste of blood, but his fingers were still gripping the handle of the Mjolnir tightly. Thanos walked over slowly. You hold power that does not belong to you. Peter Parker gasped for air, wanting to laugh, but only coughed up a mouthful of blood. Not mine. What a joke. He hadn't even figured out who he was yet. Thanos raised his hand again. The gem's light lit up. The air felt like it was being gripped by an invisible giant hand. Peter Parker's brain went numb, and his spider sense was almost blinding him. He suddenly shot out 2 spider webs. One stuck to Thanos's wrist. One stuck to a broken overpass in the distance. The next second, he swung with the help of the spider web, his whole body like a red and blue shadow, grazing past Thanos's arm. The beam from the Infinity Gauntlet blasted past his back. Peter Parker gritted his teeth and tugged the spider web with his backhand. Thanos's wrist just paused slightly. But that pause was enough. The Mjolnir whistled back. Peter Parker gripped the handle, used the momentum of the rotation to flip in midair, and smashed the Mjolnir onto Thanos' shoulder armor. Boom! Lightning burst. A thin crack appeared on the golden shoulder armor. Thanos stepped back half a step. Only half a step. But Peter Parker's heart pounded wildly. It worked. This thing could actually hurt him. Thanos looked up, his eyes finally showing a hint of change. Bug. Peter Parker winced in pain, but still subconsciously replied. Correction. Spiders are not bugs. Also, I hold grudges. He regretted it as soon as he said it. Because Thanos' fist was already in front of his eyes. Bang! Peter Parker flew out again. This time, he crashed through a broken wall, rolling several times in the rubble before stopping. There were only 30 seconds left on the countdown in his mind. His vision began to go black. His ears were buzzing. Just then, some memories that didn't belong to him suddenly flooded in. The old house in Queens. The narrow staircase. There was always a faint smell of coffee in the kitchen. A gentle woman calling him to eat at the dining table. A gray-haired man holding a newspaper, asking him with a smile how school was. The red-haired girl next door walking past the window. In the school hallway, someone knocked his books down and laughed, calling him, nerd. A rich kid patted his shoulder gently and said, ignore them, Pietro. Pietro. Peter. Peter Parker. Peter Parker opened his eyes wide. The Mjolnir vibrated low in his palm. The thunderclouds in the sky suddenly began to swirl. A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the Mjolnir dead center. Thanos had already walked up to him. He raised the Infinity Gauntlet as if preparing to end it all. Peter Parker's legs were shaking, his arms were numb, and his chest hurt so much he could barely breathe. But he still stood up. Spider webs shot out. The Mjolnir rotated. He swung into midair with the help of the spider webs. The last 10 seconds. Thanos looked up. Peter Parker fell from under the thunderclouds. His red and blue suit was tattered, but the Mjolnir shone like a falling star. He held the hammer with both hands and roared as he smashed down. Get lost. Boom. Lightning engulfed the ruins. In the blinding white light, Thanos' figure was forcibly smashed back, the ground beneath his feet cracking inch by inch. The left hand wearing the Infinity Gauntlet was also knocked slightly aside by the lightning. Peter Parker hadn't even seen the result before the countdown hit 0. Fate Shadow ended. Host survived successfully. Officially connecting to the current world line. White light exploded. Peter Parker sat up abruptly. Who? He gasped for breath, covered in cold sweat. No ruins. No Thanos. No Infinity Gauntlet. No Mjolnir. Outside the window was the morning sunlight. In the old room, the wallpaper was slightly yellowed, the wooden floor was polished shiny from being walked on, and the desk was piled with textbooks, camera parts, a few printed photos, and a stack of messy experimental notes. The room was not big. It was even a bit narrow. The edges of the curtains were curled up, and one leg of the desk chair was clearly propped up with a piece of paper. Everything was old, but kept very clean. Peter Parker stared blankly at all of this. A light clinking of a spatula hitting a plate came from downstairs. Immediately after, a gentle woman's voice rang out. Peter, breakfast is almost ready. Peter Parker's heart skipped a beat. Peter. He lifted the blanket and got out of bed. The moment his foot touched the floor, his body suddenly felt light. He almost sprang up to the ceiling. He hurriedly reached out to press against the wall. Slap. His palm stuck firmly to the wall. Peter Parker looked down at his own hand. No matter how he shook it, it wouldn't come off. He was silent for 2 seconds. Then he looked up bit by bit, toward the bathroom. Another man's voice came from outside the door. Gentle, low, with the nagging typical of an elder. Peter, don't keep your aunt waiting too long. Peter Parker's movements froze. This voice. He practically rushed into the bathroom. In the mirror, a young face was reflected. Brown hair, youthful features, and the eyes still held a bit of the nerdiness that hadn't been worn down by society. But that face, Peter Parker knew it too well. Not the teenager protected by Iron Man. Nor the young Spider-Man who always carried a sense of sharpness. But the generation of Spider-Man who carried an old backpack, walked through the school hallway with his head down, was a bit silent from being crushed by life, yet would still swing out to save people on the most dangerous nights of the city. The first generation Peter Parker. The Peter Parker who would originally lose Uncle Ben, be misunderstood by friends, and be torn repeatedly between responsibility and love. Peter Parker rested his hands on the edge of the sink, his breathing becoming heavier bit by bit. Just then, the sound of a chair moving came from downstairs. The man called out again. Peter. Are you okay? Peter Parker pulled open the bathroom door and walked quickly to the stairs. At the dining table downstairs, a gray-haired man was holding a newspaper. He wore glasses, his shirt was washed until it was a bit old, but the cuffs were neatly arranged. Hearing the movement, he looked up, a little worry and a little helpless smile on his face. What's wrong, kid? Peter Parker stood at the top of the stairs, his whole body as if nailed to the spot. Uncle Ben. The living Uncle Ben. The person who should have become a tombstone, become a regret, become the lifelong wound of Spider-Man, was sitting at the dining table right now, holding today's newspaper. In the kitchen, May Parker walked out carrying a plate. She saw Peter Parker's expression was off and immediately frowned. Peter, why is your face so pale? Did you stay up late again last night? She put the plate down and couldn't help but nag. I told you, you can't always just hunch over the desk researching those things. You're still young, your body won't be able to take it. Uncle Ben put down the newspaper with a smile. May, you know, our Peter forgets time the moment he touches science. May Parker glared at him. You're still helping him talk. Peter Parker watched them. An indescribable sourness welled up slowly from his chest. He clearly wasn't the original Peter Parker. But this body's memories, emotions, and that reliance on home were seeping into his soul inch by inch. The morning sunlight fell on the dining table. On the plate was slightly burnt toast. Next to it was a glass of milk. Uncle Ben's newspaper was spread out, with a few job advertisements circled on it. The edge of May Parker's apron was a bit old. This home was not rich. It could even be said to be strapped for cash. But it was real. Warm. And it was what the original Peter Parker was about to lose. Peter Parker held onto the stair railing and said in a low voice. I'm fine. His voice was a bit hoarse. May Parker walked over worriedly and reached out to touch his forehead. No fever. She breathed a sigh of relief and said softly. Come down and eat, don't be late today. Peter Parker nodded. He walked downstairs. When he sat at the dining table, Uncle Ben folded the newspaper and pushed it aside. Peter, I thought about it last night, about you wanting to buy camera accessories. Uncle Ben paused, his tone a bit apologetic. The family's expenses are a bit tight this month, so it might have to wait. May Parker immediately looked at him. Ben. Uncle Ben smiled. It's okay, I'm just making it clear to the kid. He looked at Peter Parker, his eyes gentle. You are very smart, Peter, and very talented. But some things, we have to take slowly. Peter Parker looked down at the bread on his plate. Memories of the Sony version of Peter Parker surfaced bit by bit. Flash Thompson at school. Mary Jane next door. His good friend Harry Osborn. That ridiculously spacious mansion of Harry Osborn's. The way Norman Osborn looked at him, with appreciation mixed with scrutiny. And that mutated spider in the laboratory. His body had already changed. Spider abilities were awakening, which meant that the underground fighting ring, the robber, and the fate note of Uncle Ben's death would arrive very soon. Just then, deep in his mind, that cold voice sounded again. Fate rewriting system activated. Current identity, Peter Parker. Detected critical death calamity, Ben Parker. Death calamity is approaching. If the death calamity is completed, the current fate line will be completely locked. Peter Parker's hand holding the fork tightened abruptly. The metal fork was bent by him unconsciously. Click. The sound was very light. But the dining table went quiet all of a sudden. Uncle Ben looked at the bent fork and was stunned. May Parker was also stunned. Peter Parker looked down and cursed inwardly. Spider powers were out of control. He immediately put the fork down and tried to pretend to be calm. Sorry. Maybe, the quality isn't very good. Uncle Ben looked at the fork, then at him, his eyes filled with a bit more confusion. But he didn't ask further. He just nodded gently. I'll take you to school after you finish eating. Peter Parker looked up. School. Uncle Ben smiled. What, you slept until you're confused. Today is a workday. School. Which meant that today he would see Mary Jane, see Harry Osborn, see Flash, and possibly even see Norman Osborn. All the fate lines belonging to the first-generation Spider-Man would start to tighten again from today. Peter Parker took a deep breath. He looked at Uncle Ben. This man was still alive. He would still urge him to eat breakfast. He would still worry about the family's expenses. He would still take him to school when he was late. But according to the original fate, he would soon fall on the cold street, die in a gunshot that could have been prevented. Peter Parker's eyes sank bit by bit. No, it wouldn't happen this time. He knew in advance how that tragedy would happen. He knew in advance who that robber was. He knew in advance at what moment Uncle Ben would walk toward his death. The radio downstairs was playing the morning news. Osborne Corp will hold a technology exhibition event this week. It is reported that Mr. Norman Osborn will attend in person. Peter Parker's eyes moved slightly when he heard this name. Norman Osborn. Green Goblin. Uncle Ben's death calamity hadn't come yet. The Green Goblin hadn't been born yet either. Everything was still in time. He picked up the milk, took a sip, and forcibly suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. Outside the window, the streets of Queens were already bustling. The school bus drove by. The neighbor opened the door. The sound of car horns came from the distance. A day as ordinary as it could be. But Peter Parker knew. From today on, this world would not follow its original trajectory. He looked at Uncle Ben and slowly clenched his fists. The first tragedy that originally belonged to Spider-Man was about to begin. But this time, he knew who the murderer was in advance. Peter Parker sat at the dining table, staring at the fork he had bent, and remained silent for a full 3 seconds. May Parker was also silent for 3 seconds. Uncle Ben was silent as well. The toaster in the kitchen popped with a ding, which only made the entire dining room feel even quieter. Peter Parker gently placed the fork back beside his plate, trying hard to make his expression look normal. Maybe it's. He looked down at the fork bent into an arc. Been used for too long. Even he felt that statement was absurd as soon as he said it. No matter how long a fork has been used, it shouldn't end up like this just from being pinched by 2 fingers. May Parker picked up the fork to examine it, frowning as she muttered. The quality is just too poor. Peter Parker breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, May Parker. The gentlest person in this house was even willing to blame the fork first when it deformed. Uncle Ben, however, wasn't so easily fooled. He set down his newspaper, his gaze lingering on Peter Parker's face for a few seconds. Peter, have you been hiding something from us lately? Peter Parker's hand, which had just picked up the milk glass, paused. Of course he was hiding something. For instance, he wasn't the original Peter Parker. For instance, he had just held his own against Thanos for 3 minutes in a glimpse of the future. For instance, he could now bend a fork with one hand and stick his other hand firmly to a wall. But if he said even one of these things, Uncle Ben would probably take him to the hospital immediately. Peter Parker looked up, trying his best to reveal a shy, Peter-like smile. No, Uncle Ben. Maybe I just didn't sleep well last night. Upon hearing this, May Parker immediately frowned. I knew it, you must have stayed up late again last night. At your age, you shouldn't always be hunched over the desk studying those strange little experiments. Uncle Ben smiled. All right, May, the kid has his own hobbies. He finished, then looked at Peter Parker again, his tone softening. But your aunt is right, your health is more important than anything. This sentence was very ordinary. So ordinary that any elder would say it. Yet as Peter Parker listened, he felt a tightness in his chest. Because he knew that in the original fate, this man would soon have no chance to say these words to Peter again. He would fall on the street. He would look at Peter with his final ounce of strength. He would become a wound that Spider-Man could never heal for the rest of his life. Peter Parker lowered his head and took a bite of bread. The edge of the bread was a bit burnt. Very ordinary. Yet he ate it very slowly. As if afraid that once this breakfast was finished, the home before his eyes would begin to crumble. Deep in his mind, that cold voice emerged once more. Critical death trial detected. Ben Parker. Prerequisite node. Underground fighting ring. Death trial has not yet been triggered. Peter Parker's gaze darkened slightly. Underground fighting ring. As expected. The original Peter had gone there to fight for money, and after the boss refused to pay him, he let the robber go out of momentary anger. Then, that robber fired a shot on the street, killing Uncle Ben. This was the most painful beginning for the Sony generation of Spider-Man. And it was the source of Peter Parker's lifelong sense of responsibility. But this time, it wouldn't happen. He would not let that person go. Nor would he let Uncle Ben fall on the street. Peter. Uncle Ben's voice pulled him back to reality. Peter Parker looked up. Uncle Ben had already stood up and picked up the jacket hanging on the back of his chair. Let's go, I'll take you to school. If you space out any longer, you're really going to be late. Peter Parker nodded. Okay. When he stood up, he deliberately slowed his movements. He couldn't break anything else. Now, this body was like a machine that had just been overhauled. His strength, reflexes, hearing, vision, and adhesive abilities were all on the verge of being out of control. If he wasn't careful, he might even twist off the doorknob. Peter Parker followed Uncle Ben out of the house. The morning in Queens had a very real kind of noise. The neighbor's dog was barking. Someone upstairs was closing a window. In the distance, the grocery store owner was pulling down the metal shutter, the sound of metal friction making Peter Parker's eardrums ache. He subconsciously frowned. It was too clear. The sound of car engines. The sound of pedestrians, footsteps. The sound of water flowing in the pipes. Even the faint sound of someone dropping coins into a glass jar in the neighbor's window, he could hear it all perfectly clearly. All the sounds surged into his brain like a tide. Peter Parker paused in his steps. Uncle Ben looked back. What's wrong? Peter Parker suppressed the chaotic waves of sound in his ears and shook his head. Nothing. Uncle Ben looked at him, the concern in his eyes deepening a little. But he didn't press for questions, simply raising his hand to pat Peter Parker on the shoulder. Let's go. That hand landed on his shoulder, very lightly. Yet Peter Parker almost lost his footing. Not because of pain. But because this action was so real. Uncle Ben was really still alive. He would worry about him. He would take him to school. He would pretend not to notice when he wasn't in the right state, leaving him a bit of a young man's dignity. They got into the old car. The leather in the car was cracked, the edge of the steering wheel was worn shiny, and the dashboard occasionally emitted faint, strange noises. Uncle Ben turned the car key, and the engine sputtered twice before starting smoothly. He smiled and patted the steering wheel. This old buddy's temper has been getting worse lately. But it can still hold on. Peter Parker looked at him and suddenly said, Uncle Ben, how about I look for a part-time job later? Uncle Ben froze for a moment. Then he smiled. The most important thing for you right now is your studies. Peter, you are very smart, smarter than your aunt and I imagined. He looked at the street ahead, his voice gentle. Don't be in such a rush to grow up. Peter Parker didn't speak. But this sentence was like a nail, gently driven into his heart. Don't be in such a rush to grow up. Yet the original Peter had been forced to grow up by a gunshot at the very moment he shouldn't have. The old car drove through the streets of Queens. The sunlight fell on the car window, somewhat blinding. Peter Parker leaned against the window, looking at the familiar yet strange buildings along the street. This wasn't the ruins of the Avengers battle, nor was it a cosmic battlefield where gods and aliens ran rampant. This was just Queens. There were old apartments, convenience stores, and ordinary people rushing about for bills and rent. And Peter was the one who, from such a place, would put on that red and blue suit and swing into danger time and time again. The car stopped at the school entrance. Students were walking inside in twos and threes. Some were carrying books, some were riding skateboards, and some were eating and laughing. When Peter Parker got out of the car, Uncle Ben rolled down the window. Peter. Peter Parker turned back. Uncle Ben looked at him, his tone a bit more serious. No matter what happens, remember to tell us. You are not alone. Peter Parker's heart jolted. He nodded. I know. Uncle Ben smiled. Go on, don't be late. The car drove away. Peter Parker stood at the school gate, watching the old car merge into the traffic until it was no longer visible, before slowly turning around. Just as he walked into the school, a familiar and brisk voice came from the side. Hey, Pietro. Harry Osborn was standing by the hallway, holding a textbook and wearing a jacket that was clearly much more expensive than what ordinary students wore. He walked over and patted Peter Parker on the shoulder. You look terrible. Peter Parker's body tensed instinctively. Harry Osborn paused. What's wrong? Peter Parker shook his head. Nothing, I didn't sleep well last night. Harry Osborn laughed. Studying those little science gadgets again. I really suspect that in the future, you'll lock yourself in a lab and forget to even go on dates. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly glanced forward, his smile becoming meaningful. Of course, that's assuming someone actually dares to ask. Peter Parker looked in the direction of his gaze. On the other side of the hallway, a red-haired girl was walking in, holding books. Sunlight fell on her from the window, her hair tips seemingly plated with a layer of warm light. Mary Jane. MJ. In Peter's memory, that girl next door. The person he had liked for a long time, but never dared to truly approach. MJ seemed to sense his gaze and turned to look over. She saw Peter Parker and smiled slightly. Morning, Peter. It was just a simple greeting. Yet in Peter Parker's mind, many images suddenly emerged. Secretly watching her through the window. Lowering his head on the school bus to avoid Flash. Wanting to help her, but always being one step too slow. All that greenness, inferiority, and liking that belonged to Peter surged up in an instant. Peter Parker opened his mouth. Morning, MJ. His voice was a bit stiff. Harry Osborn was holding back laughter beside him. Bro, you looked like you were electrocuted just now. Peter Parker silently complained in his heart. In a sense, he really was electrocuted. Just then, a burst of laughter came from behind. Move, nerd. A hand pushed hard against Peter Parker's shoulder. Flash Thompson. That classic jerk in school. In the original plot, his bullying of Peter was as punctual as clocking in every day. Peter Parker's back of the head gave a slight jolt. The sense of danger wasn't strong. But his body had already reacted automatically. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but forced himself to hold back. Flash's hand pushed against his shoulder. The problem was, Peter Parker didn't move. Not at all. Instead, it was Flash himself who seemed to have slapped a wall. His wrist was violently jolted, and he was forced backward by the reaction force. Bang! His back hit the locker. The locker made a dull thud. The hallway was quiet for half a second. Immediately after, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Flash, were you pushing a wall just now? No way, you can't even push Parker. Flash's face instantly flushed red. He shook his aching wrist and glared at Peter Parker. What are you hiding on your body? An iron plate. Peter Parker looked down at his shoulder, secretly cursing. He hadn't controlled his strength. He immediately stepped back half a step, pretending he had just realized what happened. Sorry. I might have been unsteady just now. Flash's eye twitched. You were unsteady. You were unsteady, so I hit the locker. This sounded even more infuriating than an insult. Harry Osborn stepped forward, blocking the space between the two. That's enough, Flash. Causing trouble in the morning, aren't you tired? Flash looked at Harry Osborn. The young master of the Osborn family, he didn't want to provoke him too much. But he couldn't swallow this anger, so he could only glare fiercely at Peter Parker. Watch out after school, Parker. After saying that, he left with a few followers. People around were still laughing. MJ stood by, a little more surprise in her eyes. She walked 2 steps closer and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Peter Parker nodded. "I'm fine." MJ looked at him. "You today seem a bit different." Peter Parker's heart tightened. How different? MJ thought for a moment. I can't say. Before, when he pushed you, you would lower your head. Today, you didn't. Peter Parker was silent for a moment. Then he smiled. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night, my reactions are slower. MJ also smiled. Then you'd better rest more. After she finished, she walked toward the classroom, hugging her books. Harry Osborn nudged Peter Parker with his arm. She's concerned about you. Peter Parker looked at him. Are you very free? Harry Osborn smiled even more happily. Of course not, I still have to accompany my dad to attend the demonstration event for Osborn Corp today. Speaking of which, his tone paused. By the way, my dad mentioned you last night. Peter Parker paused slightly. Mr. Norman Osborn mentioned me. Harry Osborn nodded. He said you are very talented. And asked if you were interested in interning at Osborn Corp in the future. Peter Parker's gaze darkened slightly. Norman Osborn. That was also a thread that would explode sooner or later. But not now. The most critical thing right now is Uncle Ben. Moreover, Peter Parker didn't dare to completely trust the plot in his memory. Because he had just seen Thanos in a glimpse of the future. This showed that this world was definitely not just a simple Spider-Man universe. How much of the original plot could still be trusted, no one could say for sure. Just then, a colorful flyer flew over from the end of the hallway. It flipped a few times in the air and landed right at Peter Parker's feet. Peter Parker looked down. The flyer was printed with exaggerated fonts. Underground Challenge. Survive 3 minutes against Bone Saw, and win a $3,000 prize. Registration opens tonight. Harry Osborn also saw the flyer and laughed offhandedly. Places like this are obviously scams. Who would actually go? Peter Parker bent down and picked up the flyer. The paper was thin. The edges were rough. But as he held it, his fingertips tightened little by little. Fate had already placed the path at his feet. Underground fighting ring. The boss refuses to pay. The robber escapes. Uncle Ben falls in a pool of blood. All these images were like cold knives, cutting through his mind bit by bit. Harry Osborn noticed his expression was wrong. Pietro. Peter Parker folded the flyer and stuffed it into his pocket. Nothing. Deep in his mind, that cold voice rang out only once. Uncle Ben's death trial prerequisite node activated. Please enter the underground fighting ring. Peter Parker looked up, toward the end of the hallway. People were coming and going, noisy and ordinary. No one knew a tragedy was waiting in the future. But he knew. This time, he would not let that robber go. Even if fate insisted on replaying that gunshot, he would smash the muzzle with his own hands. But Peter Parker didn't know. Not long after Uncle Ben drove away from the school, a black sedan slowly stopped at the corner of a street in Queens. The car window was half lowered. A man wearing sunglasses watched Uncle Ben's old car drive away and whispered into the phone. Target appeared. Uncle Ben. Confirmed to be related to that child. Peter Parker had an uneasy day. It wasn't because the classes were difficult. It was because this body was too unreasonable. In chemistry class, he just wanted to pick up a test tube normally. Crack. The glass test tube cracked between his fingertips. When the teacher turned around, Peter Parker had already hidden the broken glass under his textbook, his expression as calm as if nothing had happened. In gym class, he just wanted to catch a flying basketball. The moment the basketball hit his palm, it was like hitting a wall. It rebounded instantly and slammed heavily against the backboard. Bang! The entire court went silent. Flash Thompson stood not far away, looking at him with an ugly expression. Parker. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Peter Parker looked down at his palm. He hadn't taken the wrong medicine. But being bitten by a spider was true. What was more troublesome was that his hearing, reflexes, and strength were like a machine that had just been plugged in, completely out of control. If someone approached from behind, he would sense it in advance. If a piece of chalk rolled off the podium, he would instinctively reach out and catch it. When someone bumped into him in the hallway while carrying a soda, his body dodged before his brain could react, and as a result, the soda splashed directly onto Flash. Flash stood there, a large patch on his chest soaked. The surrounding students were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Peter Parker looked at him and said sincerely, "Sorry." A vein throbbed on Flash's forehead. "What are you apologizing for? You didn't spill it." Peter Parker thought for a moment. "Then should I take it back?" Flash was almost furious. Harry Osborn laughed until his shoulders shook. "Pietro, I think your sense of humor has improved a lot today." Peter Parker didn't respond. His attention remained fixed on the flyer in his pocket. Underground Challenge. Survive 3 minutes against Bone Saw, prize money of $3,000. The original Peter went to that place because he needed money. The current Peter Parker also needed money. He couldn't afford to keep fixing the old car at home. He couldn't buy camera accessories. Uncle Ben was still circling job ads in the newspaper. Aunt May treated the poor quality of the forks as a joke, but never mentioned how many things in the kitchen should have been replaced long ago. This home was very warm. But also very strapped for cash. So the original Peter didn't go to the underground fighting ring to show off. He just wanted to rely on his own abilities to do something for this family. Yet, it was precisely this path that pushed him toward the greatest regret of his life. After the school bell rang, Harry Osborn walked over carrying his school bag. "Hey, Pietro. I have to accompany my dad to Osborn Corp today, so I can't walk with you." Peter Parker nodded. "It's fine." Harry Osborn looked at him. "Are you really okay? You've been looking weird all day." Peter Parker stuffed his textbook into his bag. "Maybe I'm just sleep deprived." Harry Osborn raised an eyebrow. "You've been using that excuse to fool everyone all day." Peter Parker paused. Harry Osborn smiled and didn't press further. "Never mind. If there's really something going on, remember to tell me. Although I might not be able to solve it, at least I can help you find someone who can." This was Harry Osborn. He had the pride of a rich young master, but also genuine concern for his friend, Peter. It was a pity that in the original Fate, they would eventually reach that point. Peter Parker watched Harry Osborn's retreating figure and let out a soft sigh. The regrets of a generation of Spider-Man went far beyond Uncle Ben. Harry Osborn. MJ. Norman Osborn. Every thread eventually became like a spider web tightening around Peter's neck. "Peter." A gentle voice rang out beside him. Peter Parker looked up. MJ stood by the seat, holding a few books in her arms. She looked at him, then at the window. "Aren't you going home?" "Right away." Peter Parker answered instinctively. MJ hesitated for a moment and said softly. "About this morning, with Flash, thank you." Peter Parker was stunned. "Thank me. That soda, if you hadn't dodged, it would have splashed onto you." MJ smiled. Although it ended up splashing onto him. Peter Parker couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. That was indeed a good outcome. MJ was amused. When she smiled, her eyes were very bright. Emotions belonging to Peter surfaced from the bottom of his heart once again. Green. Nervous. Wanting to get closer, but afraid of saying the wrong thing. MJ hugged her books tighter and said softly, Peter, you're really a bit different today. Peter Parker felt a slight tightness in his heart. Is it good or bad? MJ thought for a moment. I don't know. But I feel, you aren't as afraid as you were before. After saying this, she seemed to feel that it was a bit too direct, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Peter Parker watched her leave. Not until the hallway was quiet did he look down and take the flyer out of his pocket. The words, Underground Challenge, on the paper were particularly glaring in the dim sunset. Deep in his mind, the system gave only one prompt. The precursor node for Ben Parker's fatal disaster has been activated. Peter Parker refolded the flyer. He didn't go home. Instead, he turned and walked toward the subway station. What he didn't know was that not long after he left school, a black car slowly followed behind Uncle Ben's old car. The car window was half lowered. A man wearing sunglasses looked ahead and whispered into the phone. The target has left. Confirming identity, Ben Parker. The kid is not in the car. The other end of the phone was silent for a moment. The man nodded. Understood. Continue following. Meanwhile, Peter Parker had already followed the address on the back of the flyer, crossed 2 streets, and turned into a narrow alley. The further he went, the damper the air became. The walls were plastered with cheap posters. The ground was covered with dirty water. In the distance, the shouts of a crowd could be faintly heard. The underground fighting ring was right under an abandoned warehouse. 2 burly men stood at the entrance. Their first reaction to seeing Peter Parker wasn't to stop him, but to laugh. Kid, did you take a wrong turn? Another burly man looked him up and down. This isn't a science museum. Peter Parker looked down at his jacket. He really didn't look like he was here to fight. He looked more like he was here to deliver homework. He took the flyer out of his pocket. I'm here to sign up. The 2 burly men looked at each other and then laughed out loud simultaneously. Sign up. You. Peter Parker nodded. Yes, just me. One of the burly men reached out and pressed his shoulder, wanting to push him back. Go home and drink some milk, little nerd. Peter Parker stood still without moving. The burly man applied force with his hand. Peter Parker still didn't move. The smile on the burly man's face froze bit by bit. He added a bit more strength. Peter Parker looked at him and asked seriously. Can I sign up now? The burly man was silent for 2 seconds, then silently withdrew his hand. Go in. Peter Parker walked into the underground fighting ring. It was even more chaotic inside than he had imagined. The smell of smoke, sweat, and alcohol mixed together, making it almost impossible to breathe. In the center was a makeshift iron cage ring. It was crowded with spectators all around. Some were waving money, some were shouting while holding beer, and some were flushed with excitement. This didn't look like a formal competition. It looked more like a group of people paying to watch others get beaten up. Peter Parker walked to the registration desk. A bald man sat behind the table, a cigarette in his mouth, not even looking up. Name. Peter Parker paused. He definitely couldn't use Peter Parker. He thought for a moment and said, Human spider. The bald man finally looked up. He looked at Peter Parker, his expression like he had heard some terrible joke. What? Peter Parker coughed. Human spider. The bald man stared at him for 2 seconds and sneered. That name is too stupid. Peter Parker. The bald man picked up a pen and scribbled a few words on the paper. The audience won't like a crappy name like that. From now on, you're called Spider-Man. Peter Parker was stunned. Spider-Man. These 3 words, coming from the mouth of this greasy, rude, cigarette-smelling underground fighting ring owner, were somewhat absurd. But in that instant, Peter Parker suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. So this name had appeared after all. Even if the world line had already started to deviate. What are you spacing out for? The bald man tapped the table impatiently. Go in and change. Peter Parker was taken to the backstage. The so-called backstage was actually just a dilapidated room filled with the smell of sweat. A few cheap wrestling outfits hung on the wall, along with some garish masks. Peter Parker looked at those things for a moment of silence, and finally picked up a red bodysuit and a crude mask. The outfit was tacky and ugly. The eye positions on the mask were still asymmetrical. But at least it can cover my face. He finished changing into his costume and looked at himself in the mirror. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a low-budget circus performer. Peter Parker rubbed his temples. The original Spider-Man's first costume really wasn't something an ordinary person could pull off. A burst of cheers suddenly erupted outside. The host's voice boomed from the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's most brutal, strongest, and most terrifying king of the ring. Bone Saw. The audience screamed wildly. In the iron cage, a muscular man with muscles so exaggerated he looked like a small mountain walked out. He waved his arms and roared at the audience. Who else? Who dares to come in? The host flipped through the registration list in his hand, his voice pausing for a moment. The next challenger. He looked at the name on the paper, his tone suddenly becoming playful. A skinny kid from Queens. A loser wearing red pajamas. Let us welcome. He deliberately dragged out his voice. Spider-Man. The whole arena went quiet for a moment. Then, the roar of laughter almost blew the roof off. What kind of name is that? Spider-Man. Is he here to clean up bugs in the corner? Bone Saw. Tear him apart. Peter Parker stood at the entrance, listening to the laughter around him, but didn't react much. After all, they weren't laughing at his real name. What really concerned him was the back of the spectator area. There was a man in a gray jacket there. The brim of his hat was pulled very low. He had a cigarette in his mouth. His face wore an impatient expression. Peter Parker's gaze stopped on his face. It was him. The robber from the original plot. He was still sitting behind the crowd, which meant everything hadn't started yet. There was still time. Hey, kid. Bonesaw in the iron cage roared at him. Are you too scared to come in? The audience laughed again. Peter Parker withdrew his gaze and walked into the iron cage. The iron door slammed shut behind him with a bang. The host dragged out his voice. The rules are simple. Last for 3 minutes, and you can take home $3,000. But I'll warn you, boy. Usually, no one lasts more than a minute. Bonesaw grinned as he walked toward Peter Parker. His fist was bigger than Peter Parker's face. Little spider. I'll go easy on you. Peter Parker looked up at him. Thanks. Bonesaw was stunned. Peter Parker earnestly added. Then I'll go easy on you too. The next second, Bonesaw roared and lunged at him. His speed was fast. At least for an ordinary person, it was fast. But in Peter Parker's eyes, it was too slow. His spider sense tingled slightly. Peter Parker tilted his body slightly, and Bonesaw's fist grazed his shoulder and smashed into the iron cage. Boom! The iron cage vibrated. The audience gasped. Bonesaw was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting this skinny kid to be able to dodge. He threw another punch with his backhand. Peter Parker bent over to avoid it. Bonesaw raised his leg and swept it horizontally. Peter Parker jumped lightly, and his whole body actually leapt onto the side mesh of the iron cage. The whole arena went quiet instantly. Peter Parker stuck his limbs to the iron mesh, looking down at Bonesaw. Bonesaw looked up, his expression dull for a moment. How did you get up there? Peter Parker also looked down at his hands. To be honest, he was also adapting. The host's voice stuttered. He climbed up. This kid really climbed up like a spider. After a brief silence, the spectator area instantly erupted into even louder cheers. Spider-Man! Spider-Man! Come down and fight him! Bonesaw's face turned red from the audience's shouting. He rushed up, grabbed the iron mesh with both hands, and shook it hard. Peter Parker was almost shaken off. He hadn't fully mastered his adhesion ability yet, his palms tightened, and the iron mesh actually deformed slightly. Bonesaw saw this scene, and his eyes changed. But before he could react, Peter Parker had already let go and dropped down. He didn't use his full strength. He just used the force of his descent to kick Bonesaw in the chest. Bang! Bonesaw flew backward and slammed into the iron cage. The iron cage was dented by the impact. The whole arena was dead silent. The host opened his mouth, forgetting to speak. Bonesaw clutched his chest, unable to get up for a long time. Peter Parker was also stunned for a moment. He had already held back. Really. Otherwise, this kick might not have just sent him flying, but kicked him into the hospital's intensive care unit. The referee ran over to check on Bonesaw and waved his hand sharply. Match over. The challenger wins. The whole underground fighting ring was quiet for 2 seconds. Then, it erupted into crazy roars. Spider-Man! 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 Peter Parker stood in the middle of the cage, listening to the crazy shouts around him, but felt no excitement. He looked toward the back of the spectator area. The man in the gray jacket was gone. Peter Parker's eyes changed. Where was the robber? He immediately rushed out of the cage and ran toward the backstage area. At the end of the corridor, that bald boss from earlier was holding a stack of cash. Peter Parker stopped him. The prize money. The bald boss looked him up and down, without a hint of embarrassment on his face. You only fought for 1 minute. Peter Parker frowned. Wasn't the rule to last 3 minutes? The rule is to give $3,000 if you last 3 minutes. The boss pulled out a $100 bill and slapped it on the table. You finished it in 1 minute. So, here's 100 for you. Peter Parker looked at the bill. In the original plot, Peter was angry because of this. The boss reneged on the debt. The robber robbed the money. Peter clearly had the ability to stop him, but chose to watch coldly. In the end, Uncle Ben died. The bald boss saw him not speaking and sneered. What? Not satisfied? A little freak in pajamas, being able to stand here and show your face is already me giving you a chance. He tapped the $100 bill with his finger. Take the money and get out. Don't really think you're some kind of hero. Peter Parker slowly looked up at the boss. His eyes turned cold. But he didn't take action. Because just then, he heard a furious shout from the office next door. Give me the money. Immediately after, there was the sound of a safe being opened. The bald boss's expression changed. Peter Parker turned his head sharply. The man in the gray jacket rushed out. He was holding a gun in his hand. His arms were stuffed with money. He saw Peter Parker blocking the center of the corridor and was clearly stunned for a moment. Get out of the way. The man raised his gun. This scene overlapped with the images in his memory. Except the original Peter would have stood to the side, watching this person escape. Because the boss had just humiliated him. Because he felt it had nothing to do with him. Because he hadn't truly understood how heavy the phrase, with great power comes great responsibility, was. But Peter Parker understood. He understood too well. The muzzle was aimed at his chest. The bald boss was already so scared he hid behind the table. The man in the gray jacket roared. I said, get out of the way. Peter Parker stood where he was, not moving. The man's eyes turned fierce, and he pulled the trigger. But at that instant, his spider sense pierced into the back of his head like a needle. Time seemed to slow down by a beat. He saw the man's finger press the trigger. Saw the muzzle lift slightly. Saw the muzzle flash about to explode in the chamber. Peter Parker moved. His hand was so fast that only an afterimage remained. Snap. He grabbed the gun barrel. Bang. The gun went off. The bullet grazed his shoulder and hit the ceiling. The man in the gray jacket's face instantly turned pale. Peter Parker looked at him, his voice very low. This time. You're not going anywhere. As he spoke, he tightened his 5 fingers. Crack. The gun barrel was forcibly bent by him. The man in the gray jacket widened his eyes, as if he had seen a monster. Peter Parker raised his hand and grabbed his collar. In the corridor, all sounds went quiet. The next second, deep in his mind, that cold voice sounded. Fate deviated. The originally scheduled robber has been stopped. Warning. Uncle Ben's death tribulation has not been lifted. Peter Parker's pupils shrank suddenly. What? At the same time. Another street in Queens. Uncle Ben's old car just stopped on the side of the road. He looked at the 2 men in black standing in front of the car, his brows slightly furrowed. Excuse me, do you need something? One of the men looked up. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes were cold. Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben's expression changed slightly. The man took a gun out from his jacket, his voice low. Someone wants to see your nephew. The gun barrel bent bit by bit in Peter Parker's palm. The man in the gray jacket widened his eyes, his throat feeling as if it were blocked by something. He had seen tough guys. He had also seen those with a death wish. But he had never seen anyone bend a gun barrel with their bare hands. That wasn't just strength. That wasn't human at all. The corridor was deathly silent. The bald boss hiding behind the desk turned pale, his cigarette having long since fallen to the floor, scorching a small patch of the carpet. Peter Parker grabbed the man in the gray jacket by his collar, his eyes terrifyingly cold. The original Peter Parker had let this man go. And then, this man had shot and killed Uncle Ben. But now, he had stopped him. The gun was ruined. The man was captured. Why did the system still say that Uncle Ben's death calamity had not been lifted? Peter Parker stared at the man, his voice very low. Do you have any accomplices? The man in the gray jacket's lips trembled. What accomplices? Peter Parker applied slight pressure with his fingers. The man was lifted off his feet, his back slamming against the wall with a muffled groan. I'll ask one more time. Do you have any accomplices? The man shook his head in terror. No, no, I was just robbing the place. I don't know you. I don't even know who you are. Peter Parker stared intently into his eyes. He wasn't lying. At least, it didn't seem like it. In other words, the danger Uncle Ben encountered this time was not from this robber in the original plot. Fate had changed. Or rather, from the moment he stopped this robber, certain people who shouldn't have appeared had targeted Uncle Ben ahead of time. That black sedan. Uncle Ben was being followed. Peter Parker's heart sank suddenly. He slammed the man in the gray jacket to the ground, grabbed a nearby iron chain, and bound the man's hands tightly to the iron railing. The bald boss poked his head out from behind the desk, his voice trembling. Hey, you, where are you going? Peter Parker glanced back at him. The boss immediately shut his mouth. Peter Parker picked up the $100 from the floor, walked over to the boss, and tapped it lightly on the desk. Keep this money. To pay for your door. The boss was stunned for a moment. What door? The next second, Peter Parker turned and rushed to the end of the corridor. Bang! He kicked the back iron door open. The entire door, along with its frame, flew out and slammed heavily against the alley wall. The boss stood with his mouth agape, unable to make a sound for a long time. Peter Parker had already rushed into the night. The cold wind hit his face. The cheap red spandex suit clung to his body, and under the crude mask, his breathing was rapid and heavy. There was only one thought in his mind. Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben could not die. Absolutely not. He didn't know exactly where Uncle Ben was right now. But the senses of this body were amplifying crazily. The sounds of the street surged like a tide. Car horns. Tires screeching against the ground. Laughter from bars. Sirens in the distance. And further away, a familiar, unusual engine sound. Click, click, vroom, that old car. Uncle Ben's car. Peter Parker turned his head sharply, looking toward the other side of Queens. Found it. He sprinted forward. His legs erupted with power far beyond that of an ordinary person, each step almost shattering the puddles. But it still wasn't fast enough. The streets were too winding. Too many people. If he ran like this, he might be too late. Peter Parker looked up at the tall buildings on either side. The original Peter Parker could swing with spider web. But Peter Parker hadn't really used it yet. He raised his wrist and, following the movements in his memory, flicked it hard. There was no reaction. No way. Peter Parker gritted his teeth and flicked it again. Still nothing. In the distance, the engine sound of that old car stopped. Immediately after, he heard a man's deep voice. Uncle Ben. Peter Parker's pupils constricted. It was too late. He stopped abruptly, closed his eyes, and forcibly suppressed all the noise. It wasn't the wrist. It wasn't the movement. It was instinct. Spider web wasn't a tool. It was a part of this body. He could feel a strange, throbbing pain deep in his wrist, as if something was waiting to be released. Peter Parker opened his eyes and aimed his wrist at a high billboard. Come out. Whoosh. A white spider web shot out, sticking to the edge of the billboard. Before Peter Parker could even be happy, his entire body was pulled away by inertia. The night wind instantly filled his ears. His body carved an extremely ugly arc in midair, almost smashing headfirst into a wall. Peter Parker hurriedly raised his hand and shot a second spider web. This time it stuck to the iron frame on the roof of a building on the other side. He was jerked hard, narrowly swinging over a truck. The driver honked his horn in fright. Are you crazy? Peter Parker had no time to answer. He swung clumsily between the tall buildings. His movements were far from graceful. He even almost hit a wall a few times. But his speed grew faster and faster. Spider sense helped him avoid power lines, signs, and windowsills. Spider web shot out again and again. His body wove through the low buildings like a spider that had just learned to fly, clumsy, but desperate. The sounds in the distance became clearer. Uncle Ben's voice reached his ears. Why are you looking for Peter Parker? The voice remained gentle. But there was a hint of caution. Another man said coldly. That's not for you to ask. Get in the car. Uncle Ben didn't move. If you are his classmates or people from school, you can go find him at school tomorrow. If not, Uncle Ben's voice sank. Then I won't go with you. Peter Parker's heart tightened. Uncle Ben, don't be stubborn. That's a gun. The other party isn't some street thug. They are coming for Peter Parker. The man in black seemed to lose his patience. Old man, I said, get in the car. The sound of the gun safety being disengaged was as clear to Peter Parker as if it were right next to his ear. Click. This sound overlapped with the gunshot in the original Fate. Another scene seemed to appear before Peter Parker's eyes. A rainy night. The street. Uncle Ben lying in a pool of blood. Peter Parker kneeling on the ground, screaming heartbreakingly, but never getting a response again. No. Peter Parker's eyes turned cold instantly. This time. He wouldn't be late. The man in black raised the muzzle, aiming at Uncle Ben's chest. Last time. Get in the car. Uncle Ben's face turned slightly pale. But he didn't step back. He just looked at the other party, his voice tight but still firm. I don't know why you were looking for Peter Parker. But he is just a child. If you have any business, come at me. The man in black sneered. Then let him know first what it means to be obedient. His finger pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun went off. Uncle Ben's pupils constricted. But the bullet didn't hit him. A red figure descended from the sky. Peter Parker landed in front of Uncle Ben and grabbed the man in black's wrist. The bullet grazed his shoulder and shattered the rear car window. Glass exploded. Uncle Ben stared blankly at the red back standing in front of him. The outfit was very crude. Even a bit comical. Like a wrestling suit pieced together temporarily in an underground fighting ring. But at this moment, that back stood firmly between him and the gun muzzle. Peter Parker kept his head lowered, his fingers tightening bit by bit. The man in black's expression changed drastically. You. Crack. The sound of a wrist bone breaking rang out. The man screamed, and the pistol dropped. The other man in black immediately drew his gun. Peter Parker didn't even turn around. Spider sense jumped. He shot spider web backhanded. The white spider web instantly covered the opponent's wrist, pulling the gun muzzle away tightly. Bang, bang, bang. All three shots hit the street lamp pole. Sparks flew everywhere. Peter Parker yanked hard using the spider web. The man in black stumbled forward. Peter Parker didn't punch him directly. He leapt up, planted his feet on the street lamp, hung upside down in midair, and flicked spider web from his other hand, binding the man's ankles. Go up and cool off. The man hadn't even realized what happened before he was hoisted upside down onto the street lamp by the spider web. He struggled in terror, but as soon as he opened his mouth, it was covered by a glob of spider web. MMPH. MMPH. Peter Parker landed back on the ground. The first man in black clutched his broken wrist and backed away in terror. Peter Parker walked toward him step by step. Who sent you? The man gritted his teeth and said nothing. Peter Parker raised his hand, and a strand of spider web shot out, pinning him to the car door. I don't like to ask a second time. Who sent you? The man's forehead was covered in cold sweat. I don't know. Peter Parker's eyes turned cold. The man panicked immediately. Really? We just took a job. Someone paid us to keep an eye on Uncle Ben. They said his nephew had value. Peter Parker's heart sank. The nephew had value. That meant the target wasn't Uncle Ben. It was him. To be precise, it was Peter Parker. Had someone already discovered his abnormality? The underground fighting ring, Osborn, or some other organization? Just as Peter Parker was about to continue the interrogation, a faint crackle of static suddenly came from the man's ear. Retreat. The man's expression changed. The next second, the black sedan parked by the side of the road started up violently. There was a third person in the driver's seat. The moment Peter Parker turned his head, the car had already knocked over the trash can by the side of the road and was speeding crazily toward the street corner. He couldn't let him run. Peter Parker raised his hand and shot spider web. The spider web stuck to the rear of the car. He yanked hard. The rear wheels of the car screeched, and the whole car lurched to a halt. The driver was obviously no ordinary street thug. He slammed on the gas pedal. The engine roared. Peter Parker was dragged forward for 2 meters, his soles scraping white smoke from the ground. He gritted his teeth and gripped the spider web with both hands. The power within his body erupted bit by bit. The car's speed was forcibly slowed down. But just then, the rear window of the car rolled down. A dark gun muzzle extended out. It wasn't an ordinary pistol. It was a submachine gun. The muzzle wasn't aimed at Peter Parker. It was aimed at Uncle Ben. Peter Parker's pupils constricted. He was trying to force Peter Parker to let go. Da da da. The sound of gunfire exploded. Peter Parker didn't hesitate at all. He released the spider web and threw himself backward. He grabbed Uncle Ben, rolling and crashing behind a roadside newspaper stand. Bullets tore through the metal of the newspaper stand, and torn paper and glass flew everywhere. The black sedan took the opportunity to speed out of the street corner, disappearing into the night. Peter Parker wanted to pursue. But Uncle Ben in his arms was breathing rapidly, his face pale. He stopped. He could investigate the people who escaped later. Uncle Ben couldn't be harmed. Sir. Peter Parker lowered his voice, trying hard to make his voice not sound like Peter Parker. Are you alright? Uncle Ben stared at him blankly. A few seconds later, he came back to his senses. I'm fine. He looked at the man in black hanging upside down on the street lamp, and then at the teenager in front of him wearing the strange red clothes. You are. Peter Parker was silent for a moment. He originally wanted to say, just passing by. But this excuse was really too lame. Especially given that he had descended from the sky, broken a gun with his bare hands, and hung a man on a street lamp with spider web. Just then, the sound of police sirens came from the distance. Someone had called the police. Peter Parker breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't stay here. If Uncle Ben saw his face, things would be very troublesome. He helped Uncle Ben stand up. The police will be here soon. Don't go with anyone. And don't believe what those people just said. Uncle Ben looked at him with complex eyes. Kid, you saved me. Peter Parker's body paused slightly. Kid. These two words coming from Uncle Ben's mouth felt like a needle pricking his heart. Peter Parker said in a low voice. You have saved many people too. Uncle Ben was stunned. What? Peter Parker didn't explain. He stepped back, raised his hand to shoot spider web, and stuck it to the edge of the roof next to him. Before leaving, he looked at Uncle Ben, his voice very soft but very serious. Don't come out alone at night in the future. Someone will worry about you. After speaking, he pulled the spider web hard, and his whole body leapt into midair, disappearing at the end of the street. Uncle Ben stood in place, staring blankly at the direction where that red figure disappeared. For some reason, he always felt that the child's voice was a bit familiar. But before he could think about it, police cars had already stopped by the side of the road. Several police officers rushed down. Sir, are you alright? Uncle Ben came back to his senses and nodded slowly. I'm fine. After he finished speaking, he looked down at the spider web on the ground again. The white spider web shimmered under the street lamp. It was like something that didn't belong to the ordinary world. On the other side, Peter Parker landed on a rooftop, took off his mask, and panted heavily. The night wind blew across his cheeks. His shoulder was grazed by a bullet, leaving a bloody streak that burned painfully. But he smiled. He smiled until his eyes felt a bit hot. He looked at the street in the distance lit up by police lights. Uncle Ben was standing there. Standing there, alive. Next to him were police officers, passers-by, the shattered car window, and the man in black hanging upside down on the street lamp. Not a cold street. Not a pool of blood. Not Peter Parker's heartbreaking cries. A person who should have died was now standing under the lights, explaining everything that had just happened to the police. Peter Parker suddenly felt that the wound on his shoulder didn't hurt as much. Because for the first time, he truly felt that he wasn't watching a movie. Nor was he just fixing the plot. He was rewriting a person's fate. And he had succeeded. In his mind, the system's voice rang out. Uncle Ben's first death calamity, broken. Fate deviation value has significantly increased. Reward. Primary spider web mastery. Warning. Unknown forces have intervened. There is a risk of secondary recurrence of the death calamity. Fate line is expanding. The smile on Peter Parker's face slowly faded. First death calamity. Risk of secondary recurrence. That meant it wasn't over yet. But at least, he had won once tonight. He had saved Uncle Ben. He hadn't been late. Just then, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Peter Parker took it out and looked. It was from May Parker. He answered the call. May Parker's anxious voice came through immediately. Peter Parker. Where are you? Your Uncle Ben was just attacked. Peter Parker's heart tightened. He suppressed his breathing, trying his best to make his voice sound normal. What? How is Uncle Ben? He's fine, the police said he wasn't injured. May Parker's voice still carried lingering fear. But Peter Parker, I'm so scared. Come back quickly, okay. Peter Parker looked down at the red spandex suit on his body, and then at the bloodstains on his shoulder. I'll be back right away. After hanging up, he stood up. The night enveloped Queens. In the distance, the city lights were like a silent sea. Peter Parker put the mask back on. He knew that from tonight on, he could never go back to being an ordinary Peter Parker. But he didn't regret it. Because this time, Uncle Ben was still alive. He shot out a spider web, preparing to leave. However, just as his figure swung into the night, the sky outside New York suddenly lit up. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from deep within the clouds. The entire night sky was illuminated to a pale white. Peter Parker looked up sharply. The direction where the lightning fell was the abandoned industrial area on the edge of the city. Dozens of kilometers away. In the center of the abandoned industrial area, the ground was charred and cracked. A huge crater was still emitting white smoke. At the deepest part of the crater, a silver-gray war hammer was quietly embedded in the scorched earth. All the surrounding abandoned steel frames trembled simultaneously. Iron filings, broken steel bars, and old machinery on the ground all seemed to be summoned by something, emitting a soft humming sound. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky. On the hammer, a line of ancient runes slowly lit up. Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. Peter Parker stood on the roof, looking at the night sky in the distance lit up by the lightning. Deep in his mind, the system prompt sounded coldly. God-level equipment detected. Target: Mjolnir. Mjolnir has arrived on Earth. By the time Peter Parker returned home, it was already late at night. He did not use the front door. The cheap red spandex suit on his body was torn in several places, and there was a bloodstain on his shoulder from a grazing bullet. If he just pushed the door open like this, Aunt May would most likely faint on the spot. He climbed into the yard from the back alley, using the drainpipe at the corner of the wall to climb up to the second-floor windowsill. His movements were slightly more proficient than the first time he swung on a spider web. But only slightly more proficient. At least this time he didn't slam headfirst into the wall. Peter Parker gently pushed open the window and climbed into the room. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the floor made a soft sound. Creak. Aunt May's anxious voice immediately came from downstairs. Peter Parker's heart tightened. He hurriedly pulled off his mask, stuffed the red spandex suit under the bed, and casually grabbed an old coat to throw on. I'm here. He tried his best to make his voice sound normal. I just got back. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. Peter Parker had just pulled his sleeves up to his shoulders when the bedroom door was pushed open. Aunt May stood at the doorway, her eyes still a bit red. The moment she saw him, it was as if she finally let out a sigh of relief. She walked over quickly and hugged him tightly. Thank God. You're okay. Peter Parker's body stiffened slightly. Then it slowly relaxed. Aunt May's embrace was light and warm. He could feel her hands trembling. This wasn't a movie scene. Nor was it plot text. This was someone who truly worried about him. I'm fine, Aunt May. Peter Parker said softly. Aunt May let go of him and carefully examined his face. Where did you go? I called you, but you didn't pick up. Peter Parker looked down at his phone. He had been at the underground fighting ring and saving people on the street, so he hadn't had time to look at it. I went to the city center after school to walk around. This was a lousy excuse. Aunt May clearly didn't believe him. But before she could press him, Uncle Ben's voice came from downstairs. May, let the kid come down first. He looks like he's been scared too. Peter Parker followed Aunt May downstairs. In the living room, Uncle Ben was sitting on the sofa. His shirt cuffs were a bit dirty, and his face was much paler than it had been in the morning, but he was completely unharmed. No blood. He wasn't lying on the street. There were no eyes looking at Peter before death. Uncle Ben was still alive. Peter Parker stood at the foot of the stairs, staring at him for several seconds. Uncle Ben noticed his gaze and smiled. What's wrong? Surprised to see I'm still alive. Peter Parker's throat tightened. He almost couldn't speak. He lowered his head to hide the emotions in his eyes. No. I just heard from Aunt May that you were attacked, and I was a little worried. Uncle Ben patted the sofa next to him. Come sit. Peter Parker walked over and sat down beside him. Aunt May brought over hot tea, her hands still trembling. The police said those people might be robbers. But what kind of robbers drive black cars and deliberately block people? Uncle Ben didn't answer immediately. He looked down at the hot tea in his cup, and after a few seconds, he said slowly. They aren't ordinary robbers. Aunt May's face turned pale. Ben. Uncle Ben gently patted the back of her hand. I'm fine. After he finished speaking, he looked at Peter Parker. They mentioned you. Peter Parker's heart tightened. But he didn't show it on his face. Me. Uncle Ben nodded. They said, someone wants to see my nephew. Peter, have you gotten into any trouble lately? The living room went quiet. The second hand of the clock on the wall moved tick by tick. Peter Parker could hear it clearly. He really wanted to tell Uncle Ben the truth. To tell him that he was no longer an ordinary person. To tell him that those people might be after his spider abilities. To tell him that the red freak who saved him tonight was actually sitting right in front of him. But he couldn't. At least not yet. He hadn't figured out who was behind it, nor did he have the ability to ensure this family wouldn't get dragged into it. Peter Parker raised his head, trying hard to make his eyes look bewildered. I don't know. Maybe it was a mistake. Uncle Ben looked at him. Those eyes were gentle but not muddled. He looked at Peter Parker for a long time. So long that Peter Parker almost thought he had been seen through. Finally, Uncle Ben just sighed softly. Peter, I know you've grown up. There are some things you might not want to tell us. Peter Parker's fingers tightened slightly. Uncle Ben continued. But you must remember, when a person possesses a certain ability, they cannot only think of themselves. You can be afraid, you can hesitate, you can make mistakes. But you cannot pretend that you don't see. Peter Parker felt as if something had struck his heart. This sentence was originally supposed to be last words. Now, it had become a living lesson. Uncle Ben hadn't fallen in a pool of blood, hadn't used his last breath to carve these words into Peter's soul. He was just sitting on the old sofa, holding a cup of hot tea, and in the tone of an elder, earnestly told him. One cannot shirk responsibility. Peter Parker lowered his head. I know. Uncle Ben patted his shoulder. I don't know who the kid who saved me tonight was. But he was very brave. He could have just ignored me. Peter Parker didn't speak. Uncle Ben looked out the window. This world is sometimes very terrible, Peter. But as long as there are still people willing to stand up, it hasn't completely broken down. Peter Parker raised his head and looked at Uncle Ben. In that moment, he suddenly understood why Mjolnir had descended at this time. It wasn't because he had defeated anyone. Nor was it because the system had rewarded him with anything. But because he had finally truly made a choice. Not out of guilt. Not for a mission. Nor for some so-called destiny deviation value. He saved Uncle Ben because Uncle Ben didn't deserve to die. He stopped the robbers because that person shouldn't have been allowed to get away. He stood in front of the gun because someone needed protection. This was Peter Parker. No matter who lived inside his body. As long as he was still wearing that suit, as long as he still remembered the warmth of this home, he had to bear that weight. Peter Parker said softly, I'm a little tired, I want to go upstairs and rest first. Aunt May nodded hurriedly. Go ahead. I'll ask for leave for you tomorrow, you look terrible today. Peter Parker didn't refuse. He went upstairs back to his room and closed the door. After the sounds downstairs gradually quieted down, he walked to the window. In the distance, lightning was still flashing in the night sky. The direction where that thunder had fallen was at the edge of the city. Abandoned industrial area. In his mind, the system prompt was still clear. God-level equipment, Mjolnir. Current status, has descended. Peter Parker looked down at the wound on his shoulder. The bleeding had stopped. The recovery ability of his spider physiology was far stronger than an ordinary person's. It still hurt. But it didn't affect his movement. He turned his head to look under the bed. The tattered red spandex suit was lying there quietly. Peter Parker was silent for 2 seconds, then bent down and dragged it out. Looks like I can't sleep tonight. 10 minutes later. A figure wearing a cheap red suit swung out from the rooftops of Queens. This time, his movements were much steadier than before. Spider web shot out. His body swung up. Although the landing was still a bit clumsy, he was no longer in danger of hitting a wall at any moment like before. The night wind whistled past his ears. The lights of New York spread out beneath his feet. Peter Parker truly overlooked this city from a high vantage point for the first time. The traffic was like a ribbon of light. The buildings were like a silent forest. In the distance, in the direction of the abandoned industrial area, the thunderclouds had not yet dispersed. Every few seconds, lightning would flash within the clouds. It didn't look like a natural thunderstorm. It was more like something was waiting there to be awakened. Half an hour later, Peter Parker arrived near the abandoned industrial area. This place had already been completely sealed off. 3 layers of cordon tape had been set up. The outermost layer was the New York police. In the middle were several black vehicles with no clear markings. In the innermost layer, several temporary command tents had been set up. People in black suits were moving back and forth. Some were holding instruments to detect the air ionization index. Some were recording the magnetic field fluctuations around the crater. And several engineering personnel were trying to use mechanical arms to approach the center of the crater. Peter Parker crouched on top of an abandoned warehouse, squinting as he looked over. The crater was in the center of the industrial area. The scorched earth had cracked open, the surrounding steel frames were bent out of shape, and abandoned machinery was scattered on the ground as if twisted by an invisible force. And at the deepest part of the crater, that silver-gray war hammer was quietly embedded in the ground. It wasn't large. It even looked somewhat plain. Yet everyone around it walked around it. Like animals instinctively avoiding danger. The magnetic field is still abnormal. There is no known radioactive reaction on the surface of the hammer. Mechanical arms retrieval failed. The hydraulic equipment has exceeded its 3-ton load limit, yet the target remains unmoved. A man in a black suit stood in front of the temporary command tent, holding a field report. He looked to be around 40, with a slightly high hairline, a gentle demeanor, but a very serious expression. Phil Coulson. Peter Parker recognized him instantly. Shield. They had come, just as expected. Coulson looked at the hammer in the center of the crater, his brows furrowing slightly. So, our current conclusion is. The technician beside him hesitated. It is not a weapon within our known systems. Coulson glanced at him. You have already said that 3 times. The technician looked embarrassed. Because other than that, I really cannot find a more accurate description. Coulson said nothing more. He turned to look at the tow truck not far away. Try again. Several engineers looped a thicker steel cable around the hammer handle. The tow truck engine roared. The tires spun furiously against the ground. The steel cable pulled taut, emitting a teeth-grinding screech. But the hammer remained unmoved. Instead, the front of the tow truck was slowly being lifted into the air. Coulson raised his hand. Stop. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the steel cable could not withstand the pressure and snapped violently. Snap. The broken cable lashed out to the side like a whip. A young worker happened to be standing right there, with no time to dodge. Peter Parker felt a sharp jolt at the back of his head. Danger. He didn't even think. He raised his hand and shot a spider web. The white spider web stuck to the worker's waist, yanking him backward. The steel cable whipped past his body, slamming into a nearby steel frame and leaving a deep dent. The worker fell to the ground, his face deathly pale. Everyone around was stunned. What was that? Just now that was. Coulson looked up sharply toward the top of the warehouse. Peter Parker cursed inwardly. He had only intended to observe from the shadows. Yet he had acted anyway. But that wasn't the worst of it. After the broken cable struck the old steel frame, the frame, already warped by the thunder, began to tilt. A harsh sound of twisting metal rang out. A large section of the abandoned platform collapsed with a roar. There were people below. A female technician responsible for recording was trapped at the edge of the crater, with a falling steel beam directly above her. She looked up in terror, too late to escape. Peter Parker's eyes narrowed. He leapt down from the top of the warehouse. Get down. The female technician heard the voice and instinctively crouched. Peter Parker swung in on a spider web, rushing into the restricted area and kicking away a falling steel beam. Bang! The steel beam deflected and slammed into the ground. But more steel frames were still collapsing. The surrounding agents drew their guns. Stop. Who are you? Peter Parker ignored them completely. He grabbed the female technician's arm and threw her toward a safe area. Run. The female technician stumbled as she ran out. Just as Peter Parker was about to withdraw, the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed. The edge of the crater had already been scorched and weakened by the thunder, and now, shaken by the collapsing steel frames, it cracked open. Peter Parker's body sank, and he slid toward the deepest part of the crater. There, Mjolnir sat quietly embedded in the scorched earth. Peter Parker shot a spider web backward, trying to stick it to the steel frame above. But the electric current in the air suddenly jolted. The spider web missed by an inch and failed to hold. He slid down along with the rubble, about to crash into the scorched earth beside the hammer. Above his head, a broken steel beam was falling right down. Peter Parker looked up. The shadow of the steel beam expanded rapidly in his eyes. He could dodge. But not far behind him, the young worker from earlier hadn't climbed up yet. If he dodged, the steel beam would fall directly onto the man. Peter Parker gritted his teeth. He did not retreat. Instead, he lunged forward one step and caught the steel beam with both hands. Boom! The terrifying weight pressed down. His legs instantly sank into the scorched earth. The wound on his shoulder tore open again, and blood seeped out. Peter Parker let out a muffled groan. This body was strong. But not strong enough to easily hold up an entire industrial steel beam. To make matters worse, the surrounding support structure was still collapsing. He couldn't hold it for long. The people around finally reacted. Hurry, save him. The steel beam is going to collapse. That red-suited man is holding it up. Coulson looked at the red figure in the crater, his expression changing significantly for the first time. Don't shoot. He pressed his earpiece and said in a low voice. Prioritize saving the person. Peter Parker clenched his teeth. The muscles in his arms trembled bit by bit. The steel beam grew heavier and heavier. He needed a fulcrum. A fulcrum that would allow him to push this thing away. His gaze fell on the hammer beside him. Mjolnir. Mjolnir. Peter Parker knew not just anyone could lift this thing. He also knew that reaching out now might be futile. But he had no choice. The worker behind him hadn't crawled out yet. The steel beam above was still pressing down. He wasn't even trying to lift the hammer. He just wanted to survive. And he wanted to save the person behind him. Peter Parker extended his right hand and grabbed the hammer handle. In that instant, the entire industrial area suddenly fell silent. It wasn't that the sound disappeared. It was that everyone's attention had been drawn by some invisible force. The wind stopped. The iron filings stopped. Even the thunder in the clouds paused for a beat. Coulson's pupils constricted slightly. An agent suddenly put down his instrument. Officer. He touched the target. Peter Parker didn't hear. He only felt that the moment his palm gripped the handle, an indescribable weight pressed upon his soul. It was not the weight of metal. It was judgment. It was as if an ancient voice was asking him. What do you fight for? For power? For glory? To change your destiny? Or for this stranger before you? Peter Parker did not answer. He had no time to answer. He just looked at the worker behind him who was still struggling and roared through gritted teeth. Crawl out. The worker scrambled out of the danger zone. Peter Parker finally breathed a sigh of relief. And it was at this moment. The hammer in his hand moved. It was very light. Yet it was incredibly clear. Mjolnir, embedded in the scorched earth, was lifted up by him by sheer force. Boom. The sky exploded. A bolt of lightning struck down from deep within the clouds, hitting the hammer directly. The blinding white light instantly engulfed the entire industrial area. The gale ripped up the warning tape. All the metal vibrated simultaneously. The abandoned steel frames emitted a low hum. The iron filings, broken rebar, and mechanical parts on the ground actually floated up for half an inch in the lightning. The instrument screens flickered wildly. The energy readings instantly went off the charts. The police, workers, and agents all instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. In the center of the lightning, Peter Parker held Mjolnir with one hand and supported the heavy steel beam with the other. Electric arcs coiled around his red suit, crawling across his chest along the torn fabric. That ridiculously cheap wrestling suit, under the illumination of the lightning, looked as if it had been draped in a battle robe by the gods. The rough spider emblem on his chest was illuminated with absolute clarity by the lightning. Peter Parker could feel power surging into his body. It was not just pure electricity, but a more ancient, heavier power. The storm, the thunder, the will to fight, and a kind of silent approval. He let out a low roar and shoved Mjolnir upward. Boom. The steel beam pressing down on his head was blasted away by the thunder, slamming heavily into the empty ground in the distance. The earth trembled. The entire scene was dead silent. Peter Parker stood in the center of the crater, looking down at the hammer in his hand. It was heavy. And it was light. Heavy was the qualification. Light was the approval. The original Peter could only struggle in the New York night using spider webs. But from this moment on, what fate handed him was no longer just spider webs. It was also thunder. Peter Parker's throat went dry. So, I really lifted it. No one answered him. Because everyone was stunned speechless. Coulson stood in front of the command tent, not even noticing when the report in his hand dropped to the ground. After several seconds, he slowly pressed his earpiece. For the first time, his voice lost its usual composure. Officer. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Speak. Coulson looked at the figure in the center of the crater, wearing a cheap red suit and holding Mjolnir, and took a deep breath. We have a problem. A spider-like red-suited man has lifted the hammer. The entire abandoned industrial area was so quiet that only the sound of the wind remained. The lightning had not yet completely dissipated. In the center of the charred crater, Peter Parker stood there, holding Mjolnir in his right hand, his cheap red wrestling suit flickering in the light of the electric arcs. The police, workers, and agents all around were staring at him. No one spoke. Even the instruments that had been wailing alarms just a moment ago seemed stunned by this scene, leaving only intermittent static noise. Coulson pressed his earpiece, his voice steady. But only he knew how hard his fingers were gripping the earpiece. Officer. I repeat. The object has been lifted by a red-suited man. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Then, Nick Fury's raspy voice sounded. A red-suited man. Coulson looked at Peter Parker in the crater. Red tights. A crude mask. A spider emblem on the chest that looked like it had been hand-drawn. The clothes were as tattered as if they had just been snatched from a clearance bin. Yet, he was holding the hammer that no instrument, machine, or engineering equipment could budge in the slightest. Coulson paused for a moment, then added seriously. To be precise, it looks like a spider-themed red-suited man. There was silence from Fury again. Coulson, you'd better not be joking with me. Officer, I wish it were a joke too. Coulson looked at Peter Parker and said slowly. But everyone on the scene saw it. He grabbed the handle of the hammer to save someone. Then the hammer seemed to accept him. On the other end of the line, Fury's voice deepened. Don't let him leave. Coulson looked at the red-suited man in the center of the crater who had already started to back away slowly, his mouth twitching slightly. I will try my best. After speaking, he lowered his hand and made a gesture to the surrounding agents. A dozen agents immediately spread out. The outer searchlights turned simultaneously, their white beams crossing near the crater. 2 black SUVs started silently, blocking the east and south exits respectively. Further away, a small drone rose from behind the command vehicle and hovered in midair, its lens locked firmly on Peter Parker. The guns were not fully raised. But the encirclement had already formed. Peter Parker certainly saw it. He stood in the crater, looked down at the Mjolnir in his hand, and then looked at the black suits all around. Only one thought remained in his mind. It's over. Surrounded by shield. And surrounded while holding Mjolnir. If he were taken back for inspection, not only would his identity be exposed, but even the utility bills at Peter Parker's home might be dug up. Coulson walked to the inside of the warning line, raised his hands, and spoke in a gentle tone. Relax. We are not enemies. Peter Parker looked at him. Phil Coulson. Shield. Agent. Gentle on the surface, but actually very difficult to deal with. The scariest thing about this kind of person is that he won't start shooting immediately, nor will he be impulsive like a street thug. He will talk to you. He will pour you coffee. He will ask about your family with a smile while digging up every detail of your identity. Peter Parker lowered his voice. Then are you surrounding me now because of hospitality? Coulson's expression paused. A few agents nearby were also stunned for a moment. This red-suited man was quite articulate. Coulson quickly regained his composure. You just saved someone. For that, I thank you on behalf of everyone here. But the thing in your hand belongs to a highly dangerous and unknown special target. Peter Parker looked down at the hammer. This. Coulson nodded. Yes. Peter Parker thought about it seriously. Then should I put it back? Coulson was about to speak. Peter Parker had already bent down and gently placed the hammer on the ground. Boom. The moment Mjolnir landed, the entire crater shook slightly. The surrounding dust was shaken up by half an inch. Several agents nearby instinctively stepped back. Peter Parker let go and took a step back. Okay. Can I go now? Coulson looked at the hammer on the ground, then at Peter Parker. The atmosphere was silent for 2 seconds. An agent stepped forward tentatively, trying to reconfirm the target's status. He reached out and grabbed the handle of the hammer. He used force. It didn't move. He used more force. Still didn't move. The agent's face turned red, and finally, he let go in embarrassment. Peter Parker looked at him through the mask and couldn't help but say. Don't push yourself too hard. You might throw out your back. The agent. Coulson's eyes changed. He had originally thought that this red-suited man had just accidentally triggered some kind of abnormal reaction. But now it seemed, that wasn't the case. The hammer only accepted him. At least for now, he was the only one on the scene who could lift it. This made it even more impossible to let him leave. Coulson spoke slowly. Sir, we need you to cooperate with our investigation. Peter Parker shook his head. No, I still have school tomorrow. Coulson. The moment these words came out, Peter Parker realized he had let it slip. Sure enough, Coulson's eyes changed slightly. Not shock. But rather, catching a clue. School. Coulson's tone remained gentle. So, should I call you sir, or kid? Peter Parker's heart tightened. Good grief. Starting to fish for information. He immediately changed his tune. I mean, I have things to do tomorrow. Coulson nodded. Of course. Everyone has things to do tomorrow. But not everyone will lift a mysterious hammer that fell from the sky tonight. While he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Peter Parker. Your voice is very young. Your reactions are fast. Facing the muzzle, you didn't attack ordinary people. When rescuing just now, you prioritized saving the workers and technicians. You are not a soldier. Nor are you a mercenary. You are more like someone who has just gained power but hasn't learned how to use it yet. Peter Parker was silent. This Coulson was indeed difficult to deal with. In just a few sentences, he had guessed his situation roughly. An agent nearby reported in a low voice. The target has a young voice, and his height and build suggest a teenager or young adult. Coulson raised his hand to signal him to shut up. Then he continued to look at Peter Parker. I understand you have your own life. But you just lifted an unknown weapon that fell from the sky with a high-energy lightning reaction. We need to confirm that you will not pose a danger to the public. Peter Parker looked at him. If I were a danger, I wouldn't have saved anyone just now. This sentence made Coulson briefly silent. Because he was right. From the moment he appeared until now, all of this red-suited man's actions were to save people. Saving workers. Saving technicians. Holding up the steel beams. Not attacking any innocent people. But duty is duty. Coulson couldn't just let him go. This is not a question of trust. This is a security protocol. Peter Parker looked at the encirclement tightening bit by bit and knew that negotiation was no longer possible. He looked down at Mjolnir. The hammer lay quietly in the charred earth. As if waiting for him to make a decision. An absurd thought popped into Peter Parker's mind. If he reached out now, would it fly back on its own? Thor seemed to be able to do that in the movies. But the problem was, he wasn't Thor. He was just a Peter Parker who had only learned how to swing on spider web a few hours ago. But there was no time to hesitate now. Several agents were already approaching him. Peter Parker raised his right hand, aiming at the hammer on the ground. He shouted silently in his heart. Come back. Mjolnir didn't move. Peter Parker. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Coulson looked at his actions, his eyes even more confused. An agent couldn't help but ask. What is he doing? Another agent replied in a low voice. Don't know, maybe some kind of ritual. Peter Parker's face under the mask felt a bit hot. Embarrassing. So embarrassing. He suspected that if he took off his mask now, his face might be redder than his suit. Coulson said tentatively. Do you need us to give you some time? Peter Parker took a deep breath. Thanks. No need. The next second, he shot out a spider web. The spider web stuck to the hammer handle. Peter Parker pulled with both hands. Mjolnir didn't budge. Instead, he was pulled forward by a step. The surrounding agents all looked at him in unison. Peter Parker. Very good. Even more embarrassing. He finally realized a problem. Mjolnir accepted that he could lift it. But that didn't mean he knew how to use it. This thing wasn't some game equipment that automatically maxed out when you picked it up. To recall it at will like Thor, he probably needed to practice. Coulson's mouth seemed to twitch. But he professionally held it back. Sir, perhaps we can sit down and talk first. As you can see, you seem unable to temporarily. He hadn't finished speaking. Peter Parker suddenly rushed out. Not towards the outside, but towards the hammer. He slid and landed next to Mjolnir, grabbed the handle with his right hand, and used the leverage to flip up. Mjolnir was once again held in his hand. Boom. The thunderclouds in the sky lit up slightly. The surrounding agents immediately raised their guns. Coulson's expression changed. Don't shoot. Peter Parker looked up at the thunderclouds in the sky, then at the hammer in his hand. He didn't know how to fly. But he knew the hammer was heavy and very sturdy. So, run first. Peter Parker turned and rushed. Several agents tried to stop him. He raised his hand and shot out spider web, sealing the muzzles of two agents' guns and sticking another agent's shoe to the ground. Sorry. Don't chase. You might fall. The next second, that agent did indeed lunge forward and fell to the ground. Peter Parker rushed out of the crater and ran wildly towards the abandoned warehouse. Coulson immediately pressed his earpiece. Target is attempting to evacuate. All units block the perimeter. Attention, non-lethal interception. As soon as he finished speaking, several black vehicles started simultaneously, blocking the exit of the industrial area. The searchlights from above locked firmly on Peter Parker. The drone followed in a dive, its lens almost grazing the top of his head. Further away, two snipers had already moved into position. But Coulson immediately added, snipers stand by. Do not fire without my order. Peter Parker looked at the headlights in front, his heart sinking. He couldn't go by ground. He had to go to the sky. He looked down at Mjolnir. Brother. Although we just met. But now I'm counting on you. He imitated Thor's movements from his memory and swung the hammer with force. Mjolnir carried his body in a circle. 2 circles. 3 circles. The wind whistled. Electric arcs exploded. Peter Parker felt like he was about to be flung away. Is that enough? He let go abruptly. No. To be precise, he didn't fully let go. The hammer flew out. And he was carried away by the hammer. Ah! All the agents looked up. They saw the red-suited man who had just lifted the divine hammer, being dragged sideways by the hammer in a very ungraceful posture. Bang! He crashed through the tin wall of an abandoned warehouse. Clang! A human-shaped hole was crashed out on the other side of the warehouse. Coulson. The agents on the scene. In the distance, a technician muttered. He can fly. The agent nearby was silent for 2 seconds. Doesn't look like he can. Peter Parker crawled out from a pile of scrap metal, his head still buzzing. This is not like in the movies. Just as he steadied himself, a searchlight from the distance swept over. Target spotted. East Warehouse. Drones approached once more. 2 off-road vehicles flanked from the sides. Ahead, agents set up non-lethal net launchers, blue electric arcs dancing on the muzzles. Peter Parker gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the hammer. He couldn't get caught. He didn't know yet how S.H.I.E.L.D. would handle him. More importantly, Uncle Ben and Aunt May were still at home. His identity couldn't be exposed. This time, he learned his lesson. He didn't rely entirely on the hammer to fly. Instead, he shot a spider web with his left hand and swung Mjolnir with his right. The spider web was for controlling direction. The hammer provided the burst of power. He leapt from the warehouse ruins, his spider web sticking to a distant crane, and the moment his body swung, he flung Mjolnir forward. Boom! A surge of thunder propelled him into the air. The electric net deployed beneath his feet, but it only ensnared a cloud of dust scattered by the lightning. Drones chased closely behind. Peter Parker glanced back, feeling anxious, and the hammer in his hand vibrated instinctively. An electric arc exploded from the hammer's body. It wasn't very strong. But it was enough to instantly turn the drone screens into static. Several drones spun in midair and crashed. Communications on the perimeter of the abandoned industrial area were also disrupted at the same time. The earpieces were filled with harsh static. Peter Parker seized the opportunity to break through the blockade. This time, although still disheveled, he managed not to crash into a wall. Like a red and blue bolt of lightning, he shot out over the abandoned industrial area. Coulson stood where he was, looking up at the figure moving further and further away. In the night sky, lightning and spider web intertwined. It looked like a spider that had just learned to harness the storm. Coulson slowly pressed his earpiece. Officer. Target has left the scene. Fury's voice was devoid of emotion. You let him get away. Coulson glanced at the warehouse with 2 holes punched through it, then at the smoking equipment and the fallen drones. To be precise, he launched himself. The other end of the line was silent for a long time. Explain. Coulson thought carefully. Officer, I believe the target does not currently have a firm grasp of that hammer. He can lift it, but he doesn't know how to use it. At least, not yet. Fury said coldly. But he took it with him. Yes. Coulson looked at the empty crater. All that remained was scorched earth and lightning marks. He took it with him. Fury said in a deep voice. I want his identity. Pull all abnormal alarm reports from Queens for the past 72 hours. Underground fighting ring incidents, street shootings, wall-crawling witness records, check them all. And Osborn Corp. I recall they recently had a batch of mutated spider experimental samples. Coulson's eyes flickered. Do you suspect he is related to Osborn? Fury's voice was cold and hard. I suspect everything. A suspected teenager. Possessing spider-like abilities. Able to lift a mythical weapon. Movement trajectory points to Queens. Do you think this is a coincidence? Coulson did not answer. Because he didn't believe it was a coincidence either. Fury continued. Investigate him. But don't disturb his family. Coulson paused slightly. Family. He said he still has school tomorrow. Fury said coldly. Kids of that age usually still have family. If he really picked up the hammer to save people earlier, then don't use the stupidest method to force him into becoming an enemy. Coulson nodded. Understood. He paused and added. Officer, one more thing. Fury, speak. Coulson looked at the workers and technicians who had been saved by Peter Parker earlier. The 2 were still trembling, but uninjured. He wasn't here for the weapon. He only touched the hammer to save people. The other end of the phone was quiet for a moment. Fury's voice remained icy. That doesn't change the fact that we're investigating him. But it will affect how we treat him. Coulson nodded. That's what I thought, too. Meanwhile, above Queens, Peter Parker was blown by the night wind until his eyes were almost tearing up. Not from being moved. It was because of the speed. The hammer was much more violent than the spider web. He wasn't really flying right now. It was more like being dragged along by an invisible thunder bison. Slow down. Slow down. Mjolnir ignored him. Or rather, Peter Parker didn't know how to make it obey yet. He could only use his spider web to constantly adjust his direction, avoiding crashing into someone's window. After finally returning to the vicinity of Queens, he quickly released the hammer's traction and shot a spider web to hook onto the edge of a rooftop. He swung through the air for half a circle and finally crashed heavily onto the rooftop. Bang! Peter Parker lay on the ground, not moving for a long time. Mjolnir landed quietly beside him. As if nothing had ever happened. Peter Parker lifted his head, looking at the hammer, silent for a long time. Do you have a problem with me? The hammer did not react. Peter Parker sat up, the wound on his shoulder tearing open a little more. But he couldn't care about the pain anymore. He looked at Mjolnir in his hand with a complex expression. This morning, he was still just Peter Parker, a guy who had just transmigrated and couldn't even control his strength enough to hold a fork. By night, he had saved Uncle Ben. And then, he had lifted Mjolnir. The amount of information in this day was absurdly large. Even more absurd was that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already seen him. This meant that, going forward, he not only had to face the aftermath of Uncle Ben's death crisis, but also S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation. Peter Parker looked down at the crude spider emblem on his chest. The path that originally belonged to Spider-Man had changed. From this moment on, he wasn't just the Spider-Man in Queens wearing a cheap suit. He had a god's weapon in his hand. And he also had a bunch of god-level trouble. Peter Parker sighed. With great power comes great trouble. He picked up the hammer. Surprisingly, it didn't feel as heavy as it did in the abandoned industrial area. It seemed that as long as it acknowledged you, it could be as light as an ordinary hammer. But Peter Parker knew this wasn't an ordinary weapon. He couldn't just bring it home and shove it under the bed. What if Aunt May cleaned tomorrow, bent down, and saw Mjolnir lying under the bed? That scene would probably be more shocking than seeing a red spandex suit. He looked around, and finally hid the hammer behind an abandoned water tank on the rooftop. He thought about it, but still felt uneasy. He wrapped it with a layer of spider web. Then he looked at the layer of spider web and fell silent. Why was he using spider web to prevent theft for a hammer that even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tow trucks couldn't move? This behavior was a bit redundant. But he had already wrapped it. Just consider it peace of mind. Peter Parker turned around, ready to go home. But just after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. He raised his right hand and tentatively gestured behind him. A few seconds passed. No reaction. Peter Parker's mouth twitched. Very good. Recall failed. He walked back, picked up the hammer, and moved it to a more hidden spot. After hiding it, he swung home along the building walls. That night, Queens was very quiet. But in some places, it was no longer quiet at all. S.H.I.E.L.D. Temporary Command Center. Coulson stood in front of the computer screen. On the screen was the blurry footage captured by the surveillance in the abandoned industrial area. Red-suited man, spider web, Mjolnir, and the crude spider emblem on his chest. A technician zoomed in on the image. His movement trajectory is mainly concentrated in the direction of Queens. The voice age is on the younger side. Judging by his build, between 17 and 25 years old. Coulson looked at the screen. Keep investigating. Focus on investigating recent abnormal events in Queens. Pull up all witness reports involving spiders, red-suited men, wall crawling, or abnormal powers. The technician nodded. Understood. Coulson looked at the red figure on the screen, his eyes thoughtful. A spider-like kid. Mjolnir. New York has been getting livelier lately. On the other side, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at the report in his hand, his single eye showing little emotion. But those who knew him knew that he was definitely not in a good mood right now. An unknown teenager. A suspected mutant. A mythical weapon. Plus the kidnapping incident by men in black that occurred in Queens not long ago. All clues were tangled together like a spider web. And at the center of the spider web stood a red-suited man whose name they didn't know yet. Fury picked up the phone. I want all recent abnormal experimental data from Osborn Corp. Especially the mutated spider project. The person on the other end of the line was stunned. Officer, do you suspect it's related to Osborne? Fury looked at the spider emblem on the report. I suspect everything. Meanwhile, deep in the distant starry sky, Asgard. The Golden Palace stood quietly under the starlight of eternity. In the Temple of Thunder, a blond man suddenly opened his eyes. He had been leaning on his seat with a wine glass by his side. But just a moment ago, he suddenly felt a void in his chest, as if something had been hollowed out. It was as if something that had accompanied him through countless battles had suddenly moved beyond his control. Thor slowly stood up. Outside the great hall, thunderclouds rolled. He raised his hand, habitually summoning the weapon that belonged to him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. There was no response. Thor's expression changed bit by bit. He raised his hand again. Outside the Temple of Thunder, dark clouds lowered. Lightning roamed between the Golden Palace pillars. Mjolnir did not return. A third time. Thor's eyes became filled with disbelief. He reached out abruptly. Rumble. A bolt of lightning struck the golden ground outside the temple, causing the guards to turn their heads simultaneously. But his palm remained empty. Loki, standing beside him with a wine glass, watched him with interest. At first, he just found it amusing. But when Thor failed to summon it for the third time, a flash of deep shock also crossed Loki's eyes. Mjolnir did not respond to Thor. This was almost impossible to happen in Asgard. But the next second, the smile on Loki's face slowly widened. Brother, you look like you've lost something important. Thor ignored him. He stared fixedly at his palm, his voice deep as if suppressing a thunderstorm. Mjolnir has been picked up by someone. Loki gently swirled his wine glass. Oh, this is interesting. Midgard. Thor looked up at the depths of the starry sky, disbelief and anger appearing in his eyes for the first time. Who is it? Who dares to take my hammer? The smile on the corners of Loki's mouth deepened. Perhaps it's not about daring. Perhaps it chose for itself. Thor turned his head sharply to look at him. Loki gently raised his glass, his tone as gentle as a blade. Brother, it seems your hammer has found a new master. The next morning, Peter Parker was awakened by the sound of May knocking on the door. To be precise, it wasn't really waking up. It was more like being dragged out of a coma-like sleep. Peter, are you okay? You're already 20 minutes late. Peter Parker opened his eyes abruptly. The ceiling swayed in his vision. He lay in bed, feeling as if his whole body had been run over by a truck repeatedly. The wound on his shoulder had scabbed over, but his muscles were still aching faintly. Especially his right hand. He had swung Mjolnir too hard last night. Now, his wrist felt weak even when trying to hold a pen. Peter Parker sat up, his first reaction not to check the time, but to look under the bed. The red wrestling suit was still there. It was crumpled up into a ragged ball. There was no Mjolnir. Very good. At least May hadn't pushed the door open early in the morning and seen a mythical weapon lying under the bed. The thought of that scene alone made him suffocate. Peter. May called out again from outside the door. Peter Parker quickly replied, I'm fine. I'll be down in a second. He rolled out of bed. As soon as his feet touched the floor, his legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed. Peter Parker held onto the table, sucking in a breath while grimacing. Is this the price of wielding an artifact? When others lift the hammer, Thor descends. When he lifts the hammer, his whole body aches. But thinking about it carefully, it made sense. He was just a Spider-Man who had only recently awakened. Last night, he fought in an underground fighting ring, saved Uncle Ben, broke through a shield blockade, and finally got dragged by Mjolnir to crash through a warehouse. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been dead and buried long ago. Peter Parker changed his clothes and picked up his school bag to go downstairs. May was standing in the kitchen, her face still looking a bit haggard. Uncle Ben was sitting at the dining table. Seeing him come down, he frowned. You look terrible. Peter Parker pulled out a chair and sat down, trying to appear normal. I didn't sleep well last night. Uncle Ben looked at him. Just didn't sleep well. Peter Parker felt a tightening in his chest. Uncle Ben's gaze was too sharp. He wasn't as easily fooled by a single sentence as May. This man was gentle, but not slow. Since those men in black last night had come for Peter, it was impossible for Uncle Ben to completely let go of his suspicions. Peter Parker lowered his head and picked up a piece of toast. Maybe I'm still a bit shaken up. That wasn't technically a lie. It was just that the person who was shaken up wasn't Peter. It was S.H.I.E.L.D. Uncle Ben didn't continue to press him, but simply said, come home early after school today. Don't go running around by yourself these next few days. May nodded immediately. Yes, Peter, listen to your Uncle Ben. What happened last night was too terrifying. Peter Parker nodded. I know. After saying that, he lowered his head and took a bite of the toast. The next second, the toast in his hand was crushed into a small ball. May. Uncle Ben. Peter Parker looked at the miserable lump of bread in his palm and was silent for a second. This bread, he seriously tried to make amends, is quite soft. May glanced at him and didn't speak. Uncle Ben didn't speak either. But Peter Parker always felt that the way these two looked at him was already sliding towards the direction of, this child really isn't right. Just then, a faint rumble of thunder suddenly came from outside the window. Rumble. The sound wasn't loud, but it came very abruptly. May instinctively looked up at the window. The sun was shining brightly outside. There wasn't even a single thick cloud in the sky. Strange. May frowned. Isn't it a sunny day today? Peter Parker's hand holding the milk glass stiffened slightly. The next second, the butter knife on the table vibrated gently. It was very subtle. May didn't notice. But Uncle Ben looked down and glanced at it. Peter Parker immediately reached out to press down on the butter knife and gave a dry laugh. Maybe a large truck passed by outside. Uncle Ben looked out the window, then looked at him. There are no large trucks nearby. Peter Parker. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment. Peter Parker stuffed the toast into his mouth and quickly stood up. I'm going to be late. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he grabbed his school bag and ran out. Just as he stepped out, he instinctively looked up at the old apartment building in the distance. Mjolnir was hidden there. It wasn't far from the Parker house. Last night, he had hidden the hammer behind an abandoned water tank on the rooftop and wrapped it a few times with spider web. Theoretically, it should be very safe. But that rumble of thunder in the clear sky just now, and the inexplicable vibration of the butter knife, had already made one thing clear. That thing was simply not suitable for being hidden in a residential area. As Peter Parker walked to school, he heard some people chatting by the roadside. Did you hear that in the abandoned industrial area last night? Such a loud thunder. The news said it was a weather anomaly. Can a weather anomaly scorch half of the abandoned industrial area black? I also heard that someone saw a red-suited man flying past. Flying. You must have had too much to drink, right? It's true. My cousin drives the night shift taxi, and he said the thing was flying while crashing into walls, like it was drunk. Peter Parker's footsteps paused. Flying while crashing into walls. Very good. The description was very precise. But could they not spread it so fast? He pulled down his hat brim and quickened his pace. The morning in Queens was still noisy. Shops were opening. School buses were honking. There were queues in front of breakfast carts. Everything looked very ordinary. But Peter Parker knew that normal life had nothing to do with him anymore. Because at this very moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. was likely already combing through all surveillance footage in Queens from the past 72 hours. And over in Asgard, there was a high probability that a blonde, muscular man was going crazy. And then there was the hammer hidden on the rooftop. Thinking of this, Peter Parker's head hurt even more. By the time he arrived at school, the first class had already started halfway. The teacher saw him standing at the door and pushed up his glasses. Peter Parker. You're late. The whole class turned to look. Peter Parker steeled himself and walked in. Sorry, teacher. Something came up on the way. The teacher stared at him for a moment, seemingly wanting to criticize him. But seeing his pale complexion, he finally just waved his hand. Sit down. Peter Parker breathed a sigh of relief and walked toward his seat. Just as he sat down, Harry Osborn's lowered voice came from beside him. Buddy, did you go to war last night? Peter Parker's movements stiffened. Why do you ask that? Harry Osborn looked him up and down. Because you look like you just crawled back from the battlefield. Peter Parker was expressionless. Thanks. Harry Osborn leaned in a bit closer. Seriously, are you okay? I heard someone was attacked in Queens last night, and even the police came. Peter Parker opened his textbook. Uncle Ben ran into some trouble. Harry Osborn's expression changed slightly. Uncle Ben. Is he okay? He's fine. Peter Parker paused. Someone saved him. Harry Osborn breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. After saying that, he couldn't help but ask, who saved him? Peter Parker's fingers stopped at the edge of the textbook. A passerby. Harry Osborn looked at him. A passerby. Peter Parker nodded. Very helpful. Harry Osborn clearly didn't believe it. But he didn't continue to press. On the other side, MJ also turned to look. Her gaze fell near Peter Parker's shoulder. Peter Parker was wearing a long-sleeved jacket today, barely covering the wound. But his unnatural movements were still very obvious. After class, MJ walked to his desk, her voice very soft. Peter, are you hurt? Peter Parker's heart skipped a beat. No. MJ looked at his shoulder. When you were picking up your book just now, your right shoulder didn't really move. Peter Parker was silent for a moment. This girl was more sensitive than he had imagined. It wasn't detective-like cleverness. It was because she cared, so she would notice details that others ignored. Maybe I slept on it wrong yesterday. MJ clearly didn't believe him. But she just said softly, if you need help, you can tell me. Peter Parker looked into her eyes, and suddenly felt an unspeakable complexity in his heart. The original Peter was always nervous, insecure, and clumsy in front of her. He liked her, but didn't dare to get close. Now, with Peter Parker standing in front of her under his identity, some emotions weren't his own, but they emerged realistically from this body. He nodded. Thanks. Just as MJ was about to speak, there was a sudden flash outside the window. The fluorescent lights in the classroom flickered along with it. Several students looked up at the same time. Was that thunder just now? Isn't the weather quite nice? Harry Osborn looked out the window, then turned back to look at Peter Parker. The weather has been really strange lately. Peter Parker looked down at his textbook, his expression calm. But in his heart, he had already started cursing the hammer. Big brother. Can you be a little more low-key? You are not in Asgard now. You are hidden on the rooftop of a residential building in Queens. If you keep flashing like this, by tomorrow all of New York will know where you live. At noon, Flash Thompson came to cause trouble again. He had been splashed with soda yesterday and was clearly still holding a grudge. Several lackeys stood behind him with expressions of watching the fun. Yo, Parker. Heard you were late today. What, has the nerd finally learned to skip class? Peter Parker sighed. He really had no mood to deal with Flash now. He had just escaped from a shield encirclement last night, and today he was being harassed by a high school bully. Life was truly full of layers. Flash. Peter Parker looked up at him. I'm not feeling well today. So you'd better not mess with me. The surrounding air went quiet for a moment. Harry Osborn's eyes widened slightly. MJ also turned to look. Flash looked as if he had heard some joke. What did you say? Parker, are you threatening me? As he spoke, he reached out to push Peter Parker. His spider sense twitched slightly. Peter Parker instinctively wanted to grab his wrist. But just at the moment his fingers were about to touch Flash, he forcibly stopped. No. He couldn't expose himself at school. Even more so, he couldn't lose control because of a small character like Flash. Peter Parker just sidestepped to avoid it. Flash pushed at empty air, his body stumbling forward half a step. Several students couldn't help but laugh out loud. Flash's face darkened, and he raised his hand to grab his collar again. This time, Peter Parker didn't dodge. He just gently extended two fingers and pressed down on Flash's wrist. Flash's movement stopped instantly. His face changed from anger to astonishment. Because he discovered that he couldn't move. Peter Parker was clearly only pressing on him with two fingers. But that wrist felt like it was clamped by steel pliers, and he couldn't pull it back no matter what. Peter Parker lowered his voice. I said it. Don't mess with me today. Flash's forehead broke out in cold sweat. You. Peter Parker let go. Flash backed up abruptly. The people around didn't see clearly what happened, only thinking that Flash had chickened out, and immediately jeered. Flash's face turned blue and then white. He wanted to get angry. But the lingering pain on his wrist reminded him that this Parker in front of him seemed really not quite right. In the end, he could only glare fiercely at Peter Parker. You wait. After saying that, he turned and left. Harry Osborn whispered. Buddy. You were a little scary just now, in a cool way. Peter Parker looked down at his fingers. He had been very restrained. But a red mark was still left on Flash's wrist. The greater the power, the less one could strike casually. Uncle Ben was right. He wasn't incapable of making mistakes. But he couldn't pretend not to see the consequences. Meanwhile, SHIELD Temporary Command Center. Coulson stood in front of a huge whiteboard. The whiteboard was covered with photos and surveillance screenshots. The red-suited man in the abandoned industrial area. Blurry footage from the underground fighting ring. White spider web residue at the scene of the street attack. And a frame captured from surveillance. A person wearing a cheap red wrestling suit, inside the cage of the underground fighting ring, kicked Bonesaw McGraw flying. The technician pointed at that picture. At 9:27 last night, an abnormal individual appeared at an underground fighting ring in Queens. The registered name is Spider-Man. Coulson raised an eyebrow. Spider-Man. The technician nodded. The host of the fighting ring changed it for him on the spot. The original registered name was even stranger. Coulson looked at him. What is it? The technician glanced at the files, his expression subtle. The human spider. Coulson was silent for 2 seconds. Spider-Man is better. The technician continued. This individual displayed superhuman strength, clinging ability, and reaction speed at the fighting ring. Afterward, a robbery occurred at the fighting ring. The suspect was restrained by spider web and chains and has been taken away by the police. At the same time, an assault on Ben Parker occurred in Queens. Coulson looked up. Ben Parker. The technician pulled up the file. About 60 years old, living in Queens, with his wife May Parker. They have a nephew. A school file photo popped up on the screen. Peter Parker. The teenager in the photo had a reserved expression and shy eyes, looking like an ordinary high school student. Coulson looked at the photo without speaking immediately. The technician continued. Peter Parker, 17 years old, a student at Midtown High School. Excellent grades, especially good at physics and biology. Recently participated in an Osborne Corp technology tour. And during that event, Osborne Laboratory lost a mutated spider. The lines on the whiteboard began to converge bit by bit. Spider. Queens. Assault on Ben Parker. Underground fighting ring. Osborne Corp. And the going to school slip up by that red-suited man. Coulson slowly exhaled. Is there direct evidence proving Peter Parker is the red-suited man? The technician shook his head. Not yet. The surveillance quality at the underground fighting ring is very poor, no face was captured. The target in the industrial area wore a mask the entire time. There are no clear images from the scene of the street attack either. Coulson looked at Peter Parker on the screen. A high school student. A super-powered individual who had just lost control. A kid who might have lifted Mjolnir. Currently, he is just the prime suspect. Not a conclusion. And between the prime suspect and the conclusion, there is a very important line missing. Coulson was silent for a moment. Do not contact his family. And do not send anyone into the school. The technician was stunned. Officer. Coulson said calmly. Director Fury said, don't use the stupidest way to force him into becoming an enemy. Check the surroundings first. The owner of the underground fighting ring, the man in black who attacked Ben Parker, and the Osborne Corp experiment records. He paused. Also, find the location of Mjolnir. The technician nodded. We are tracking the thunderstorm residue. However, after the target left, there was strong electromagnetic interference, and the trail was broken for a section. Currently, we can only confirm that the general direction is still in Queens. Coulson looked out the window. Queens. He suddenly had a premonition. That kid might not know how much trouble he had gotten himself into. When the school bell rang, Peter Parker was almost the first one to stand up. Harry Osborn watched the speed at which he packed his school bag and couldn't help but ask. Where are you rushing to? Home. Peter Parker answered quickly. Harry Osborn looked at him suspiciously. You weren't this eager before. Peter Parker slung his school bag over his shoulder. People always grow. Harry Osborn. MJ stood at the classroom door, seemingly wanting to say something to him. But Peter Parker's mind was full of Mjolnir on the rooftop, so he could only nod at her and leave in a hurry. MJ watched his back, her brows knitting slightly. She always felt that Peter seemed to be walking toward a very dangerous place behind everyone's back. After leaving school, Peter Parker did not go straight home. He took a detour through 2 streets, confirmed no one was following him, and then climbed onto the roof from an alley. It was already getting dark. That old apartment building in the distance stood quietly at the edge of the neighborhood. But before he even got close, Peter Parker realized something was wrong. There was a faint humming sound in the air. Like an electric current. Or like metal vibrating in a low voice. Peter Parker landed on the edge of the rooftop and slowly peeked over. Then, he fell silent. In the center of the rooftop, behind that abandoned water tank, a circle of scrap metal was surrounding a certain spot. Iron nails, screws, old wrenches, rusty water pipe fittings. Even half a bicycle bell that flew in from who knows where. These things were not piled there randomly. Instead, they were faintly arranged in the same direction. Like a group of iron filings worshipping a magnetic pole. And in the center of the metal pile, Mjolnir lay there quietly. Small electric arcs were traveling over the hammer's body. The air around it was colder than elsewhere. The remaining water stains on the nearby water tank were steamed white by the lightning. The spider web he had wrapped around it last night had already been scorched black by the electricity. What was even more absurd was that 3 wild cats were crouching at the edge of the rooftop. They didn't get close to the hammer. They were just crouching there neatly, as if watching some mysterious ritual. Peter Parker watched this scene, speechless for a long time. He thought he had hidden it well last night. Now it seemed he hadn't just hidden a hammer. He had hidden a thunderstorm transmitter that broadcasted automatically. Who could hide this? Peter Parker rubbed his brow. Just then, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw it was a news notification. Suspected abnormal thunderstorm occurred in the New York abandoned industrial area last night. Multiple departments have intervened to investigate. Below it was a blurry photo. In the photo, a red figure stood in the center of the lightning, holding something in their hand. Although it was absurdly blurry, Peter Parker recognized it at a glance. It was him. The comment section had already exploded. What is this? A new type of terrorist attack. Is that person in red even human? I live in Queens, I really saw him fly past last night, and he even crashed into a building. I declare, his name is Lightning Pajama Man. Peter Parker saw the last comment, and his vision went dark. Lightning Pajama Man. No. Absolutely not. This title was even worse than the human spider. He must make a formal suit as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the media gave him a nickname, he would never be able to get rid of it. Peter Parker put away his phone and walked toward Mjolnir. He bent down and gripped the hammer handle. This time, Mjolnir did not resist. It was very light. As light as an ordinary tool hammer. Peter Parker lifted it, and those iron nails and screws all around clattered to the ground. The 3 wild cats retreated half a step simultaneously. Peter Parker glanced at them. Stop looking. I don't know how to handle it either. The moment his voice fell, Spider Sense suddenly gave a light twitch. Not strong, but enough to warn him. Someone was watching here. Peter Parker turned his head sharply and looked at the opposite rooftop. In the night, the opposite rooftop was empty. Only an air conditioning unit and a few clotheslines. But Peter Parker could feel that there must have been someone there just now. Or rather, some kind of surveillance equipment. He narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he saw a little red light flash gently beside the air conditioning unit. Drone. Peter Parker's heart sank. SHIELD had found him. He raised his hand and shot spider web. The white spider web instantly crossed the street and stuck to the micro drone hidden in the shadows. He gave it a sharp tug. The drone was yanked out, struggling and spinning in midair. The next second, Peter Parker gripped Mjolnir. An electric arc flashed on the hammer's body. Pop! The drone emitted a wisp of black smoke and completely lost its signal. At the same time, a few streets away, in a black car parked on the side of the road. The screen suddenly went black. The agent looked up. Signal lost. The man sitting in the back row did not speak immediately. Phil Coulson looked at the black screen, silent for a moment. He discovered us. The agent asked, should we take action? Coulson looked out the window. The rooftop of that old apartment building only had a blurry outline in the night. They didn't find the hammer directly. The thunderstorm residue had been cut off by electromagnetic interference, and the trail was not complete. What truly allowed them to lock onto this place was the 3 consecutive clear sky thunders nearby, the abnormal metal magnetic field, and the weak energy fluctuations captured by the drone. That hammer, indeed, could not be hidden. And that kid, it seemed, was also about to be unable to hide. Coulson pushed open the car door and straightened his suit. I'll go myself. The agent was stunned. Officer. Coulson said calmly. Notify the perimeter personnel to keep their distance. Without my order, no one is allowed to approach the target's family. After he finished speaking, he looked up at that rooftop. Since he has discovered us, then we'll change the approach. On the rooftop, Peter Parker threw the broken drone on the ground. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
American Comics. The original Spider-Man, starting by Wielding Thunder. Part 2. His heartbeat gradually accelerated. He knew he couldn't continue to stay here. But just as he was about to leave with the hammer, footsteps suddenly came from the stairwell entrance. Not hurried, not chaotic, even very polite, as if coming to visit a friend. Peter Parker turned and looked at the rooftop door. Creak. The iron door was pushed open from the outside. Coulson stood at the doorway, with no weapons in his hands, and a gentle smile on his face. He glanced at Mjolnir in Peter Parker's hand, then glanced at the smoking drone on the ground. Good evening, Spider-Man. Peter Parker gripped the hammer handle tightly, his eyes under the mask instantly sinking. Coulson seemed not to see his guard, just spread his hands, his tone very calm. Don't be nervous. This time, I'm not here to capture you. Peter Parker did not speak. Coulson stopped at the doorway and didn't move forward again. The wind blew across the rooftop. The electric arcs on Mjolnir flickered faintly. A few seconds later, Coulson spoke slowly. I just want to ask you a question. The name Peter Parker. Are you familiar with it? The wind on the rooftop suddenly became much quieter. Coulson stood at the doorway. He was dressed in a sharp suit, his hands spread open, and there was even a polite smile on his face. If not for the fact that Peter Parker was holding Mjolnir in his hand and a smoking drone lay at his feet, the scene would look like an ordinary middle-aged man greeting his neighbor. But Peter Parker knew very well. The person in front of him was not ordinary at all. An agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. One of Nick Fury's men. Someone who could survive among a bunch of monsters, aliens, and super soldiers while maintaining a good temper could absolutely not be simple. Peter Parker gripped the hammer handle, his gaze beneath the mask not relaxing in the slightest. Peter Parker. He paused deliberately, his voice kept very low. A very common name. There should be quite a few in New York. Coulson nodded. Indeed, quite a few. But there aren't many who can meet several conditions at the same time. Peter Parker did not speak. Coulson did not move forward either. He knew how to gauge distance very well. Too close, and it would provoke the other party. Too far, and it would seem as though he lacked sincerity. The current position was just right. It allowed Peter Parker to see that he hadn't drawn his weapon, while also keeping the corridor behind him clear. Queens. Coulson said slowly. A high school student. Recently participated in an Osborn Corp technology tour. On the day of the tour, a mutated spider went missing from the Osborn Corp laboratory. Shortly after, a red-suited man with spider-like abilities appeared in Queens. At this point, he glanced at the drone on the ground. That same night, this red-suited man appeared successively at the underground fighting ring, the scene of Ben Parker's attack, and the abandoned industrial area. Peter Parker's heart sank little by little. S.H.I.E.L.D. had investigated faster than he had imagined. But they probably hadn't confirmed it completely yet. Otherwise, Coulson wouldn't be asking, are you familiar with the name Peter Parker, right now? He would just say, Peter, I know it's you under the mask. Since he was still probing, it meant the other party didn't have conclusive evidence. Peter Parker could not panic. And even less could he follow the other's rhythm. That sounds like a very brilliant report. Peter Parker looked at him. But you keep saying Peter Parker, yet you don't dare to go find him directly. Coulson's eyes flickered slightly. Peter Parker continued. Which means you have no evidence. And it also means you don't dare to make a big deal out of this. Right. Coulson was silent for a second. Then, he smiled. I'm beginning to understand why you were able to adapt to your abilities in such a short time. You are very calm. Peter Parker said coldly. Don't flatter me. Answer the question. Coulson nodded. Yes, we don't have conclusive evidence. And we don't want to make a big deal out of this either. Peter Parker looked at him. This person was harder to deal with than those who spouted threats. Because he didn't tell obvious lies. He only told part of the truth. Yet, this partial truth was the easiest thing to make people lower their guard. Coulson continued. I hope you understand one thing. We didn't just chase you here randomly. We have leads, we have judgment, and we have enough patience. Peter Parker gently rotated the hammer in his hand. Mjolnir was very quiet in his hand. It did not pressure him, nor did it resist him. Last night, it was like a disobedient thunder buffalo, dragging him through the warehouse. But at this moment, it was as light as an ordinary tool. This thing was very strange. It seemed to acknowledge him, yet it wasn't quite ready to listen to him completely. But that didn't matter. Peter Parker didn't need it to fly him around right now. He just needed to let Coulson know that he wasn't someone who could be easily controlled. Patience. Peter Parker said in a low voice. Is your patience just sending drones to watch me? I prefer to call it long-range surveillance. Coulson answered very calmly. Peter Parker looked at him. And your way of observing is to point the lens at where I hide things. Coulson thought about it. Strictly speaking, it's pointed at the source of the anomalous thunderstorm. Peter Parker. This statement was really hard to refute. Because Mjolnir really couldn't be hidden. The three stray cats on the edge of the rooftop hadn't left yet. They squatted to the side, as if they were completely unafraid of people. One of them even looked up at Coulson, then at Peter Parker, as if it were also waiting for the result of this negotiation. The atmosphere was inexplicably a bit strange. Coulson looked at those cats, and his expression was subtle for a moment. Then he looked back at Peter Parker. I didn't bring a capture team up. And I didn't have anyone contact the Parker family. Peter Parker's gaze turned cold. You've already investigated his home. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. Coulson did not deny it. If you feel we shouldn't have investigated, then I can only say I'm sorry. Last night, someone lifted a mysterious weapon that fell from the sky and took it away from the shield containment site. We must investigate this. Peter Parker took a step forward. Tiny electric arcs jumped on the surface of Mjolnir. The air on the rooftop instantly tightened. In a certain position in the distance, someone's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Peter Parker heard it. On the rooftop to the left, 2 people. In the car at the street corner to the right, at least 3 people. At the entrance downstairs, there was another person guarding. Further away, there might be sniper positions. They were very far away. They didn't approach proactively. But they were all observing. Peter Parker's spider sense didn't go crazy with warnings, indicating they had no intention to attack for now. But this didn't mean he would let his guard down. You said you didn't bring a capture team. Peter Parker looked at Coulson. Then those people around, are they here for a walk? Coulson's expression didn't change. But his eyes clearly flickered. You can detect them. Peter Parker did not answer. He just raised his hand. Swoosh. A spider web instantly shot toward the street corner on the right, sticking to the rearview mirror of a black sedan. Peter Parker flicked his wrist lightly. He didn't use force to snap it. He just made the car shake violently. Several agents in the car froze simultaneously. Peter Parker withdrew his hand. I don't like being surrounded. Coulson was silent for 2 seconds, then pressed his earpiece. All peripheral personnel, retreat 2 blocks. A hesitant voice came through the earpiece. Officer. Coulson's tone remained gentle. This is an order. A few seconds later, Peter Parker heard footsteps and engine sounds moving away in the distance. The gazes watching him became fewer. But they didn't disappear completely. SHIELD couldn't possibly really withdraw everyone completely. But at least, Coulson showed sincerity. Peter Parker didn't put down the hammer. What do you want? Coulson looked at him. To talk. Talk about what? Talk about you. Peter Parker scoffed. What is there to talk about with me? Someone who can bend gun barrels with their bare hands, hang adults on streetlights, kick wrestlers away at the underground fighting ring, and can also lift a mysterious weapon. Coulson's tone was calm. There is plenty worth talking about. Peter Parker's eyes darkened slightly. He didn't like this feeling. His own track of movements being pieced together by someone else bit by bit. Like a spider web. Only this time, the prey on the spider web seemed to have become himself. Coulson continued. You are very strong. Stronger than what you yourself have shown. That steel beam in the industrial area, even without the hammer, given your physical fitness, you could have held it for a long time. Your real problem is not a lack of strength. It's that you are not yet familiar with your own power. Peter Parker did not refute this. Coulson's words were very accurate. The original Spider-Man's physical fitness was inherently exceptionally strong. Strength, speed, reflexes, endurance, durability, almost everything far exceeded that of ordinary enhanced humans. Last night he appeared disheveled, not because his body was weak, but because he had experienced too much in one day. Just awakened. Just fought. Just saved people. Just picked up the hammer. And also had to escape from the shield blockade. Any one of these aspects taken individually, he could have handled. But when piled all into one day, even the strongest body would feel exhausted. Not to mention, he almost completely didn't know how to use Mjolnir. Peter Parker looked at Coulson. You observe very carefully. Coulson nodded. Professional habit. Then did your professional habit tell you that standing in front of me to probe me is very dangerous? Coulson smiled. It did. But my professional habit also told me that you wouldn't attack me just because of a probe. Peter Parker stared at him. A few seconds later, he suddenly moved. No lightning. No spider web. Not even an obvious jumping motion. Just a lightness under his feet. And his whole person disappeared from the spot like a shadow. Coulson's pupils constricted slightly. The next second, Peter Parker was already standing behind him. The head of Mjolnir rested gently beside Coulson's shoulder. It didn't touch him. But Coulson could feel faint electric currents from the hammer passing through the air. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up immediately. Too fast. Not the speed of an ordinary mutant. Not the combat speed that comes from training. But an explosion of physical function that completely crushed ordinary people. If this red-suited man had wanted to attack just now, he would have had no chance to react. Peter Parker's voice sounded from behind him. You were right. I won't attack you because of a probe. But you should also understand. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Coulson slowly raised his hands. He did not turn around. I understand. That's why I said I'm not here to capture you. Peter Parker did not continue to apply pressure. He stepped back and returned to the center of the rooftop. Coulson turned around, looking at him, his gaze more serious than before. Spider-Man. Can I call you that? The corners of Peter Parker's mouth beneath the mask moved slightly. At least it's not Lightning Pajama Man. Whatever. Coulson nodded. Spider-Man, I give you two promises. First, S.H.I.E.L.D. will not contact the Parker family for the time being. Second, until you actively threaten public safety, we will not treat you as an enemy. Peter Parker sneered. For the time being. Coulson did not pretend not to understand. I cannot make a permanent guarantee. And you shouldn't trust a permanent guarantee from an agent. Peter Parker looked at him. That was honest, at least. Coulson continued. But I can guarantee that as long as I am in charge of this matter, I will try to avoid provoking the people around you. Peter Parker was silent for a moment. And the conditions? You must not continue to fly around the city. Peter Parker. This sentence sounded a bit stinging. Coulson added seriously. Especially by crashing into walls. Peter Parker's face beneath the mask darkened a bit. That was an accident. I believe you. Coulson nodded. So we need to confirm that such accidents will not happen in densely populated areas. Peter Parker's hand gripping the hammer tightened slightly. I will not harm ordinary people. I believe you don't want to. Coulson said. But not being skilled in using your power sometimes has nothing to do with whether you want or not. This sentence left Peter Parker with no way to refute it. Because last night he really almost launched himself into a residential building. If not for his spider sense and fast spider web reflexes, the news headline might not have been, anomalous thunderstorm in industrial area, but, red-suited freak crashes into elderly person's living room. Coulson took a small object out of his inner suit pocket. Peter Parker's eyes moved. He thought it was a weapon. But it was just a black communicator. Coulson placed the communicator on the edge of the rooftop. This is a one-way encrypted communicator. You can contact me. We will not use it to locate you. Peter Parker looked at him. Do you think I'll believe that? No. Coulson was very calm. So you can take it apart and check it. I know you are very good at this kind of thing. Peter Parker's eyes darkened. This sentence was another probe. Coulson continued. Don't get me wrong. I didn't say Peter Parker is good at it. I'm just guessing. Someone who can understand the force of spider web, and can combine Mjolnir with swing trajectories on the spot, shouldn't be acting purely on brute force. Peter Parker didn't respond. Coulson was too good with words. Every sentence was like gentle water. But there were hooks hidden beneath the water. If you weren't careful, you would be dragged down by him. Peter Parker looked at the communicator. You want me to contact you voluntarily? Not want. Coulson said. It's giving you a choice. For example, when you want to know who is targeting Ben Parker. Peter Parker's gaze turned cold instantly. The wind on the rooftop seemed to be cut off. The electric arcs on Mjolnir flashed brightly. Coulson did not retreat. But he knew very well that he had hit the key point. Those men in black are not ordinary kidnappers. He said. They use disposable communication equipment. The source of the weapons went through 2 layers of black market channels. The account funds came from a security contracting company. Peter Parker's voice was low. Which company? Coulson looked at him. Randall Security. Sounds very ordinary. But in the past 3 months, it has taken on outsourcing business from Osborn Corp. Peter Parker's eyes changed. Osborn. Sure enough, it couldn't be avoided. Norman Osborn. Harry Osborn's father. The future Green Goblin. But it was uncertain if Norman had already become the Green Goblin. If he directly attributed last night's attack on Uncle Ben to Norman, it might not be accurate. Maybe it was someone else inside Osborn Corp. Maybe it was some security contractor acting on their own. Maybe someone was using Osborn Corp's name to recover successful samples of the mutated spider project. Coulson seemed to see his thoughts. I didn't say Norman Osborn ordered it personally. There is no evidence at the moment. But Osborn Corp is definitely related to this matter. Peter Parker was silent. He had to investigate this lead. Because Uncle Ben had already been dragged into it. If he didn't figure out who was targeting Peter, the next people to come might not just be two gunmen in black. There is one more thing. Coulson said. Osborn Corp submitted an internal theft report to the police this afternoon. Peter Parker looked up. Theft. They claimed that a batch of experimental data was stolen, including the tracking records of the mutated spider experimental samples. Peter Parker's heart sank. Mutated spider. Tracking records. This meant that Osborn Corp likely knew that the spider had bitten someone. They might even be looking for the person who was bitten. Coulson continued, if the name Peter Parker is really completely unrelated to you, then you can pretend I didn't say anything. But if it is related. He paused for a moment. Then he is in danger now. Peter Parker stared at Coulson. Are you threatening me? No. Coulson shook his head. I am reminding you. The person threatening you is not me. I just found you before them. This sentence left Peter Parker speechless for a moment. He didn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. But he also knew that Coulson wasn't lying entirely. The Osborn lead would eventually explode. After the original Peter was bitten by the spider, Norman would soon become the Green Goblin because of problems with human enhancement experiments. But now, because of Peter Parker's actions, the timeline had shifted. Uncle Ben didn't die. S.H.I.E.L.D. intervened early. Mjolnir landed in New York. Osborn Corp might also be targeting Peter early. Everything had sped up. Peter Parker glanced at the communicator. What if I don't take it? Coulson said. Then I would have made a wasted trip tonight. Peter Parker said coldly. You can send more people. Coulson shook his head. That would make things worse. I don't want to force a kid who would hold up a steel beam for a stranger into becoming our enemy. Peter Parker didn't speak. Coulson didn't rush him either. A few seconds later, Peter Parker raised his hand and shot out a spider web. The white spider web stuck to the communicator and pulled it into his palm. Coulson smiled. Thank you. Don't get me wrong. Peter Parker put the communicator away. I will take it apart. If there is a tracker inside, I will shove it into the sewer. Coulson thought about it seriously. That would cause a lot of trouble for our logistics department. That is something you should consider. Reasonable. Coulson nodded. Peter Parker looked at him. Now, you can go. Coulson didn't move immediately. One last question. Peter Parker's eyes were dangerous. You have many questions. Occupational habit. Coulson's tone was gentle. What do you plan to do with that hammer? Peter Parker looked down at Mjolnir. He also looked at the surrounding metal debris that had been attracted. And those 3 stray cats that refused to leave. He was silent. This was a good question. He also wanted to know what to do. Take it home. Aunt May would go crazy. Hide it on the rooftop. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already found him. Throw it far away. It might discharge lightning itself. Hand it over to S.H.I.E.L.D. He wasn't that naive yet. Peter Parker shouldered the hammer. I will handle it. Coulson looked at the hammer on his shoulder. Based on last night and today's situation, it doesn't seem suitable to be kept in a densely populated area. Peter Parker. This sounded very euphemistic. But translated, it meant, don't put a lightning source on the rooftop of a residential building. Peter Parker didn't want to admit it, but this made sense. He looked up at the distant city. There were abandoned docks, old subway lines, and some unmanned warehouse areas. Maybe he could find a place to store the hammer temporarily. At least he couldn't keep it near the Parker house. Peter Parker was just about to leave when his phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and looked at it. It was a text message from Harry Osborn. Buddy, my dad invites you to Osborn Corp tomorrow. He says there is a science project he wants you to see. Aren't you very interested in biological experiments lately? Peter Parker looked at the text. His whole person instantly quieted down. Coulson noticed his reaction. Something happened. Peter Parker didn't answer. The light from the phone screen reflected on the edge of his mask. Osborn Corp. Norman Osborn. Inviting Peter. Science project. If this were in the past, it might just be Norman admiring Peter's talent. But now, after Uncle Ben was attacked, and after the mutated spider tracking records were stolen, this invitation seemed too coincidental. So coincidental that it made one's back feel cold. Peter Parker slowly put away his phone. You said just now that Osborn Corp is related to this matter. Coulson looked at him. Yes. Peter Parker gripped the hammer handle. Then tomorrow. I might go and ask in person. Coulson frowned slightly. I suggest you don't act alone. Peter Parker looked at him. Coulson, I am not one of your SHIELD people. Nor am I your student. And definitely not a weapon you can arrange. On Mjolnir, electric arcs danced finely. Peter Parker's voice was low. If anyone reaches out toward my family, then I will personally break that hand. After saying this, he raised his hand and shot out a spider web, his body leaping to the edge of the rooftop. Coulson looked at him and suddenly said, Spider-Man. Peter Parker stopped. Coulson said, don't let anger make decisions for you. Peter Parker didn't look back. Rest assured, I am calmer than you imagine. The next second, he grabbed Mjolnir and leapt into the night. The spider web stretched between the buildings. Lightning flashed past. Coulson stood on the rooftop, watching the distant figure, and sighed softly. Young, powerful, excessive protective instinct, and a mythical weapon. He pressed his earpiece. Notify Director Fury. Osborn Corp might contact the target tomorrow. The voice of an agent came from the earpiece. Need to intercept. Coulson was silent for a second. No. Keep watching first. If Osborn Corp really has a problem, they will show their tail themselves. Meanwhile, the top floor of Osborn Corp. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows was the brightly lit New York. Norman Osborn stood in the office, holding a glass of wine in his hand. On the screen, a blurry video was playing. Underground fighting ring. Iron cage ring. Red figure. The muscular bone saw was kicked away, causing the iron cage to dent. The screen switched to another segment. Street night. A red figure descended from the sky, blocking in front of Ben Parker. The next segment. Abandoned industrial area. In the lightning, the red-suited man lifted a war hammer. Norman looked at the screen, his eyes getting deeper. Behind him, a researcher in a white lab coat whispered, Chairman. If our speculation is correct, that person who was bitten by the spider is highly likely to have already shown stable mutation. Norman didn't speak. The researcher continued. Moreover, his mutation effect far exceeds experimental expectations. Strength, reaction, climbing ability, self-healing performance, none of it looks like ordinary enhancement. More importantly, he looked at the red-suited man in the screen who lifted Mjolnir, his voice trembling slightly. He seems to have also adapted to another unknown energy source. Norman slowly put down his wine glass. The red figure on the screen was blurred by the lightning. He looked at that figure and whispered, Peter. You really gave me a surprise. The researcher hesitated for a moment. Chairman, should we recover the sample immediately? Norman turned his head. His gaze was very calm. But in that calmness, there was something unsettling hidden. Don't scare him. He is Harry Osborn's friend. The researcher breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, Norman added another sentence. He is also our only successful experimental result so far. The office quieted down. Norman looked back at the screen. In the frame, the red figure stood in the center of the thunder. Like a monster. Also like a miracle. A smile slowly appeared on the corner of Norman's mouth. Tomorrow. Invite Peter to the company. I want to talk to him personally. The researcher bowed his head and left. Only Norman was left in the office. The New York lights outside the window were reflected on the glass. Norman picked up his wine glass and was about to take a sip. But the moment he raised his hand, the reflection on the glass suddenly grinned, revealing a laugh more exaggerated and colder than his own. Norman's movement stopped. He looked up at the glass. The reflection was also looking at him. The office was clearly very quiet. But deep in his mind, it was as if someone was whispering gently against his ear. Successful sample. Should not be left outside. Norman closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the reflection on the glass had returned to normal. He was silent for a few seconds, then slowly smiled. Of course. We are just inviting him to chat. Peter Parker did not sleep well all night. It wasn't because of fear. It was because of Mjolnir. After leaving the rooftop yesterday, he ultimately didn't bring Mjolnir home. If that thing were placed on the rooftop of a residential building, it would thunder on sunny days. If placed near the Parker home, the house would shake. If he really brought it back to his bedroom, Peter Parker suspected that if he turned over in the middle of the night, a bolt of lightning would explode from under the bed, scaring Uncle Ben and May Parker enough to call the police. So, in the end, he hid the hammer in an abandoned subway maintenance shaft near Osborn Corp. It had been out of use for many years, had no residents nearby, and wasn't too far from the Osborn building. If something really happened, he could get there quickly relying on his spider web and speed. Of course, this was only theoretically. Because Peter Parker still hadn't learned how to summon Mjolnir back. He tried 3 more times last night. The first time, the hammer didn't move. The second time, the hammer still didn't move. The third time, he reached out his hand and shouted, "Come back," and a stray dog nearby looked up at him. The look in its eyes was very complicated. It was like looking at a fool. Peter Parker was silent for a long time at that moment. He felt he would have to master this sooner or later. Otherwise, if he threw the hammer halfway through a fight later on, he would have to run over and pick it up himself. That image was truly not very Thor-like. And even less Spider-Man-like. When he arrived at school in the morning, Harry Osborn was already waiting for him at the classroom door. Harry Osborn was holding 2 cups of coffee, and as soon as he saw Peter Parker, he handed him one. "You look like you didn't sleep well again." Peter Parker took the coffee. "Your observation skills have improved quickly lately." Harry Osborn shrugged. "Because lately, you look more and more like you escaped from a crime scene every day." Peter Parker's action of drinking coffee paused. "Thanks. You're welcome." Harry Osborn smiled, then lowered his voice. "My dad said he wants to see you this afternoon. He heard me mention yesterday that you've been interested in biological experiments lately, so he said there happens to be a project at the company that he can show you." It was coming. Peter Parker's fingers gripping the coffee cup tightened slightly. The edge of the paper cup deformed slightly. He immediately loosened his grip a little. Over the past 2 days, he had started to get used to controlling his strength. But, getting used to it, didn't mean fully mastering it. The body of this original Spider-Man was ridiculously strong. Strength, reflexes, endurance, senses, everything seemed to have been forcibly raised to another level. The problem was, this strength wasn't a data panel. There were no alerts. There were no safety locks. If he lost focus for a second, he might twist off a doorknob, crack a desk, or crush a coffee cup into a paper ball. Harry Osborn looked at him. "You don't want to go?" Peter Parker looked up. "No. I'm just a bit surprised." Harry Osborn smiled. "Don't be nervous. My dad seems serious usually, but he actually quite appreciates you." Peter Parker thought to himself. This wasn't as simple as appreciation. Last night, Coulson had made it very clear. Osborn Corp was related to the mutated spider experiment. The security company behind the attack on Uncle Ben also had business ties to Osborn. Now Norman Osborn was taking the initiative to invite Peter Parker to the company. This wasn't a coincidence. This was a probe. It might even be a confirmation before closing the net. But he had to go. Because he needed to know what exactly Osborn had found out. And more importantly, he needed to know if Norman Osborn had already started to lose control. "What time?" Peter Parker asked. Harry Osborn breathed a sigh of relief. "After school, I'll have the driver take us there." Peter Parker nodded. "Okay." Harry Osborn patted him on the shoulder. "Trust me, it'll be cool." Looking at the smile on his face, Peter Parker's heart sank slightly. Harry Osborn didn't know anything right now. He didn't know that his father might be targeting his friend. He also didn't know that deep within Osborn Corp, a monster would soon be born that would completely shatter his life. This was the cruelest part of the original Spider-Man world. The enemy wasn't just an enemy. He was also his friend's father. He was an elder you once admired. He was the person sitting across the dinner table, smiling and praising you for being smart. During the morning classes, Peter Parker barely listened to anything. While pretending to read, he took apart and reassembled the communicator Coulson had left behind last night. He had checked it. There really was no obvious tracking module inside. Of course, it was also possible that SHIELD's technology was too advanced for him to detect. So he still didn't fully trust it. He just removed 2 chips that looked most suspicious and reconnected it in his own way. At least now, it could only be activated by him. At noon, the communicator vibrated gently. Peter Parker looked down at it. There was only one line of text on it. "There is already an observation team on the perimeter of the Osborn building. Do not be impulsive. See." Peter Parker stared at that line of text for 2 seconds. Then he replied with one sentence. "Don't follow too closely." A few seconds later, the communicator lit up again. "Reasonable request." The corner of Peter Parker's mouth twitched slightly. Coulson really wore the words, gentle but difficult, on his face. After school in the afternoon, Harry Osborn's car was parked at the school gate. A black sedan. The driver was dressed neatly. Harry Osborn opened the car door, signaling for Peter Parker to get in. "Let's go, Mr. Parker. Osborn Corp welcomes future scientists." Peter Parker got into the car. Harry Osborn sat beside him, clearly in a good mood. My dad rarely takes the initiative to invite my friends to the company. The last time he praised a peer so seriously was when I saw a young inventor at a science fair when I was a kid. Peter Parker asked. Don't you find it strange? Harry Osborn was stunned. What? Why does your dad suddenly want to see me? Harry Osborn thought for a moment. Because you're smart. Peter Parker looked at him. Harry Osborn spread his hands. Okay, that reason sounds a bit perfunctory. He was silent for 2 seconds, then said softly. Maybe, he just wants to know my friends better. Peter Parker didn't ask again. Harry Osborn had expectations for Norman Osborn. This expectation was heavy, and also very fragile. He didn't want to tear apart the father-son relationship in Harry Osborn's heart before having evidence. The car drove toward Manhattan. The closer they got to the Osborn building, the more tense Peter Parker's senses became. Spider sense didn't scream. It meant there was no direct murderous intent for the moment. But it was uncomfortable. It was like a transparent net had already been laid out there in advance. And he was walking into it voluntarily. The Osborn building was completely different from the old buildings at school in Queens. Towering. Cold. The smooth glass curtain wall reflected the sky, and the corporate logo at the entrance was blindingly clean. People were coming and going in the lobby, everyone dressed decently, speaking quickly, as if always in a rush. Across the street, a gray commercial van was parked quietly on the side of the road. Coulson was sitting in the back row, watching the direction of the Osborn building's main entrance. On the screen inside the car, the perimeter surveillance and communication signal map of the building were being displayed. An agent reported in a low voice. Target has entered the Osborn building. Companion confirmed, Harry Osborn. Osborn Corp shut down part of the internal surveillance in the top floor experimental area 3 minutes ago. Coulson's brows moved slightly. Reason for shutdown. System maintenance. The car was quiet for a moment. Another technician looked up. Officer, they didn't even bother to make this excuse sound plausible. Coulson didn't smile. He looked at the glass building on the screen, his voice steady. Continue monitoring the perimeter. Do not enter the building. Do not alert Osborn security. The agent asked. What if the target encounters danger? Coulson glanced at another screen. On it were the faint thunderstorm readings captured near the abandoned subway maintenance shaft. He is more dangerous than the vast majority of people in this building. What we really need to guard against is Osborn getting his samples. Another agent asked. What does Director Fury say? Coulson said calmly. The director said, don't let Osborn make this a fait accompli. He paused. And don't let that kid tear down the Osborn building. The few agents in the car were silent at the same time. The difficulty of this mission didn't sound low at all. Inside the Osborn building, Harry Osborn brought Peter Parker inside, and the front desk immediately showed a professional smile. Mr. Osborn. Harry Osborn nodded. Is my dad here? The chairman is already waiting for you and Mr. Parker in the top floor experimental area. Mr. Parker. Peter Parker heard this title, and was even more certain of one thing. Norman Osborn wasn't seeing him by chance. He had already arranged it. The elevator rose all the way. The numbers kept jumping. Standing in the elevator car, Peter Parker could hear the slight friction of the elevator cables. He could also hear the low hum of servers running on the other side of the walls. And deeper inside, the high-frequency vibrations released by equipment in some laboratory. This building was not peaceful. It was like a monster wearing a glass shell. Bright on the outside, full of pipelines, reagents, data, and desire on the inside. The elevator doors opened. The top floor experimental area had arrived. Norman Osborn was standing at the end of the corridor. He was wearing a dark suit, his hair combed neatly, and a gentle smile on his face. More real than in his movie memories. And more oppressive. Peter. Norman Osborn opened his arms, as if welcoming a younger generation. So glad to finally meet you officially. Peter Parker walked over, maintaining the reserve Peter Parker should have. Mr. Osborn. Norman Osborn reached out his hand. Peter Parker also reached out. The two hands gripped together. The next second, Peter Parker felt Norman Osborn's fingers apply slight pressure. It wasn't the strength of a normal handshake. And it wasn't completely unintentional. This was a probe. Peter Parker didn't resist. He just controlled his strength to a level slightly stronger than an average high school student. Norman Osborn's fingers continued to increase pressure. Peter Parker lowered his eyes, pretending to be in a little pain, but didn't pull his hand away. Harry Osborn on the side didn't notice the anomaly. Dad, don't scare him. Norman Osborn then let go and smiled. Sorry. I just heard from Harry that you are very talented in science, so I was a bit happy. Peter Parker withdrew his hand. Harry is exaggerating. Norman Osborn looked at him. No. There are not many people who can make Harry praise them on his own initiative. Harry Osborn felt a bit uncomfortable. Dad. Norman Osborn smiled and turned to lead the way. Come on, I'll take you to see the experimental area. The experimental area was huge. Behind the transparent glass were laboratory rooms strictly isolated from each other. Someone was doing material testing. Someone was adjusting mechanical arms. And in one biological laboratory, several petri dishes were placed in temperature-controlled equipment. Peter Parker just glanced at it, and his body paused slightly. Spider sense twitched lightly. It wasn't danger. It was more like some kind of instinctive familiarity. The mutated spider project was right here. Norman Osborn seemed to have been observing him all along. Are you interested in bioengineering? Peter Parker immediately withdrew his gaze. I just think it's very advanced. Norman Osborn smiled. Osborn Corp has always believed that the future of humanity should not be limited by fragile bodies. This sentence sounded like corporate propaganda. But coming from Norman Osborn's mouth, it had a strange connotation. Peter Parker looked at him. Body limitations. Norman Osborn stopped. Yes. Disease, aging, trauma, fear. Humans possess the best brains, yet are dragged down by a body that is too easily damaged. He looked at the experimental equipment behind the glass, his voice very soft. If one day, we can make the body keep up with the will, then the world will become completely different. Peter Parker sneered in his heart. This was Norman Osborn. A genius. An ambitious person. A father. The embryo of a monster. Many of his ideas were not stupid, and some were even correct. Humans were indeed fragile. But the problem was, when a person started to wrap desire with the future, they were often not far from the abyss. Harry Osborn seemed used to hearing these words, feeling a bit helpless. Dad, you're giving a speech again. Norman Osborn looked back at him, his smile becoming gentle. Sorry, professional habit. After he finished, he suddenly said to Harry Osborn. Harry, there is a document from the board of directors that needs your signature. Harry Osborn was stunned. Now, just a routine document. Norman Osborn said. Rosen will take you there. Harry Osborn was clearly not very willing. But I brought Peter Parker here. I will take good care of him for you. Norman Osborn patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. Harry Osborn looked at Peter Parker. I'll be back soon. Peter Parker nodded. It's fine. After Harry Osborn left, only Norman Osborn and Peter Parker remained in the corridor. The air instantly became different. The smile on Norman Osborn's face didn't disappear. But that fatherly gentleness seemed to have been quietly stripped away by a layer. Peter. He spoke. Harry values you very much. Peter Parker pretended to be shy. He is my best friend. I know. Norman Osborn looked at him. So I also hope that you can treat this as an opportunity. They walked into an open-plan laboratory. There were many testing devices inside. On the wall was a huge screen. On the screen, the tensile data of some kind of fiber material was displayed. Norman Osborn picked up a roll of white fine threads. This is a high-strength biological fiber we recently developed. Peter Parker looked at that roll of stuff. His heart skipped a beat. Spider web material. Norman Osborn handed the threads to him. You can take a look. Peter Parker reached out and took it. The touch felt wrong. It was much tougher than ordinary fibers, but compared to the spider web generated within his own body, it was far inferior. Norman Osborn seemed to ask casually. If it were you, how do you think this material should be improved? Peter Parker didn't answer immediately. This was a trap. If he spoke too professionally, it would expose that he was too familiar with the structure of the spider web. But if he played dumb, it wouldn't fit Peter's original image as a genius. Peter thought for a moment and answered in the way a high school student should. Its ductility is good, but the resilience is insufficient. If it needs to withstand high-intensity impacts, the molecular chain structure might need more stable cross-support. Norman Osborn's eyes brightened slightly. Good intuition. It's not intuition, Peter said in a low voice. There's just similar content in the textbooks. Norman Osborn smiled. Textbooks. Peter, textbooks can't teach this. The atmosphere in the laboratory became increasingly subtle. Just then, a researcher nearby walked over carrying coffee. Chairman, the test data is ready. As he spoke, his wrist suddenly slipped. The coffee cup fell from the edge of the tray. Boiling coffee splashed onto the floor. The trajectory of the falling cup was right next to Peter's shoe. This was clumsy. But it was also effective. An ordinary person would subconsciously step back. Someone with faster reactions would reach out to catch it. But Peter's body, the moment the cup slipped, had already calculated dozens of response paths. He could catch it before it hit the ground. He could ensure not a single drop of coffee spilled. He could effortlessly support the researcher's wrist, and even determine that the other party had done it on purpose. But he couldn't. At least, he couldn't show too much. So Peter just stepped back half a step. The cup hit the ground. Crash. Shards splattered everywhere. A few drops of coffee splashed onto his pant leg. The researcher apologized hurriedly. Sorry, Mr. Parker. Peter looked down. It's okay. Norman Osborn stared at him. Your reaction was fast. I was just afraid of getting burned, Peter answered. Norman Osborn smiled. He didn't expose him. Because just now, that half step Peter took back was enough to explain the problem. Too precise. Too steady. It didn't look like panic, it looked more like deliberate control. Norman Osborn raised his hand to signal the researcher to clean up. Let's continue. He led Peter to the other side. There was a set of mechanical arms testing device. Norman Osborn said, this is an auxiliary loading system for a military order. It can provide force feedback coordination based on human body movements. Peter's eyes flickered slightly. A military order. Osborn Corp's military production line had already started. This was very likely related to the future Green Goblin equipment. Norman Osborn pressed a button. The mechanical arms started slowly. At first, it was stable. But a few seconds later, the mechanical arms suddenly emitted a harsh alarm. Warning, stabilization system abnormal. The researcher nearby changed color. What's going on? The mechanical arms jerked violently. A metal clamp shot out of control and flew towards Peter's face. The speed was very fast. For an ordinary person, there would be no time to react. But for Peter, it was slow. Too slow. His spider sense only twitched slightly, not even counting as a real alarm. Peter could have stood still and dodged at the last 0.1 seconds. But that would be too conspicuous. So he chose a more normal way. He stepped back as if he had been frightened. His body appeared to stumble, but he dodged the metal clamp perfectly. At the same time, he pressed his right hand lightly on the edge of the lab bench. The movement was very small. No one noticed. But that heavy lab bench was pushed several centimeters by him, just enough to block the subsequent trajectory of the clamp. Bang! The metal clamp smashed into the lab bench, leaving a dent. The researchers immediately rushed over to shut down the equipment. Chairman, sorry, the system suddenly went out of control just now. Norman Osborn didn't look at the mechanical arms. He was looking at Peter. Peter was standing a few steps away, his breathing slightly accelerated, maintaining an expression of lingering fear on his face. He was disguised well. But Norman Osborn still saw it. In that instant just now, Peter's eyes held no real fear. There was only judgment. Like a spider that had sensed danger in advance. A certain excitement in Norman Osborn's heart was climbing bit by bit. Stable, powerful, agile, calm, and self-controlled. This was not a failed sample. This was a miracle. Peter looked up at Norman Osborn. He didn't continue to play dumb. Nor did he show his cards. He just said in a very light tone. Mr. Osborn, your laboratory seems to have a lot of accidents. The laboratory was quiet for a moment. The researchers' movements all stiffened. Norman Osborn looked at him. A few seconds later, he smiled. Scientific experiments are inherently accompanied by risks. Peter also smiled slightly. Then I suggest you raise your safety standards. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if you hurt a real ordinary person one day. A real ordinary person. These words were very light. But they landed in Norman Osborn's ears like needles. The smile in Norman Osborn's eyes deepened a little. Peter had seen through it. He was not only fast in reaction but also smart enough. He even dared to warn him in return. You were right. Norman Osborn said gently. I will have them pay attention. Just then, the screen on the other side of the laboratory suddenly lit up. A researcher hurriedly operated the computer, seemingly wanting to switch the data away. But Peter's eyesight was too good. Even if it was just for a fleeting moment, he still clearly saw several keywords on the screen. Mutated Spider Project. Sample number, A17. Byte incident, unconfirmed. Target group, visiting students. Potential adapters, male, 16 to 18 years old. Peter's heart sank. As expected, Osborne Corp knew. They not only knew that the spider had bitten someone, but were also screening the range of the bitten. And Peter Parker was already in their sights. Norman Osborn looked over, following his gaze. The screen had already been switched by the researcher to a normal data page. He did not explain. He just asked softly, Peter, did you see anything? Peter turned to look at Norman Osborn. No, I just think your company has a lot of things. Norman Osborn looked at him. A few seconds later, he smiled. Yes, Osborn Corp has a lot of things. Some things, even I haven't fully figured out yet. This sentence sounded like self-deprecation. But Peter heard another layer of meaning. Norman Osborn was hinting. Or rather, he was no longer planning to hide it completely. At this moment, the laboratory door opened. Harry Osborn returned. Dad, the documents are signed. He saw the lab bench that had been smashed into a dent in the laboratory and was stunned for a moment. What happened? Norman Osborn turned around, his smile returning to natural. A small equipment malfunction. Peter was very calm. Harry Osborn immediately looked at Peter. Are you okay? Peter shook his head. I'm fine. Harry Osborn breathed a sigh of relief and complained. Dad, I told you long ago that these military projects of yours should be kept away from students. Norman Osborn smiled. He looked at Peter. Let's stop here for today. Peter, it's nice to meet you. Peter looked at him. Me too, Mr. Osborn. Norman Osborn reached out his hand. This time, he didn't use force to test him. He just shook it normally. Come by often in the future. The doors of Osborn Corp are willing to open for you. Peter looked into his eyes. I will consider it. When leaving the Osborn building, it was already dark. Harry Osborn kept complaining on the way that his dad was too serious, saying that the company's laboratory area was always cold and didn't feel like a place for people to stay. Peter only responded occasionally. His attention remained on those few keywords in his mind. Mutated Spider Project. Byte Incident. Visiting Students. Potential Adapters. Osborn Corp was already very close to the truth. They might have even locked onto Peter. When the car arrived near Queens, Peter told Harry Osborn not to drive him all the way home. I want to walk a bit. Harry Osborn was a little worried. Are you sure? Yeah. Harry Osborn looked at him. Peter, you've been really strange lately. Peter was silent for a moment. I know. Harry Osborn opened his mouth, but in the end, he just said. If you encounter trouble, you can tell me. This sentence had been said to him by several people today. Mary Jane Coulson, Harry Osborn. But unfortunately, he was the least able to tell the truth to these people. Because the truth itself was dangerous. After getting out of the car, Peter walked into an alley. After confirming there was no one around, he raised his hand and shot out a spider web, quickly leaping onto the roof. The communicator vibrated. Coulson's message popped up. Are you okay? Peter took a look and replied. Osborn Corp knows the mutated spider bit someone. A few seconds later, Coulson replied. Confirmed. Peter replied. I saw the project data. This time, Coulson was silent for a long time. Then there was only one sentence. Do not contact Norman Osborn alone again. Peter looked at that line of text and did not reply. Because he knew, this couldn't be done. Norman Osborn had already targeted Peter. It wasn't that if he didn't make contact, things would stop. He had to investigate it himself. Peter put away the communicator and was about to go to the abandoned subway maintenance shaft to retrieve the Mjolnir. But just then, the night sky in the distance suddenly lit up. It wasn't lightning. It was green light. Peter looked up abruptly. That green light flashed past from the direction of Osborn Corp and quickly disappeared between the high-rise buildings. The speed was extremely fast. Ordinary people might just think it was an illusion. But Peter saw it clearly. It was a small aircraft. A glider. Peter's pupils shrank slightly. No, not right. He didn't hear a heartbeat. Nor did he hear the breathing and muscle tension that should be there when a person is flying at high speed at a high altitude. That thing wasn't manned. It was more like an unmanned test machine. But its outline was already very close to the glider under the Green Goblin's feet in his memory. In other words, the equipment line was already almost completed. The only thing missing was the person to use it. Peter's heart sank. So fast. At the same time, inside a gray commercial vehicle across the street, Coulson also saw that green light. On the screen, a high-speed moving green light spot was briefly captured. The technician quickly operated the computer. The target came from the area below the Osborne building. No public flight permit. Thermal signal is abnormal, suspected to be an unmanned aircraft. Coulson looked at the screen. Record the trajectory. Notify Director Fury. Osborne Corp's military project is likely more complete than what they have on file. The technician asked in a low voice. Should we intercept? Coulson looked in the direction where the green light disappeared. No. Don't alert the enemy for now. He paused, his voice lower. They will definitely have more actions tonight. Osborne Corp's underground laboratory area. Norman Osborne stood in a closed laboratory. He took off his suit jacket and stood in front of a silver-white experimental pod. Several researchers looked nervous. Chairman, the human enhancement serum has not completed stability testing. The previous rounds of animal experiments all showed significant increases in aggression. We suggest continuing to delay. Norman Osborne didn't speak. He looked at his reflection on the glass. The reflection of himself had the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. That wasn't his expression. Delay. Deep in his mind, that voice laughed softly. The successful sample is already outside. SHIELD has also already targeted him. How long are you going to wait? Norman Osborne closed his eyes. Shut up. The researchers were stunned. Chairman. Norman Osborne didn't answer them. The voice in his mind continued. Soft. Mocking. Like it was crawling out from the gaps in his bones. You are afraid. You are afraid that that child will prove one thing. Prove that your so-called research, your so-called genius, your so-called future, are all inferior to a spider that accidentally bit someone. Norman Osborne's breathing became slightly heavier. I said shut up. The voice laughed even lighter. An evolution that a high school student can withstand. Why can't you? Norman Osborne opened his eyes. In the mirror, it seemed like a point of green light flashed deep in his pupils. The researcher spoke cautiously. Chairman, your state doesn't look too good. No. Norman Osborne turned around. His expression had returned to calm. Almost frighteningly calm. I am fine now. The researcher swallowed his saliva. But the serum. Start the test. Chairman, we suggest continuing to delay, at least wait for the board's approval. Norman Osborne looked at him. That glance was so cold it didn't seem human. The second half of the researcher's sentence got stuck in his throat. A few seconds later, he lowered his head. Yes. The experimental pod opened slowly. The green serum was pushed into the injection system. Norman Osborne lay into the experimental pod. Before the pod door closed, he looked at the ceiling and said in a low voice. Peter, let me see just how far you can push the human body. The pod door closed. The next second, the green agent was injected into his body. In the laboratory, Norman Osborne's scream rang out violently. Harsh, painful, and like the laughter of some monster about to break out of its shell. Osborne Corp Underground Lab. The alarm was shrill, as if it wanted to tear people's eardrums apart. The silver-white experimental pod vibrated violently. Green serum was slowly being pushed into Norman Osborne's veins through the injection tube. At first, it was just an increase in heart rate. Then, blood pressure soared. Muscle activity index doubled. Neural reaction speed broke through safety thresholds. Finally, all data on the monitoring screens jumped wildly as if crazy. A researcher turned pale. Heart rate at 180. Blood pressure is still rising. Neural activity has already exceeded the maximum value for animal experiments. The chairman will die. Another researcher rushed to the console. Terminate the experiment. He had just pressed the emergency stop button when a line of red text popped up on the screen. Authorization locked. The researcher froze. How is it locked? Who locked it? No one answered. Inside the experimental pod, Norman's screaming had changed pitch. It no longer sounded like a person enduring pain. It sounded more like something was crawling out using his throat. Ah! His body twitched violently in the pod. His fingers gripped the metal handrail tightly. Click. The handrail dented. The researcher's expressions changed. That was an alloy handrail. Even with tools, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to bend it. But Norman, using only his fingers, had crushed it out of shape. Muscle density is still rising. Adrenaline levels are abnormal. No, it's not just enhancement, his brain activity is also out of control. Cut off the drug supply. A researcher lunged forward, trying to pull out the serum tube. Just then, Norman in the experimental pod suddenly opened his eyes. In those eyes, an extremely deep green had appeared at some point. The researcher's hand stopped in midair. He suddenly felt that the person in the pod was not the chairman. It was a beast that had just awakened. The next second. Bang! The glass of the experimental pod was smashed by a punch. The researcher recoiled in fear. The second punch landed. The entire high-strength protective glass exploded. Shards scattered everywhere. Norman sat up from the experimental pod. He was covered in cold sweat, his chest heaving violently, his arm muscles seemingly reshaped, full of a dangerous sense of power. No one in the laboratory dared to move. Chairman. Someone called out cautiously. Norman lowered his head, not responding. A few seconds later, he slowly raised his face. His expression was calm. Too calm. Calm enough to make people afraid. Experimental results. He spoke. His voice was incredibly hoarse. The researcher swallowed hard. Physical enhancement successful. But, mental state is fluctuating abnormally. We suggest you receive sedation and a comprehensive checkup immediately. Norman slowly turned his head to look at the researcher. Sedation. The researcher felt a chill down his back. It is for your safety. Norman smiled. The smile started off faint. Then it became more and more obvious. Finally, he laughed out loud in a low voice. My safety. He walked out of the experimental pod. His bare feet stepped on the glass shards, making a crisp sound. Didn't you all just keep saying that I would die? Now that I've survived, you're starting to worry about my safety again. In the laboratory, no one dared to answer. Norman walked up to the researcher. His movements were not fast. But the pressure was so strong it made people unable to breathe. The researcher instinctively backed away. Chairman, your condition is really unstable. We need to record data, and then. Norman suddenly reached out. He grabbed the researcher by the collar. The researcher was lifted up. His feet left the ground, and his face turned red instantly. The people around exclaimed, Chairman, let him go. Norman stared at the struggling researcher in his hand. At that moment, his eyes seemed to flicker. It was as if the original Norman had returned for a brief moment. He saw the fear on the other's face. He also saw the veins bulging on his own arms. He seemed to realize what he was doing. His fingers loosened slightly. But just the next second, the reflection in the glass wall suddenly laughed. That was not Norman's own laugh. It was more twisted. More excited. They fear you. Deep in his mind, that voice said softly. Look, how wonderful power is. Norman's pupils constricted slightly. Shut up, he said in a low voice. The researcher struggled to breathe. Chairman. Norman seemed to be awakened by this call and abruptly let go. The researcher fell to the ground, clutching his neck and coughing violently. Norman took half a step back and looked at his hands. His hands were trembling, not from weakness, but from excitement. He could feel power flowing through his body. Every muscle, every nerve, seemed to have been reignited. The breathing of the people around him. The hum of the instruments. The vibration of the elevator running behind the wall. Even the sound of someone typing in the office upstairs. He could hear it all. The world had become clearer. And more fragile. Those people in white coats were as fragile as paper. If he wanted to, he could easily tear them apart. As soon as this thought popped up, Norman's expression suddenly changed. No. This wasn't his thought. But that voice laughed again. Why not? You're just finally being honest. Norman looked up abruptly. Everyone get out. The researchers were stunned. Chairman. Norman's voice turned cold. I said, everyone get out. No one dared to hesitate further. Several researchers hurriedly helped their colleague up from the ground and rushed out of the laboratory. The door closed. Only Norman was left in the laboratory. And the reflection on the glass wall. The reflection looked at him. The corners of its mouth slowly curled up. Norman stared fixedly at the glass. Who are you? The reflection smiled. I am you. No. Norman's breathing was heavy. You are not. I am the part of you that you dare not admit. The reflection leaned close to the glass, its voice sounding like it was pressed against his ear. You are jealous of that kid. You are afraid of him. You want to have him. You want even more to prove that you are more perfect than him. Norman clenched his fists. The glass reflected his face. That face was still Norman Osborn. But the look in the eyes had already started to become unfamiliar. Peter is just a kid. He said. The reflection laughed even harder. That's why it's even more ridiculous. A kid got the evolution you dreamed of. A kid made S.H.I.E.L.D. afraid to act easily. A kid lifted the weapon of the gods. And what about you? Norman Osborn. Are you going to continue sitting in the office, waiting for the board to kick you out? The veins on Norman's forehead throbbed. Shut up. Or do you want to prove it yourself? The reflection's voice suddenly lowered. That you are the one who is truly worthy of being looked up to by the world. Norman was silent. For a long time, only the lingering sound of the alarm system being turned off remained in the laboratory. A few minutes later, he slowly raised his head. The reflection on the glass had returned to normal. But Norman knew that some things could not go back. He turned around and looked at the sealed metal door deep in the laboratory. Behind the door was the core military project of Osborn Corp. Human enhancement armor. Personal flight glider. Micro-explosive weapons. Originally, these things were just part of military orders. But now, they suddenly had a more suitable master. Norman raised his hand and entered the authorization. The metal door opened slowly. In the darkness, a deep green battle suit stood quietly on the equipment rack. Beside it was a sharp-looking small glider. Norman walked in. The green lights turned on one by one. At that moment, it was as if he had stepped into his other skin. Meanwhile, near Queens, Peter Parker stood at the entrance of an abandoned subway maintenance shaft, holding the Mjolnir he had just retrieved. He looked down at the communicator. The message Coulson had just sent was still on the screen. Abnormal lockdown in Osborn Underground Experimental Area. Internal monitoring interrupted. Suspected human enhancement experiment initiated. Peter Parker's face darkened. As expected, Norman didn't wait. He was stimulated by his own appearance. The original Norman might have chosen to risk injecting the serum due to board pressure or the failure of military projects. But now, Peter Parker, this successful sample, was placed in front of him in advance. A high school student who evolved stably after being bitten by a mutated spider. A Spider-Man with physical fitness far exceeding ordinary people. A person who lifted Mjolnir. To Norman, this was not hope. It was a stimulus. It was an insult. It was also a temptation. Peter Parker gripped the hammer handle tightly. If it were just Norman losing control, he could wait for S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate. If it were just an Osborn experimental accident, he could also wait and see for now. But the problem was, Norman already knew the name Peter. He knew Uncle Ben. He knew Harry Osborn. And he knew how to drag the people around Peter into the game. This was not a question of whether he could wait. It was that he dared not gamble. Once Norman completely became the Green Goblin, the first one to be torn apart might not be Osborn Corp. It might very well be Harry Osborn. Or it could be the Parker family. The communicator lit up again. Do not enter Osborn building alone. Peter Parker looked at that line of text and replied. You can't get in. Coulson replied quickly. You shouldn't go in either. Peter Parker looked up towards Manhattan. The Osborn Corp building was far away in the night, but his eyesight could already see the faint green halo over that area. I'm not going to fight. He replied. I'm just confirming the situation. A few seconds later, Coulson sent a message. Do you believe that yourself? Peter Parker was silent. This question was a bit annoying. He put the communicator into his pocket. Sometimes, agents being too smart is also annoying. He said in a low voice. Then he raised his hand and shot a spider web. His body leapt from the ground. This time, he didn't swing the hammer at first. Mjolnir was too conspicuous. A streak of lightning across the night sky was equivalent to directly telling Osborn and S.H.I.E.L.D. I am here. So Peter Parker chose to travel in the Spider-Man way. The spider web stuck to the building. His body swung at high speed between the high rises. His movements were much more stable than a few days ago. The physical fitness of the original Spider-Man began to show its advantages. The powerful core strength allowed him to change direction at any time during high-speed swinging. His arms and shoulders bore the pulling force that would instantly tear an ordinary person apart, but they only felt slightly tight. Spider sense helped him avoid wires, billboards, and suddenly rising fire escapes in advance. He was no longer the novice who almost hit a wall when he first swung a spider web. He was adapting. And adapting very quickly. The night wind whistled past his ears. Peter Parker carried the hammer, lowered his body, and like a shadow without lightning, cut all the way from Queens to Manhattan. In a gray commercial vehicle across the street. Coulson looked at the red trajectory that disappeared and reappeared on the monitor and sighed. He still went. The technician asked. Should we intercept? Coulson shook his head. Can't stop him. He paused and added another sentence. And stopping him now will only make him want to go in more. The technician looked at the screen. Then what do we do? Coulson looked towards the Osborn building. Do what we can. Cut off peripheral monitoring. Check the fire system of the Osborne Underground experimental area. Also, prepare a medical team. The technician was stunned. Prepare for whom? Coulson thought for a moment. Everyone. After he finished speaking, his gaze landed on the top of the Osborne building. There was no movement there. But this was even more abnormal. The green light hasn't left New York. Coulson said in a low voice. That aircraft hasn't continued to move away either. It's still hovering near Osborne. The technician realized. You mean, the other side still has a target? Coulson was silent for a moment. If Norman really loses control, his first target won't be S.H.I.E.L.D. Nor will it be the board. But the person who stimulated him to break the bottom line. The technician said in a low voice. Spider-Man. Coulson did not deny it. Notify the peripheral team. Do not block Spider-Man. But if there is a risk of large-scale explosion at the Osborne building, evacuate the surrounding blocks immediately. Osborne building. Outside the underground experimental area, the lockdown door had fallen. Several security guards were guarding the corridor entrance, looking nervous. What exactly happened inside just now? Don't know. I heard the chairman screaming. Don't talk nonsense. But a researcher was carried out just now, his neck was full of red marks. Shut up. As soon as the words fell, the lights at the end of the corridor flickered suddenly. Several security guards turned their heads at the same time. The passage was empty. Only the white lights were on one by one. But the next second, the ventilation duct above their heads rang softly. Click. A security guard looked up abruptly. Before he could speak, a white spider web shot out from the ventilation duct, covering his mouth and pulling him gently to the wall. The other two were just about to draw their guns. Peter Parker had already hung upside down from the ceiling. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds. The two security guards were knocked unconscious by him with extremely light force. Saying it was extremely light. It was only relative to himself. For ordinary people, that moment was like being hit by a car, just without leaving serious injuries. Peter Parker landed and raised his hand to fix the people on the wall with spider web. Sleep for a while. Don't wake up too early. He glanced at the lockdown door. Thick, electronic lock, and independent power supply. If he smashed it open violently, the whole building would know he was here. Peter Parker reached out and touched the door crack. Then he looked up at the ventilation duct above. Sure enough. The spider route was more suitable for him. 2 minutes later. He slid silently from the ventilation duct into the underground laboratory. It was colder here than during the day. And quieter, too. There were shards of glass on the floor. There were impact marks on the walls. A piece of equipment had been smashed, leaving a deep indentation. The air held a faint, lingering scent of blood and chemical agents. Peter Parker crouched down, his fingertips lightly brushing against the residual green liquid on the floor. It wasn't an ordinary chemical. It emitted a very strong, pungent odor. His spider sense gave a slight twitch. Danger. Not a lethal danger to him. But a danger that was extremely unstable for the human genetic system. Peter Parker stood up and continued forward. The closer he got to the core laboratory, the more obvious the signs of destruction became. The alloy handrails had been twisted out of shape. The protective glass had been shattered from the inside. There were deep claw marks from 5 fingers on the walls. Peter Parker looked at those marks, his brow furrowing tighter and tighter. This wasn't something an ordinary person could cause. Norman Osborn had successfully enhanced himself. And his strength was not weak. Of course, compared to Peter Parker's current physical condition, Norman Osborn wasn't necessarily stronger. The original Spider-Man's foundation was too good. After the mutation, his body had been enhanced in almost every aspect. Norman Osborn had used a serum for forced enhancement. His explosive power might be astonishing in the short term, but his stability was poor. The real trouble wasn't the strength. It was the Green Goblin's madness. A madman wouldn't care about the consequences. But Peter Parker had to. This was the biggest difference between a superhero and a monster. He continued walking inward. Suddenly, his spider sense jumped violently. It wasn't a gentle reminder. It was a shrill alarm. Peter Parker didn't hesitate. His body instantly flipped to the side. Whoosh! A green blade of light flew past his shoulder and embedded itself into the wall behind him. Boom! A small explosion erupted. Fire surged through the corridor. Peter Parker braced one hand against the floor, flipped his body, and landed on the ceiling. From the smoke and dust, a low laugh rang out. Very sharp. Faster than in the recordings. Peter Parker looked up. At the end of the corridor, a figure wearing deep green armor walked out slowly. He was wearing a semi-finished helmet. The faceplate hadn't been fully locked. On the exposed lower half of his face, the contours of Norman Osborn were still visible. But those eyes were different now. Excited. Mad. Filled with a certain irrepressible malice. Peter Parker's heart sank slightly. Mr. Osborn, you don't look very well. Norman, no. That was no longer entirely Norman. He looked up at Peter Parker, who was hanging upside down from the ceiling, and his mouth curled into a grin. Peter, you really did come. Peter Parker didn't deny it. Denying it now was meaningless. The opponent wasn't Coulson. Norman Osborn clearly possessed more critical information than S.H.I.E.L.D. Or rather, he didn't need evidence at all. He only needed the result of a test. You lured me here on purpose, Peter Parker said. The Green Goblin tilted his head slightly. Lured. Don't make it sound so unpleasant. I just knew that if someone placed danger in front of you, you would definitely come. You are too easy to predict. Peter Parker dropped from the ceiling. His right hand was holding Mjolnir. Then you should have also predicted this. Since I'm here, I won't just stand by and do nothing. The Green Goblin's gaze fell on Mjolnir. The greed in his eyes was almost undisguised. The weapon of a god. A child bitten by a spider. What a waste. Peter Parker's voice was calm. Better than being in the hands of a madman. The Green Goblin's smile froze. The next second, he laughed again. A madman. Peter, you should thank me. At least I am honest. He took a step forward. His armored boots crunched on the broken glass, making a crisp sound. And you saved Uncle Ben. Peter Parker's eyes turned slightly cold. The Green Goblin keenly captured this, and his smile deepened. Oh, it seems I was right. Uncle Ben is still alive. But can you guarantee that you'll be in time the next time? Peter Parker gripped the handle of the hammer tighter. The Green Goblin continued, and there's Harry Osborn. He treats you as a friend. He brought you to meet me. He thought he was just introducing two important people to each other. How touching. The Green Goblin's voice suddenly lowered. But you are keeping secrets from him. Keeping it from him who you are. Keeping it from him who I am. Keeping it from him that his father already knows his best friend is a monster in human skin. Peter Parker looked up. Shut up. The Green Goblin spread his hands. Look, this is responsibility. You think it makes you great. But in reality, it's just handing others a rope. Uncle Ben is one. May Parker is one. Harry Osborn is one. As long as I want, I can strangle you to death with them, bit by bit. Peter Parker's eyes turned completely cold. You can try. The Green Goblin laughed. The next second, he lunged out violently. He was fast. Much faster than an ordinary person. The ground cracked under his feet, and he lunged at Peter Parker like a green shadow. But in Peter Parker's eyes, he still wasn't impossible to react to. Fast. But not fast enough. The spider sense gave the trajectory in advance. Peter Parker dodged the first punch sideways. The Green Goblin's fist smashed into the metal wall. Bang! The wall dented. Peter Parker grabbed his wrist with a backhand, trying to pin him down. But the Green Goblin's strength was more violent than he had imagined. Not more stable, but completely reckless. He wasn't afraid of sprains. Not afraid of muscle tears. Not even afraid of his bones bearing an overload. He twisted his body by force and grabbed at Peter Parker's throat with his other hand. Peter Parker's eyes darkened. He raised his right foot and kicked the Green Goblin in the chest. Bang! The Green Goblin flew backward, smashing into a row of experimental equipment. Electric sparks flew everywhere. Peter Parker didn't pursue. Because he heard people in the distance. Researchers. Security. A few ordinary people who hadn't fully evacuated were trapped in the laboratory on the other side. He couldn't fight full out here. The underground laboratory space was too narrow. A single explosive could turn the entire area into a graveyard. The Green Goblin stood up from the ruins. The armor on his chest was dented. He looked down at it, then laughed. Strong. Truly strong. Peter, your body is more perfect than I imagined. Do you know that? If we could dissect you, we might be able to complete all enhancement projects 10 years ahead of schedule. Peter Parker's eyes turned completely cold. You can try. The Green Goblin opened his hand. A pumpkin bomb slid into his palm. Peter Parker's spider sense exploded instantly. Not good. That bomb wasn't thrown at him. It was thrown toward the laboratory on the left. There were people there. The Green Goblin grinned. Make your choice, hero. The bomb left his hand. Peter Parker didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and shot a spider web. The spider web precisely stuck to the pumpkin bomb. He gave a violent yank, pulling the bomb toward himself. At the same time, he swung Mjolnir with his right hand and smashed it down. Boom! Lightning exploded. The pumpkin bomb was detonated in midair by the thunder. The shockwave spread. Peter Parker blocked the front of the laboratory door, forcibly taking the brunt of the shock for the people inside. Fire engulfed the corridor. The Green Goblin took advantage of the explosion to rush up and punch Peter Parker in the abdomen. Peter Parker took half a step back. Just half a step. The Green Goblin's eyes changed slightly. This punch was enough to rupture the internal organs of an ordinary person. But Peter Parker only let out a muffled grunt. His body didn't even truly lose its balance. The original Spider-Man's resilience was displayed vividly at this moment. Peter Parker looked up at the Green Goblin. Are you done? The smile on the Green Goblin's face paused for a second. The next second, Peter Parker backhanded a punch onto his faceplate. Bang! The Green Goblin was sent flying sideways, rolling several times on the ground, and crashed into the wall on the other side. The faceplate cracked. Half of Norman Osborn's face was exposed. Blood flowed down from his temple. But he was laughing. Laughing more and more excitedly. That's it. This is the kind of power. Peter, you shouldn't waste it on saving those insignificant people. Peter Parker didn't answer. He raised his hand and shot a spider web, pulling open the door of the laboratory on the left. The researchers inside were pale with fright. Get out. Now. They scrambled out. Peter Parker stood between them and the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin watched this scene, sarcasm appearing in his eyes. Do you know how stupid this is? You could have attacked me directly. But you had to divide your attention to protect them. This is your weakness. Peter Parker gripped Mjolnir tighter. You're wrong. This is the biggest difference between you and me. As his voice fell, he rushed out. This time, the speed was faster. Not because Mjolnir was pulling him, but because of Spider-Man's own explosive power. The ground under his feet cracked, and Peter Parker instantly closed in on the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin threw a punch. Peter Parker dodged to the side, brushing past the wind of the punch. His left hand shot out a spider web, wrapping around the Green Goblin's arm. His right hand didn't smash Mjolnir at his head, but slammed it heavily into the ground at his feet. Boom! Lightning exploded along the ground. The Green Goblin's feet went numb, and his body stiffened briefly. Peter Parker took the opportunity to kick him in the chest, kicking him into the equipment room deep in the laboratory. Bang! The equipment racks collapsed. The green glider slid off the rack and crashed onto the floor. The Green Goblin was lying on the ground, and suddenly reached out to press the glider. The next second, green exhaust flames erupted from the bottom of the glider. Peter Parker's expression changed. He raised his hand to shoot a spider web, wanting to wrap up the Green Goblin. But the glider was extremely fast, rushing out along the ground and smashing directly through the loading door on the outside of the underground laboratory. Boom! The night wind poured into the underground space. The Green Goblin stepped onto the glider, and the whole person shot toward the night sky outside. Before leaving, he looked back at Peter Parker. Under the broken faceplate, half of Norman Osborn's face was blood, and half was a smile. Peter, tonight is just the beginning. Next time, I will let you see with your own eyes just how many people responsibility can crush. The glider shot out of the Osborn building with green flames. Peter Parker chased to the broken doorway, raising his hand to throw Mjolnir. His body was ready for pursuit. With his speed, plus the spider web and Mjolnir's burst, he might not fail to catch up. But just as he was about to rush out, a series of urgent coughs came from behind him. And a heartbeat that was getting weaker and weaker. Among the researchers who were trapped earlier, someone had been injured by the explosion and was lying on the ground, unable to get up. Their heartbeat was slowing down. Peter Parker stopped. In the night sky, the Green Goblin's green exhaust flames were getting further and further away. If he delayed for just 2 more seconds, he would never be able to catch up. Peter Parker stared fixedly at that green light. His fingers tightened on the handle of the hammer bit by bit. He really wanted to chase. Really. He wanted to. Because the Green Goblin already knew who Peter Parker was. Because the Green Goblin would threaten Uncle Ben, May Parker, and Harry Osborn. Because letting him leave was equivalent to letting go of a nightmare that could return at any time. But the person behind him would die. Peter Parker closed his eyes for a moment. The next second, he turned and rushed back into the laboratory. The Green Goblin could escape. But this person could not die in front of him. This was responsibility. It didn't mean he would win every time. It meant that even when he most wanted to catch the enemy, he still couldn't abandon the people who needed saving. Peter Parker lifted the researcher and pressed down on their wound. Wake up. Look at me. The researcher was covered in blood and looked at him in terror. Who exactly are you? Peter Parker didn't answer. He just hoisted the person up and said in a low voice, someone who doesn't want this place to turn into a graveyard. A few minutes later, outside the Osborn building, the sounds of sirens and fire trucks came from afar. Coulson stood across the street, looking at the hole smashed open in the middle floor of the Osborn building, his expression extremely grave. The technician's voice came through the headset. Detected a green aircraft leaving the Osborn building. Direction, southeast. Spider-Man is still inside the building. Coulson pressed his headset. Do not chase the aircraft. The technician was stunned. Officer. Coulson looked at the building. Save the people first. That's what he would choose. Inside the building, Peter Parker handed the last injured person over to the arriving firefighters. He stood in the shadows, his red suit blackened by smoke in several places. His shoulders rose and fell slightly. Not because he was too tired to hold on, but because of anger. Norman Osborn was no longer an ordinary villain. He knew who Peter Parker was. He knew about Uncle Ben and Harry Osborn. He also knew how to use hostages and responsibility to restrain him. This was more troublesome than simple strength. Peter Parker looked down at Mjolnir in his hand. The lightning on the hammer was very quiet. It was as if it were waiting for him to make a decision. In his mind, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Key fate node has shifted. Green Goblin born ahead of schedule. Original tragedy line. Ben Parker's death, rewritten. New tragedy line is being generated. Target person, Harry Osborn. Peter Parker's pupils constricted slightly. Harry Osborn. The next second, his phone vibrated. On the screen was a text message from Harry Osborn. Peter, have you seen the news? Something seems to have happened at my dad's company. I can't reach him. Peter Parker gripped his phone, his expression sinking completely. In the distance of the night sky, a green flame streaked across the city. Like a monster's laugh, it vanished into the darkness. Harry Osborn's text message lit up on the phone screen. Peter, did you see the news? Quote, it seems like my dad's company is in trouble. I can't get in touch with him. Peter Parker stood in the shadows inside the Osborn building, his finger hovering over the screen, motionless for a long time. Not far away, firefighters were lifting an injured researcher onto a stretcher. Sirens wailed from downstairs, and red and blue lights swept in through the broken wall, illuminating the soot on him, pulse by pulse. Mjolnir was held in his right hand. The hammer was silent. But Peter Parker's heart was far from calm. The system had just given a very clear notification. A new tragedy line is being generated. Target, Harry Osborn. This was more troublesome than he had imagined. Uncle Ben's death calamity had been averted by him. But fate had not disappeared. It had simply shifted direction, reaching out toward someone else. Peter Parker looked down at his phone. Harry Osborn didn't know what had happened tonight. He didn't know his father had just injected a dangerous serum. He didn't know that the monster wearing green armor and escaping into the night sky on a glider was Norman Osborn. Even less did he know that every word the Green Goblin said before leaving had already factored him into the equation. Peter Parker took a deep breath and replied to the message. I saw it. Don't worry yet, it might just be an experimental accident. A few seconds later, Harry Osborn's message popped up immediately. But I can't get through to my dad's phone. The people at the company can't explain it clearly either. Peter, I have a bad feeling about this. Looking at this sentence, Peter Parker felt a weight on his chest. What could he reply? Tell Harry Osborn, your dad is fine, he just turned into the Green Goblin. Or tell him, you'd better leave home immediately, because your father might use you to force me to show up. He couldn't say either. At least not right now. Because there was no evidence. Because Harry Osborn wouldn't believe it. And more importantly, once he said it, it would be equivalent to dragging Harry Osborn directly into the center of the battlefield. In the end, Peter Parker only replied with one sentence. I'll help you investigate. Don't go to the company alone first. Harry Osborn was silent for a long time on the other end. Finally, he replied with one word. Okay. Peter Parker put away his phone. The communicator vibrated immediately after. Coulson's voice came from inside, kept very low. Are you still inside the building? Quote. Peter Parker leaned against the wall, watching the fire lights outside. The injured have all been sent out. What about the Green Goblin? Quote. There was a pause on Coulson's end. We haven't officially named him. Peter Parker said indifferently. I have. Coulson didn't dwell on this question. The green aircraft has already left the surveillance perimeter around Osborn Corp. We lost him. Peter Parker wasn't surprised. The glider was too fast, and it was night. Plus, Osborn Corp was a top-tier technology conglomerate in New York. Avoiding ordinary surveillance wasn't difficult. What about Norman? He asked. Coulson was silent for a second. That's the problem. Peter Parker frowned slightly. What do you mean? Osborn Corp has publicly announced that it was an equipment malfunction in the underground experimental area that caused the explosion. Coulson's voice was steady but clearly held a grave tone. Norman Osborn himself has been listed as a victim of the accident. Peter Parker's gaze turned cold. A victim. Quote. His private medical team has already entered the building. Osborn Corp's legal department has locked down the core experimental area. The testimonies of several researchers have become very vague. Some say the chairman left early, some say the chairman was injured in the accident, and others refuse to answer. Coulson paused. We temporarily don't have enough evidence to prove that the armored man in green earlier was Norman. Peter Parker looked down at the soot on his hands. I saw it with my own eyes. I believe you, Coulson said. But belief is not evidence. Peter Parker didn't speak. He knew Coulson was right. Norman was not a street thug. He was the chairman of Osborn Corp. One of the most influential entrepreneurs in New York. He had money, lawyers, security, laboratories, and military contracts. More importantly, he could appear before the media in a suit during the day and put on a mask to become a monster at night. Without concrete evidence, no one could touch him. That was the most disgusting part about the Green Goblin. It wasn't about how strong he was. It was that he could hide the monster behind the face of Norman Osborn. Coulson continued. There is one more thing. Speak. Osborn's people have checked the address of the Parker family. Peter Parker's eyes instantly turned cold. A tiny arc of electricity lit up on Mjolnir. When? This afternoon. Coulson said. The search record came from the internal system of Randall Security. They pulled surveillance footage of the neighborhood near the scene where Ben Parker was attacked, and they also checked May Parker's public records. Currently, no one has approached the Parker house. We have already arranged for perimeter observation, but we haven't alerted them. Peter Parker gripped the communicator tightly. You're only telling me now. Coulson was silent for a second. Because it was just confirmed. Spider-Man, I know you really want to go home now. But there is no direct threat to the Parker house at the moment. The Green Goblin just left the Osborn building, and we judge that he won't immediately target the Parker house in the short term. Peter Parker said coldly. You judge. Yes. Coulson didn't evade. Judgments can be wrong. That's why I'm telling you. Peter Parker took a deep breath. He knew Coulson wasn't entirely wrong. But whenever it involved Uncle Ben and May, it was hard for him to remain absolutely calm. The Green Goblin had been too accurate just now. Ben Parker was a rope. May Parker was a rope. Harry Osborn was also a rope. If he wanted to, he could use them to strangle you little by little. Coulson's voice sounded again. Harry Osborn is at home now. There are no abnormal personnel approaching at the moment. Peter Parker's eyes shifted slightly. You're watching him. Protective surveillance. Coulson answered quickly. You should know that the Green Goblin knows your identity. He also knows the relationship between Harry Osborn and you. Peter Parker was silent. Coulson added. Spider-Man, take my advice. Don't take any more action tonight. You've already saved people and traded blows with him. Continuing to pursue him now will only let him lead you by the nose. Peter Parker looked toward the night sky outside. That trail of green light had long since vanished. But the words the Green Goblin left behind still hung in his ears like poison. Coulson. Yes. Quote. If he approaches the Parker house or approaches Harry Osborn, tell me immediately. I will. Don't try to hide it from me. Coulson was silent for a second. I will tell you immediately. Peter Parker didn't speak again. He turned off the communicator and leapt out from the broken wall. The night wind blew into his face. Peter Parker didn't fly using Mjolnir. He just raised his hand and shot a spider web, his body sinking into the night of New York. The city was still brightly lit. Traffic flowed endlessly on the streets. By the roadside, some people bought hot dogs, some argued, and some worked overtime late into the night. They didn't know what kind of monster had just been born a few blocks away. Nor did they know that a teenager wearing a cheap red suit had just traded blows with that monster in the underground experimental area. Peter Parker swung between the buildings. His movements were becoming more and more proficient. His body drew an arc in the wind, and his arms withstood the tension of the high-speed swing without any strain. The potential of this body was being excavated bit by bit. If not for the Green Goblin using hostages to restrain him, he might not have failed to stop Norman tonight. But that was meaningless. Because the Green Goblin wouldn't fight him fairly. This enemy had never intended to be fair from the very beginning. Inside the gray minivan across the street, Coulson put down the communicator, his expression not looking good. The technician looked up and asked. He left. Quote. He went back to Queens. Coulson watched the red trail on the screen. At least for now. Another agent handed over a file. Officer, the Osborne legal team has already pressured the police, demanding that all on-site records be submitted to the Corporate Security Department for review first. Coulson took the file and flipped through 2 pages. They move very fast. Too fast. The technician said. It's like they had an accident contingency plan prepared long ago. Coulson didn't deny it. He pressed the communication channel and connected to Fury. Officer, the situation is worse than we estimated. Fury's voice sounded quickly. Speak. Norman Osborn may have already completed human enhancement. But Osborn Corp is packaging tonight's incident as an equipment accident. Their legal department, private medical team, and security contractors are all clearing the scene simultaneously. Fury was silent for a moment. Evidence. Quote. Coulson glanced at the hole in the building. Currently, it's not enough for public action. Fury said coldly. Then keep investigating. Retrieve the files on all of Osborn's military projects. Especially personal aircraft, micro-explosive devices, and human enhancement serums. Also, protect the Parker family and Harry Osborn. Coulson paused slightly. Do you think Norman would harm his own son? Quote. Fury's voice had no fluctuation. Not Norman. It's that person wearing the green armor. Coulson understood. Fury didn't care what identity Norman had during the day. He only looked at the risk. We cannot publicly intervene. Fury continued. But we can't let Osborn force that kid to the point where he has to solve everything by himself. Coulson looked at the red trail gradually moving away on the screen and said softly. I'm afraid he already feels that way. Fury was silent for 2 seconds. Then let him know that he is not the only one watching the monster. Coulson nodded. Understood. Queens. When Peter Parker returned home, it was nearly dawn. He didn't enter through the front door. Instead, he went around to the back alley and quietly climbed up to the second-floor window. The room was very dark. As soon as he landed, he heard a slight noise from downstairs. Peter Parker's movements paused. Uncle Ben hadn't slept yet. He changed out of his soot-blackened clothes, temporarily hid Mjolnir in the shadows of the wall outside the window, and then put on an old jacket to go downstairs. In the living room, only one small light was on. Uncle Ben was sitting on the sofa, holding a newspaper in his hand. But the newspaper hadn't been turned for a long time. He wasn't reading the paper. He was waiting for someone. Peter Parker lightened his footsteps. But Uncle Ben still raised his head. Peter. Peter Parker stood at the foot of the stairs, trying hard to look normal. You haven't slept yet. Quote. Uncle Ben put down the newspaper. I wanted to ask you the same question. Peter Parker was silent for a moment. I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk. Uncle Ben looked at him. His gaze fell on his cuffs. There was a bit of unclean black soot there. Peter Parker followed his gaze and looked over, his heart sinking slightly. Uncle Ben didn't directly expose him. He just asked softly. Did something happen outside? Quote. Peter Parker raised his head. The news said there was an accident in the experimental area of Osborn Corp. Uncle Ben nodded. I heard. He paused. Harry Osborn's father. Quote. Peter Parker gave an affirmative sound. The situation is unknown at the moment. Uncle Ben looked at him and was silent for a few seconds. So you went out because you were worried about Harry Osborn. Quote. Peter Parker's heart stirred. This was a very good reason. And it wasn't entirely false. Yes, he said. He can't get in touch with his dad. Uncle Ben didn't ask him again why there was soot on his clothes. Nor did he ask why he came back from outside in the middle of the night. He just patted the spot next to him. Sit for a while. Peter Parker hesitated for a moment, then walked over and sat down. The living room fell quiet. May was asleep upstairs. The old house occasionally creaked. Uncle Ben said in a low voice. Peter, some things, if you carry them alone for too long, you'll break under the weight. Peter looked at the floor. I know. You don't. Uncle Ben's voice wasn't heavy, yet it made Peter's heart tremble. Uncle Ben looked at him. You've changed a lot lately. If you don't talk, we won't ask. It's not because we can't tell. It's because we trust that you have your own reasons. Peter's throat tightened. Uncle Ben continued. But trust doesn't mean we aren't worried. If one day you truly encounter something very, very difficult, at least remember, home isn't a place to hide your secrets. Home is a place you can return to. Peter didn't speak. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, his voice wouldn't sound like his usual self. He had saved Uncle Ben. He had changed the tragedy that was supposed to happen. But precisely because Uncle Ben was still alive, these words carried even more weight. The original Peter was only defined by that phrase after Uncle Ben died. With great power comes great responsibility. But now, Uncle Ben was still sitting beside him. No pool of blood, no cold corpse, only a small lamp, an old sofa, and the gentle yet heavy advice of an elder. Peter said in a low voice, Uncle Ben, if one day, I do something you don't understand, would you be disappointed? Uncle Ben looked at him. Yes. Peter was stunned. Uncle Ben smiled. If you hurt innocent people, I would be disappointed. If you lie to shirk responsibility, I would be disappointed. If you could reach out to help but pretend not to see, I would also be disappointed. He paused for a moment. But if you are protecting others, even if I don't understand, I will find a way to. Peter's eyes grew warm. He lowered his head to hide it. I know. Uncle Ben stood up and patted his shoulder. Go to sleep. You have school tomorrow. Peter nodded. Good night. Good night, Peter. Peter returned to his room. Outside the window, Mjolnir lay quietly in the shadows of the wall. He checked his phone. Harry Osborn hadn't sent any more messages. Coulson had no new alerts. New York was briefly quiet. But Peter knew this was just the calm before the storm. The next morning, the news was everywhere. Osborn Corp Underground Laboratory experienced equipment failure, 3 researchers injured. Norman Osborn confirmed safe, sustained only minor injuries. Osborn Corp claims the incident is unrelated to military projects. Police have found no signs of a terrorist attack. Peter sat at the dining table, watching the news, his eyes growing cold. On screen, the Osborn Corp spokesperson looked composed. With a few words, they defined last night's explosion as an equipment failure. No green armor. No glider. No human enhancement serum. And certainly no green goblin. Uncle Ben sat nearby, watching the TV, and sighed. Big companies are always like this. When something goes wrong, the first thing they protect isn't people, it's their stock price. May brought over breakfast. Let's not talk about that. Peter, come home early after school today. Peter nodded. Okay. As he finished speaking, his phone suddenly vibrated. Harry Osborn sent a message. My dad contacted me. He said he's fine. But I keep feeling like his voice sounds off. Peter looked at the screen. A few seconds later, he replied. See you at school. At school, Harry Osborn was indeed waiting for him in the hallway. He looked terrible, with obvious dark circles under his eyes. Seeing Peter, he immediately walked over. Peter. Did you see the news? Peter nodded. I did. Harry Osborn lowered his voice. My dad said it was just a minor accident. But I called him over a dozen times last night, and no one answered. He only replied this morning. His voice sounded very tired. He told me not to come to the company. Peter asked. Is he hurt? He said no. Harry Osborn frowned. But he's not acting right. What's wrong with him? Harry Osborn opened his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't know how to describe it. After a few seconds, he whispered. He apologized to me this morning. Peter was taken aback. Harry Osborn gave a bitter smile. Strange, right? A normal father apologizing to his son should be a good thing. But my dad isn't that kind of person. He rarely admits he's wrong. Even if he really is wrong, he'll frame it as a necessary decision. Harry Osborn looked out the window, his voice even lower. But this morning, he was very gentle. Gentle, as if he were putting on a performance for me. Peter's heart sank slightly. Harry Osborn continued. He said he was fine. Said it was just a small glitch in the lab. Said the company had already handled it. When he said these things, I should have been relieved. But I don't know why, I just feel uncomfortable. It's like the person on the other end of the phone was my dad. But also, not quite my dad. Peter didn't speak immediately. Harry Osborn knew Norman Osborn too well. It was precisely because of that familiarity that he noticed the subtle wrongness. But there was no evidence for this feeling. Even saying it out loud felt absurd to him. Harry Osborn looked at Peter. You were in the lab yesterday. Did you feel like there was something wrong with my dad? Peter's heart sank. This was a difficult question to answer. To say no would be lying to Harry Osborn. To say yes would push Harry Osborn toward a more dangerous truth. He could only choose an answer that wasn't entirely false. He's under a lot of pressure. Harry Osborn gave a bitter smile. He's always been under a lot of pressure. Ever since I can remember, it's like he's been running from something. The company, the board, the military projects, the stock price. And me. He spoke more softly here. Sometimes I feel like I'm just another project he needs to manage. Peter looked at him. This sentence left him not knowing how to respond. It wasn't that Harry Osborn didn't love Norman Osborn. It was precisely because he loved him that he had been worn down and made so sensitive by repeated disappointments. Just as Peter was about to speak, MJ walked over from the other side of the hallway. She saw their expressions and slowed her pace. Are you guys okay? Harry Osborn forced a smile. Something happened at my dad's company. MJ said softly. I saw the news. I'm sorry. Harry Osborn shook his head. He's fine. But as he said it, he didn't seem to fully believe it himself. MJ looked at Peter. She noticed that Peter was even more silent today than yesterday. She also noticed a small, unwashed black stain on his right cuff. Peter, she asked softly, did you not sleep well last night either? Peter looked at her. A little. MJ didn't press. But her look was very clear. She knew he was hiding something, she just didn't know if she should ask. Just then, the bell rang. Students in the hallway started heading to class. Harry Osborn whispered, can you come with me to my place after school? Peter immediately became alert. Your place? Harry Osborn nodded. I want to confirm my dad is really okay. He won't let me go to the company, but home should be fine, right? Peter didn't answer immediately. The Harry Osborn from the system prompt was still in his mind. If Norman Osborn truly intended to use Harry Osborn, then the Osborn mansion might no longer be a safe place. But if he refused, Harry Osborn would likely go by himself. That would be even more dangerous. Finally, Peter said, I'll go with you. Harry Osborn let out a sigh of relief. Thanks. Peter didn't speak. He knew this wasn't a normal visit. This was likely the first rope cast by the Green Goblin. Meanwhile, at the Osborn mansion. In the spacious study, the curtains were half drawn. Sunlight fell on the carpet, but it didn't make the room much warmer. Norman Osborn sat behind the desk. He wore a neat shirt, his cufflinks fastened meticulously. The wound on his face had been treated, leaving only a faint scratch. If one didn't look closely, no one would associate him with the monster in the green armor from last night. On the desk lay a photo. In the photo were Harry Osborn and Peter. It had been taken long ago at a school event. Harry Osborn was smiling a bit awkwardly. Peter stood beside him, clutching books, looking awkward and shy. Norman Osborn looked at the photo, his fingers tapping gently on the desk. One tap. Another. Very rhythmic. There was no one else in the room. But on the glass cabinet door, his reflection seemed to be smiling. Look, the voice whispered deep in his mind. Friends. What a wonderful word. Norman Osborn didn't look up. Shut up. The reflection said softly. You know it too. Harry Osborn is his weakness. Norman Osborn's fingers stopped. Harry Osborn is my son. Of course, the voice laughed very gently. That's why he's even more valuable. Norman Osborn looked up sharply at the glass cabinet door. His reflection was grinning, its eyes excited and malicious. Uncle Ben survived. May Parker is still hidden at his home. Shield is watching too closely. But Harry Osborn is different. Harry Osborn will walk to him on his own. Friends are the best rope. Norman Osborn's eye twitched. I won't hurt Harry Osborn. The reflection laughed. Who said anything about hurting him? Just letting Peter think he will be hurt is enough. Norman Osborn was silent. The reflection in the glass slowly leaned in, its voice like a viper crawling against his ear canal. You don't have to lay a finger on Harry Osborn. Just invite him home. Invite Peter to come along. Set the table. Pour the red wine. Smile like a decent father. Then watch that boy sitting there. Watch him, knowing exactly what you are, but not daring to expose you in front of Harry Osborn. The reflection grinned. How interesting. Norman Osborn closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened them again. His expression had returned to normal. He picked up his phone and dialed Harry Osborn's number. The call connected quickly. Dad. Harry Osborn's voice came through the phone, full of obvious worry. Norman Osborn's voice was as gentle as a truly exhausted father. Harry Osborn. I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. On the other end, Harry Osborn was silent for a moment. Are you really okay? Norman Osborn looked at the photo on the desk. His gaze fell on Peter's face. Of course, he said softly. Come home for dinner tonight. If Peter is willing, please invite him too. Yesterday was too rushed. I haven't had a chance to properly host your friend yet. On the other end, Harry Osborn was clearly stunned. Peter. Yes. Norman Osborn smiled. He's a very excellent boy. I like him very much. On the glass cabinet door of the study, the reflection grinned silently. Like a monster that had finally grasped the first rope. When the school bell rang, Harry was already standing by Peter Parker's desk. He was carrying his school bag, and his complexion was even worse than it had been in the morning. Peter. My dad called me again just now. Peter Parker looked up. Harry forced a smile, but it looked stiff no matter how you looked at it. He said dinner is already prepared. He also said he hopes you will definitely come. Peter Parker closed his textbook. Then let's go. Harry was taken aback. Are you really willing to go? Didn't you ask me to accompany you? Harry was silent for a moment, then whispered. I just feel, he's too normal. Peter Parker looked at him. Harry rubbed his brow. That sounds weird. But if my dad were actually fine, he wouldn't be this gentle. He would say, Harry, don't make a fuss. He would say, you don't understand business matters. He would say, go do what you're supposed to do. Harry took a soft breath. But today, he kept apologizing. Saying he made me worry. Saying he wanted to have a meal with me. And said he wanted to invite you too. His voice lowered. Peter, I'm a little scared. Peter Parker stood up and shouldered his school bag. Then let's go check it out. Harry looked at him. What if something is really wrong? Peter Parker paused for a moment. Then we'll figure it out together. It sounded like comfort. But Peter Parker knew clearly in his heart. If Norman Osborn truly tore off that fatherly mask at dinner, he was the only one who could figure out a solution. When the two walked out of the classroom, MJ was standing by the corridor. Seeing Peter Parker and Harry, she paused. Where are you two going? Harry tried to make himself look relaxed. Going home for dinner. MJ looked at him. How is your dad? He said he's fine. Harry paused. So I'm going back to check. MJ nodded and looked at Peter Parker again. Peter, are you going too? Peter Parker hummed in agreement. Accompanying Harry. MJ's gaze lingered on his face for a moment. She wanted to say something, but couldn't find a suitable reason. Finally, she just whispered. Then be careful. Harry smiled. It's just going home for dinner, not going to war. Peter Parker sighed silently in his heart. Sometimes, the difference between the two really isn't that big. After leaving school, the Osborn family car was already waiting at the entrance. The moment the car door closed, the communicator in Peter Parker's pocket vibrated gently. He looked down at it. There is an observation team on the perimeter of the Osborn mansion. Do not provoke Norman Osborn head on. If the situation gets out of control, prioritize ensuring Harry leaves the scene. See. Peter Parker replied. Don't get too close. Coulson replied quickly. We will not enter the bounds of the mansion. A few seconds later, he added another line. Unless you tear the house down. Peter Parker looked at this sentence, his eye twitching slightly. He put the communicator back in his pocket. The car was very quiet. Harry looked down at his phone. The driver occasionally glanced at them through the rearview mirror. Peter Parker could hear the driver's heartbeat. Normal. Not nervous. This meant the driver likely didn't know what the real danger was tonight. The Osborn mansion was located in a quiet, wealthy neighborhood. As the iron gate slowly opened, the black sedan drove across the neatly trimmed lawn. The mansion in the distance was brightly lit. Huge, beautiful, expensive. But it lacked the warmth of a home. At least in Peter Parker's view, it was more like a meticulously polished cage. The car stopped. The butler opened the car door. Young Master Harry, Mr. Parker. Harry nodded and led Peter Parker inside. As soon as Peter Parker stepped into the mansion, his spider sense gave a slight twitch. It wasn't a strong sense of danger. It was a subtle, fine discomfort. Like someone had gently wrapped a thread around his neck. It wasn't strangling him. It was just a reminder that the thread was already there. Peter Parker didn't look back. His hearing had already spread out. There were 2 people in the kitchen. There was a servant in the dining room. There were 2 security guards in the second-floor corridor. In the direction of the study, there was a very faint buzzing of electricity. In the underground space, there was some kind of low-frequency mechanical vibration. A glider. Or maintenance equipment for the Green Goblin armor. Peter Parker couldn't be sure for the moment. What was more troublesome was that Mjolnir was not by his side. Before coming, he had hidden Mjolnir next to an abandoned drainpipe in the woods outside the mansion. It wasn't too far. With his speed, if something really happened, he could rush over. But he still wouldn't recall it. If Norman Osborn made a move at the dinner table, he couldn't possibly say to Harry, "Hold on, I'm going outside to get a hammer." So tonight, what he could truly rely on, first and foremost, was Spider-Man himself. Strength, speed, reaction, spider sense, and judgment that could not go wrong. In the dining room, Norman Osborn was already waiting for them. He had changed into a dark loungewear outfit. His hair was combed neatly. The wounds on his face were barely visible. If Peter Parker hadn't seen him with his own eyes wearing the green armor and fleeing on a glider, it would probably be hard to connect this gentle father before him with the crazed Green Goblin from last night. Harry. Norman Osborn stood up. His voice was deep, carrying just the right amount of exhaustion. "You're back." Seeing him, Harry's footsteps clearly faltered. "Dad." Norman Osborn walked over and gave him a light hug. This action made Harry's body stiffen. It wasn't resistance. It was lack of habit. Norman Osborn rarely hugged him like this. At least in the images Peter Parker had seen from Peter's memories, this kind of intimacy was not common. Harry hesitated for a moment before raising his hands to hug back. "Are you really okay?" Norman Osborn let him go and smiled. "Just a minor accident. The media always likes to exaggerate." Harry looked at him. "But I couldn't reach you last night." The communication in the underground experimental area was cut off. Norman Osborn's tone was natural. "My phone was also lost in the chaos. I made you worry." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Peter Parker. "Peter. I'm glad you were willing to come." Peter Parker maintained a reserved expression. "Mr. Osborn." Norman Osborn looked at him with a gentle gaze. "You left too hastily yesterday. I have always felt it was a pity. Harry rarely brings friends home. I hope to make up for it tonight." Peter Parker looked into his eyes. "You are too kind." Norman Osborn smiled. "Sit." Exquisite tableware was laid out on the dining table. Silver knives and forks. White dinner plates. Red wine. Perfectly grilled steak. Everything was as decent as a photo in a high society magazine. But Peter Parker only felt that all of this was like part of a trap. The three of them took their seats. Harry sat next to Peter Parker. Norman Osborn sat at the head of the table. The servant poured water and red wine. Harry didn't drink, just kept looking at Norman Osborn. Norman Osborn noticed his gaze and smiled. "Don't look at me like that, Harry. I'm really okay," Harry said in a low voice. "You don't look okay." Norman Osborn was cutting the steak. The blade scraped across the dinner plate, the sound very light. Light and steady. Steady to the point that it didn't seem like someone who had just experienced an accident and was injured. "Maybe I'm just tired. There have been a lot of things at the company recently. Military orders, the board of directors, last night's accident." He said this and looked at Peter Parker. "And some unexpected new variables." Peter Parker's fingers holding the water glass paused slightly. Harry didn't catch the other layer of meaning in this sentence. "Dad." He frowned and said. "At a time like this, you're still thinking about the company." Norman Osborn looked at him, his eyes briefly softening a bit. "I am thinking about you." Harry was stunned. Norman Osborn put down the knife and fork. "I know, I demanded too much of you in the past. Maybe I always put the company first. When the accident happened last night, I suddenly realized that some things cannot wait forever." Harry looked at him, his expression somewhat complex. He wanted to believe this statement. Because this was what he had always wanted to hear from his father. But he also felt this statement was too sudden. So sudden that it didn't seem real. Peter Parker sat on the side, not saying a word. His attention was on Norman Osborn's heartbeat. Very steady. Too steady. It didn't seem like the relaxation of a normal person at the dinner table. It was more like a machine deliberately set to a standard rhythm. Norman Osborn's gaze occasionally fell on Peter Parker. Like a knife. Not a direct stab, but a slow scrape. "Peter." Norman Osborn suddenly spoke. "I heard your Uncle Ben ran into trouble a few days ago." The air in the dining room changed instantly. Harry looked at Peter Parker. "Your Uncle Ben." Peter Parker lowered his eyes. "It's already fine." Norman Osborn nodded gently. That's good. Mr. Ben Parker is a good man. I heard he took good care of you when he was young. Peter Parker's gaze darkened slightly. Norman Osborn continued. And Aunt May. She seems to go to that grocery store on 3rd Street often. I passed by there before. The store is very old, but the owner is a good person. Peter Parker's fingers stopped. This sentence seemed like small talk on the surface. But the real layer of meaning was something only he could understand. I know who your family is. I know where they are. I know what places they pass by every day. Harry frowned. Dad, how do you know all this? Norman Osborn smiled. I care about your friends. What's strange about that? Harry didn't speak, but his expression became even more uneasy. Peter Parker put down the water glass. His voice was very calm. Mr. Osborn, you really know a lot. Norman Osborn looked at him. A father should always know the people around his son. He paused for a moment. Especially those who might bring danger to his side. Peter Parker stared at him. Norman Osborn continued cutting the steak on his plate. The knife and fork hit the porcelain plate, making a very light sound. New York is not very safe recently. Ordinary people are always the easiest to get hurt. Sometimes, the danger is not aimed at them. They just stand too close. Harry frowned. Dad, what do you mean by that? Norman Osborn turned to look at Harry, his smile normal. Just a lament. If a person gets involved in dangerous matters, the people around them often get implicated as well. After he finished speaking, he looked at Peter Parker again. Don't you agree, Peter? Peter Parker looked at him. Norman Osborn was prodding him. Using Uncle Ben. Using Aunt May. Using Harry. Using the kind of way that only the two of them could understand. Peter Parker said calmly. Danger is not caused by the people who get implicated. It is caused by the person who creates the danger. Norman Osborn smiled. Very reasonable. But reality is not necessarily that reasonable. When a secret is dangerous enough, it will be like fire. No matter how well hidden, it will burn the people around it. Harry felt increasingly uncomfortable listening. He put down the fork. Dad, didn't you say you wanted to have a meal with me today? The dining table was quiet for a moment. Norman Osborn looked at him. Harry Osborn's face was a little pale, but he continued, but you keep asking about Peter. You keep talking about him. Do you actually want to have dinner with me, or do you want to interrogate my friend? This sentence made the air in the dining room turn completely cold. Peter looked at Harry Osborn. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Harry Osborn was more perceptive than he had imagined. It wasn't that he hadn't noticed. He was just trying hard to find excuses for his father. Norman Osborn was silent for a few seconds. Then, he gently set down his knife and fork. You're right. It's my fault. His voice remained gentle. I just haven't seen you trust a friend this much in a long time. So I couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Harry Osborn pursed his lips. Peter is not your project. Norman Osborn's eyes changed for a brief moment. Very brief. So brief that an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to tell. But Peter saw it. It was a flicker of coldness from being offended. It was quickly covered up by a fatherly smile. Of course, Norman Osborn said. He is your friend. Perhaps that is exactly why I should respect him even more. Harry Osborn didn't say anything else. But he was clearly not completely appeased. The servant in the dining room served the next course. When the silver cloche was lifted, steam rose up. Peter's spider sense twitched slightly. Not strong. Not poison. Not a weapon. It was just Norman Osborn's gaze. That gaze was like a spider web wrapped around the back of his neck. Thin, cold, not tightening immediately, yet impossible to ignore. Norman Osborn picked up his wine glass again. The red wine in the glass swirled gently. In the reflection on the surface of the glass, Peter saw the corners of Norman Osborn's mouth curl up slightly. It was not a normal smile. The next second, Norman Osborn set down the wine glass, and the reflection returned to normal. Peter, what do you think of that red-suited man in the news recently? Peter felt a chill in his heart. It had finally come. Harry Osborn frowned. What red-suited man? Norman Osborn picked up his napkin and wiped his hands slowly and methodically. The abnormal thunderstorm in the abandoned industrial area. And some witnesses said they saw a red figure flying over the city. Harry Osborn shook his head. I thought that was just a rumor. Norman Osborn smiled. Rumors these days are always interesting. He said, looking at Peter. Peter, do you believe it? Peter said in a low voice, believe what? Believe that someone would wear a mask and save people at night. Norman Osborn's voice was very soft. And also believe that such a person can really protect everyone. Peter looked at him. No one can protect everyone. Norman Osborn's eyes brightened slightly. Peter continued, but that is not a reason not to protect anyone. Harry Osborn glanced at Peter. This sentence made him feel a bit strange. And yet, a bit familiar. What was strange was that Peter rarely spoke like this in such settings. What was familiar was that this still sounded like something Peter would say. It was just firmer than before. Norman Osborn laughed softly. You really are special, Peter. No wonder Harry Osborn trusts you so much. Harry Osborn said uncomfortably, Dad. Norman Osborn seemed to realize he had said too much and smiled as he raised his glass. All right. Tonight is not an interrogation. It's just dinner. After this was said, no one actually felt relaxed. Harry Osborn lowered his head and cut the food on his plate, clearly having no appetite. Peter didn't eat much either. Norman Osborn, however, acted naturally. He occasionally asked Harry Osborn about school, occasionally asked Peter about the science competition, and even brought up Aunt May, saying that there should be an opportunity to invite her and Uncle Ben over together. As soon as these words were spoken, the dinner knife in Peter's hand almost stopped. Norman Osborn noticed it. He smiled gently. What's wrong? Peter looked up. My aunt isn't very used to this kind of place. Norman Osborn nodded gently. That's true. Ordinary people always dislike being too close to danger. Peter set down the dinner knife. His voice was very soft. Mr. Osborn, you have been talking about danger all day today. Harry Osborn looked at the two of them. Norman Osborn did not avoid his gaze. Perhaps it's because something almost happened last night. Peter looked at him. Then you should be even clearer. Danger shouldn't be brought home. The dining room was silent for a moment. Harry Osborn asked in a low voice, Peter. Norman Osborn's eyes deepened a little. Then, he laughed softly. Well said. Danger shouldn't be brought home. He looked at Harry Osborn. Your friend cares about you a lot. Harry Osborn frowned. Dad, are you two hiding something from me? Norman Osborn didn't answer immediately. He just looked at Harry Osborn. For that instant, it seemed there was truly a hint of fatherly emotion in his eyes. But quickly, that emotion was suppressed. No, Norman Osborn said. I just think that being able to have a friend like Peter is your good fortune. Harry Osborn looked at Peter. Peter didn't speak. Because saying anything wouldn't be appropriate. This dinner was not about eating from beginning to end. What Norman Osborn wanted was to have Harry Osborn sitting here. To have Peter watching Harry Osborn. To let Peter know that the Green Goblin could say the most dangerous things like casual small talk at the most decent dining table. He didn't need to do anything. Just by smiling, he could make Peter understand. Harry Osborn was in his hands. When dinner ended, Harry Osborn was clearly relieved. But Norman Osborn stood up like a true host. Peter, I'll see you out. Harry Osborn also stood up. I'll come too. Norman Osborn glanced at him. Harry Osborn, I want to have a few words with Peter alone. Harry Osborn frowned. Why? Norman Osborn's tone was gentle. About you. Harry Osborn's expression immediately became guarded. About me again. Norman Osborn sighed. I just want to ask him to take care of you more at school. Harry Osborn looked at Peter. Peter nodded. It's fine. Harry Osborn hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stayed in the dining room. In the hallway, Norman Osborn and Peter walked side by side toward the door. Neither of them spoke immediately. The lights in the mansion were soft. The carpet was so thick it almost swallowed the sound of their footsteps. It wasn't until they reached the foyer that Norman Osborn spoke slowly. Tonight was very pleasant. Peter stopped. Is that so? Norman Osborn smiled. At least Harry Osborn was at ease. Peter looked at him. What exactly do you want to do? Norman Osborn didn't answer this question. He just raised his hand and straightened a non-existent wrinkle on the shoulder of Peter's jacket. This gesture was like an elder. It was also like a threat. Peter didn't move, but his body was already tense to the limit. Norman Osborn leaned in a little, his voice so low that only the two of them could hear. Peter, keeping a secret is exhausting, isn't it? Peter's eyes turned cold instantly. Norman Osborn continued to whisper, go to school during the day, save people at night. Lie to friends. Lie to family. Knowing clearly that danger is already sitting across the dinner table, yet unable to say anything. Look. He laughed softly. Sometimes responsibility is not a shield. It is a chain. Peter stared at him. You had better not touch Harry Osborn. The smile on Norman Osborn's face didn't change. Harry Osborn is my son. Of course I wouldn't hurt him. He paused. A flash of green madness crossed his eyes. But you will. Peter's brow furrowed. Norman Osborn said softly, because you are hiding things from him. Because you are keeping him in a place where he doesn't know the truth. Because every time you try to protect him, you are pushing him closer to danger. He patted Peter's shoulder. Good night, Peter. Be careful on your way. After speaking, Norman Osborn took a step back. The coldness on his face disappeared instantly. He turned back into that tired, gentle, and decent father. Behind the door, Harry Osborn happened to walk out. Peter, what did my dad say to you? Norman Osborn turned his head, his smile natural. Just asked him to help you more at school. Harry Osborn looked suspiciously at Peter. Peter was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yeah. He said you've been under a lot of pressure lately. Harry Osborn breathed a sigh of relief, then felt a bit embarrassed. I'm not. Norman Osborn looked at the two of them, his eyes gentle. It's getting late. Let the driver take Peter back. Peter refused. No need. I want to walk by myself. Harry Osborn frowned. So late. Peter smiled. My home isn't far. And I want to clear my head. Harry Osborn wanted to say something else, but Norman Osborn spoke first. Let him go. Young people occasionally need a little time to themselves. Peter glanced at Norman Osborn. He turned and walked out of the Osborn mansion. The night wind blew over. The iron gate closed slowly behind him. Peter didn't leave immediately. He stood in the shadows of the trees outside the gate, closed his eyes, and listened to the sounds inside the mansion. The sound of Harry Osborn's footsteps going upstairs. The sound of Norman Osborn returning to the study. The soft clink of a glass being placed on the table. Then, a very, very soft laugh. Not Harry Osborn. Not the servant. It was Norman Osborn. And yet, not entirely Norman Osborn. Peter opened his eyes. He raised his hand and shot a spider web, his figure leaping silently onto the treetops, disappearing into the night. A few minutes later, in the study of the Osborn mansion, Norman Osborn stood by the window, watching the movement of the tree shadows in the distance. He knew Peter hadn't gone far. He also knew that Peter could hear him. So he didn't speak. He just laughed lowly. On the glass window, the reflection grinned. He held back, the reflection said. How cute. Norman Osborn didn't respond. The reflection continued to whisper, next time. Make it harder for him to hold back. Norman Osborn closed his eyes. After a long time, he said softly, Harry Osborn cannot be hurt. The reflection laughed. Of course. The rope doesn't need to break. It just needs to be tightened. Meanwhile, Peter landed on the roof of a building in a distant neighborhood. He retrieved the hidden Mjolnir from the tree shadows. Mjolnir felt light in his hand. But his heart sank heavily. His communicator vibrated. Coulson sent a message. How is the situation? Peter looked toward the direction of the Osborn mansion. A few seconds later, he replied, he didn't make a move. Coulson replied quickly. That is not necessarily a good thing. Peter gripped the handle of the hammer. I know. He looked up at the New York night sky. The Green Goblin didn't attack. No explosions. No screams. He just invited them to dinner. But Peter knew that starting from tonight, Harry Osborn had already been placed on the chessboard. And he must pin down the Green Goblin's hand before this table is overturned. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.